Greetings. Welcome, anyone. There's three people out there. It's probably us.
Yep.
I have with me Tog and Silver. Did you like that little 10
Intro
second
clip?
intro
Yeah.
thing there from Geo?
That was actually not bad, yeah.
I love it. He
We got
does
St.
some really
Tommy
good
and
work.
MathPig and Sandy in the side chat.
Oh, excellent. Oh,
Yeah. I
MathPig.
promoted and shared it in
Okay.
Discords that I'm
What are
in.
you doing,
MathPig, you're a mod. If you check your emails.
dude? Hi, MathPig.
Sandy,
Mika. What are you doing, dude?
St. Tommy. The link's there for anyone who would like to join. Thank you very much, sir. No, we are us, not you. But, yeah, I know that's a little. It's you've got to invite them through the email. I had no choice. I know it's a little old-fashioned. God, I thought writing letters was old-fashioned.
Yeah, right. That's really dated. That's like really fucking special if you get a letter from somebody. It's almost like
Yeah, I
birthday
know.
cards or something like that, right?
I can't even remember. Actually, I can remember the last handwritten letter I got. It was from one of my siblings or my mother, imploring me to come back to the religion.
Oh,
Oh,
happy birthday, BroJo.
oh, are you kidding? You get is it still so you're on the 5th of July now, right?
Right, yeah.
Fuck, I bet Brojo has some big parties.
He had a fireworks show last night, or showing off fireworks. I caught some of it. Yesterday, I went to
Yeah.
the beach for a little bit with the kids. We caught the earliest bit of sunlight. We got lucky. And then it rained. We left right before the rain
Oh,
came. It was
really?
awesome. Yeah. Like just as we were leaving, the rain started coming down. And then the best thing about it was, I forgot what song. It was like a Bee Gees song, and it was talking about the rain coming down, and the rain started coming down. I was like, "Look at this! Like, see, perfect timing." It was
Yeah.
awesome.
Was it what was the temperature like? Warm?
Oh, it was 90. So yeah, it's pretty high
Oh,
up there.
wow. Yeah.
Water was low
It's
tide, ice cold. Yeah.
what did you get up to, Silver? Did you do much for Freedom Day or America Day?
Oh, Jesus.
Did you eat some freedom fries or
Freedom fries.
I don't
What
know
the
what you
fuck?
Americans do?
No, we just had a bunch of different kinds of food at the cookout.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. That's probably how I'd celebrate. Lots of food.
Basically, we just peg out at a fucking cookout. We don't eat anything for lunch and for breakfast until we hold it till the cookout.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, lots of my friends boycotted yesterday, which I definitely stand in support of. I don't judge people who still celebrated.
Mm.
But
Wait, what? For
completely,
what? For Independence Day?
yeah, a lot of people didn't celebrate it. Um, in protest of Roe v. Wade.
Oh, I mean, I guess. You know what's really weird that reminds me about Roe v. Wade? Someone made the comparison to, like, what was it? Bible infanticide. with the whole dashing among the stones bit, right? And I'm like, well, like everyone has their own type of infanticide and stuff like that. I'm like the Spartans are well known for their infanticide. I'm like, but if we're gonna get to them, like, what if that's just their modern day equivalent to abortion? So like, but if they like, what if they were to look at us and be like, well, God, you killed it before. It's born Jesus. Like, what if it's like the same spectrum and that like that's just the human nature of it all, right? And it is something that's to be said though, but like in that same as if we see that as barbarism, like how is it? And it again, it's that same barbarism that goes into it, but it's still something that's always has been, right? And it's one of those weird things that like is it more moral for it to be like when the baby is born or is it before it's born? And I guess that should be like the new question now, because fuck it, if we were dashing babies and drowning babies and doing all this shit to babies beforehand, then why even fucking, well, like what's it matter if you waited? That's just the odd bit of it. Like, are we trying to stop that? Do we want to stop that? Yeah, sure of it for when it comes to babies, right? So it gets weird. It gets really weird in that argument because I don't know what side I want to be on.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, Wild Heart, if you check your email, you're a mod if you can even hear me. And good morning, sir. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And you made me think of something else then too, and you mentioned about the Greeks and that. Um, but it's slipping from my mind. Wild Heart's here. There goes the stream.
Yeah.
He's allowed to make fun of you today. Wild Heart, it's his birthday.
Uh,
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean, we like to go on about morals and objective morals and subjective morals and all the rest of it, but like all it comes down to really is a consensus. That's
right.
it. If you like, I've seen this video when I was younger. It was in one of those pop-up cheap stores where they have old videos and records and books and things to sell. And me and my friend were looking through the videos and we found some X-rated videos that were like one was taboo things from around the world, and most of it was pretty tame, like drinking snake's blood and eating testicles and all that sort of weird stuff. But then it got to this story about this tribe, and there was footage and everything of all of this. And it's their custom that when a woman loses her husband, all the males of the family, it could be the tribe, I can't remember, but it's at least the family, right? She stands against this bamboo wall with a hole in it, and she puts her backside against it. And all the males line up on the other side of the wall and take their turn at destroying her husband's seed while she's on the other side of the wall getting plugged and like wailing in loss of her husband. And that's not only acceptable and moral, but it's their custom and their tradition, and it must be done. So it's like,
Talk about a glory hole. That's where we got it from, guys. That's where we got it from. We saw that we found this out and like, well, we have to install this everywhere. To the bathrooms of biker and dive clubs, here. All the funky
I'm
places.
And as much like that disturbs me to my very being, right? And to
Cheers,
see that, I was scarred by the imagery. I was decently old enough, like 14, 15 or whatever, but it still just like messed me up to know that's a thing out there. But like, how are we to say what's right and wrong when that shit exists in this world? Like, if your whole society is accepting of it, including yourself, like,
and you know,
is it wrong? Is it wrong? If it's all right for us to sit here in our comfy Western world and say that is messed up, but
no, it's not consensus. Philo- Philosophically, it's objective morality and subjective. It's not about its absence of a mind. It's without a mind. That's the thing. It's not consensus. It's not 51%. It's not.
yeah, that's exactly my point.
Yeah,
We have is consensus. We don't have objective
yeah. We
fucking
don't have
anything.
objective morality. Objective morality doesn't
Um,
exist, as far as I know. So yeah.
I didn't know this many
agree with that
people
too.
were sub to me.
Whole society. Yeah, I would agree in the sense of the objective morality, even in the case of the Bible, like because in a sense, three figureheads of God, however the fuck that works, So I'm not gonna, for everyone who has their own taste, the divine council does their counseling. So even with that, there's reason. So there's no, in a sense, they come to a sense about
Yeah.
something. It's not just objectively moral. It just becomes more. It becomes objective when it gets put into action, because in that, then
No.
it becomes the type of because again, if it doesn't exist, and it becomes something that gets put into production, which makes it then like a will. Sorry if I sound it's cold in my room and I'm kind of shivering.
No. If it's subject to a mind, it's not objective.
That's what we were saying.
Right.
We were saying the actions make it an objective, not objective, an objective.
An objective.
Yeah,
Yeah.
an objective,
That's
like a
different.
goal, like a goal.
Yeah. That's different.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It is an objective, but it's not objectively moral.
You know,
Sorry.
now Brojo makes an excellent point. This here in the Bible about a brother marrying his dead brother's widow. It's only like
Well, it's
a
not marrying. Yeah.
few.
No, it
Oh
just happened.
well, yeah, or just
It's just
impregnate her or
it's
whatever it is.
yeah. It's
But
just
It's
so if the kid, it's so that if the woman was left without a child from the she could honor the child because it's the same blood. So it's
yeah,
like the same
yeah.
seed being passed along genetically. So his son's house is at least family and not some bastard's child. In the
Mm.
whole sport, and
And
that's
if
only
you
goes
think
with the
about it,
warriors, not like every layman. It's only during wartime. So it's not like dudes can just walk around and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna go fuck my sister because her husband died."
um, but if you think about it, it's only a few nephews and uncles and brothers and cousins less than that tribe stuff that I was mentioning, because it's just the one brother. That tribe have just taken it a few steps further, and it's all the males of the family.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, we think we're all sort of shocked to hear it, but the Bible was doing it already thousands of years ago, saying that it's a good thing and it's
Well,
honorable to.
that's different. Hold up. In the context of the removing the seed, are they getting pregnant? Right, the grieving
No, I
woman.
don't know. I think it's just like the
That would
idea is that it.
that would be the only split difference is if one's with pregnancy, because the other one's with tent in pregnancy.
Yeah,
If the other
yeah,
one's not, that's the only split difference. Is
and
that
the
yeah.
other one's sort of the opposite intent. Yeah,
Yeah, so that would
you're
be the only
right. That's
splitting.
correct. Deuteronomy 25:5.
Of course, I seem correct. I know what I'm talking about. I wouldn't say it if I didn't.
Was it?
Because that was
25.
something I didn't know before, and someone had to school me on it, and I was like, what the fuck? I was surprised. But yeah, it's only during the wartime.
So the NIV says if brothers are living together and one of them dies without a son, his widow must not marry outside her family. Her husband's brother shall take her and marry her and fulfill the duty of brother-in-law to her. If they're living together. It's still odd, like I get it. But in now modern terms, it doesn't leave much for like the sister's choice, but I'm sure probably in those cultures she probably wanted that because she needed the child and so on and so forth.
I'm pretty sure they could have rejected. There are things that you can do that are rejected. Like, for example, if a man doesn't want to do the honor bound, then that's fine. He just gets kind of publicly shunned for it because he's not honoring the right of the family. Because you go in knowing this beforehand, right? That this is going to happen. So if you agree to it, and then you go and back out of it, and well, now it's dishonor on you, so to speak. At least that's from my understanding. Is that it's honor bound in the sense that it's by like in a sense the law, but it's agreed upon. But they, in a sense of consent, they can still walk out from it and not do it at all. Like if the woman didn't like her husband and then didn't want to be with the family in that divorce right, they still have to respect that decision.
So Wild, would you that's a silly question. Would you marry your dead brother's wife? Could you? Do you think you could bring yourself to do that?
No. Just no. I mean, she's hot, but just due to no, I couldn't.
He's dead, remember?
Yeah,
They've had no kids.
I don't
yeah.
think it's in the sense it might be marriage or it might just be plopping the seed in. I'm not quite sure which one it is.
She's very nice, but no.
Oh no, you're right, because it actually says he does say marry her, but then it also says marry her and fulfill the duty of brother-in-law to her. So he stays both in a sense.
All right, because I remember there's a stipulation like for if there's a brother that's already, and this goes into like not within the Bible, but the I think the Tanakh or something like that within the, where they refine the laws more, explain it more, and it goes into like if the brother's already married, then he can't fulfill his oath because it's because of his wife, and he's already foregone. Like I said, I don't know the circumstances. I haven't read in a long time.
Pixie. That's right. Hello.
Silver, if you were married and lost your partner, would you be able to marry their sibling?
Fucking.
No, I couldn't do it.
I would not ever fucking do that. Nope.
Because of the brother-in-law gets her pregnant, then the kids are his dead brothers. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Fuck that
Which
shit.
is so it's such a weird concept, isn't it? Like I guess not back then, like they thought that the blood it was all the same if it was from the
Well,
same father.
not necessarily. I mean, there's that shit still goes on in our culture today. Um, like for real, the older generation they have things like uh, my friend, my not my my friend. Well, she's my friend and my girlfriend's aunt, right? She had this to where when her first husband died, the friend uh the friend, the married to my aunt, to the aunt, right? The friend of the husband that died agreed to marry the wife after to take care of her after he died, and so he took care of her after he died. She took care of her. Then after he died, the next best friend took care of her, and
Yeah.
I think I do mean took care of her in both ways and all that.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like one of those
Um,
weird things. And mind you, they're older in years. So we're talking about people like probably older than us. So it's like one of those weird things that yeah, that's still like from our experience, it still goes on into like in that sense of
you're
honor
exactly
bound
right.
relationships.
I have a couple, friends that are a couple who the wife was the wife of a man who died, and she got together with the dead husband's best friend, and it was kind of like they were both mutually so messed up by the loss of this person that they used each other to grieve, and they've ended up having a kid together. um
Mm.
and like she doesn't feel like it was some sort of weird dishonor to that she got with her dead husband's best friend. Like they feel like he would have wanted it, sort of thing. So yeah, and I never even put the two and two together that yeah, it actually does go on. Not so much the brother thing, but best friends like doing it.
Yeah. I think in army times it's been done like the whole cliche of pregnant wife coming back to a pregnant wife is the kind of like the same thing. Wife didn't know if the husband was coming back, didn't hear from him, so like what's she to do but to move on? So yeah, it kind of goes into that, but then the husband comes back and the husband understands because you're at war. It's like, what are you gonna do? I thought you were dead. Never heard anything. Never got anything. Did they name the kid
That's
after the deceased?
no.
Yeah,
Well,
that'd
in
be
my
weird.
case, they didn't. Um, I don't know about the middle name or anything though. I only know the kid's first and last name, so maybe they might have put the dad's name in the middle name. But I don't know. It's weird to me. Like, would you want that kid to have that guy's name? Because it's not his dad. Like, as far as that kid concerned, that the dead guy's nothing, no one to him. Like, his mum and dad are alive.
Right.
Getting
So,
that weird reincarnation shit, like, oh, you're like the honored.
so
But then that'd just be weird.
yeah.
Like cucking your own son with his like, with your own name. Like, fuck. You married my best friend and then you made me into your son? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Could you imagine if reincarnation was a thing and that
Uh,
happened? Oh my god, that'd be funny. What a sitcom. That'd be the life.
especially if you had memories of your past life.
Oh god, that'd be even worse. The psychology fucking therapy bills. You would need some. I was married to my mom. Jesus. I'd die. No sense for men to get married nowadays in the traditional sense. Except for taxes. Yeah, in a traditional sense. I meant like that's traditional for me, I guess. You know, getting married for tax reasons and good for yeah, taxes.
Are you free to come on, BroJo? I'd love to see what for you to expound on that.
I guess if he's saying like some people just live together without a marriage license, then yeah, he's right.
Mm.
And that sense of legality marriage is silly. But yeah.
We have this thing in Australia where, as far as like government benefits and the taxation department and basically anything government is concerned, even before gay marriage was a thing in Australia and all that sort of stuff, we have had I don't know if they have a specific name, but I guess they're like civil partnerships, as in if you live with someone intimately for 3 months, you become de facto.
Hmm.
And for all intents and purposes, you're the same as married. So government benefits treat you as a couple, not two single people. You're taxed as a couple. Um, if you split, they can try and, you know, go you for half your stuff or whatever. So you don't even marriage is literally pointless in Australia. You just have to live together for long enough, and they'll count it as being married, essentially. BroJo says over 50% divorce, 65% of women initiate it, and men get their shit taken. I thought it was going to be something along those lines. And Pixie says, when's the last time you checked those numbers? Not only is it not 50%, but the divorce rate has been declining. We passed the peak. Interesting. I'd also be interested to know in what sort of like that's got to be so generalized as well, because it's different in um what different racial communities, so white communities and black communities and Hispanic communities, and it's different in poorer socioeconomic communities as to richer communities. And um, I feel like there's just so much nuance that
I
when
feel like
we
that
say
statement was a
general,
little bit racist. The sense that
you-
all
no,
the all those mixed races that you said, and then at the end when you said rich community, kind of implies that all those things, like all those other races, can't be rich. So it kind of presents like a
because I
segregation.
said poorer socioeconomic societies versus rich
Oh, I missed
societies.
that. See, my bad.
Yeah,
I heard the buzzwords. I was halfway listening. My brain only picked up the stoner brain.
yeah, no. And I was very careful also to say it's just different. I didn't say better or worse in any. Because you'd probably be. I was surprised to find, and a lot of people don't realize that in America, um, people like to try and say that black communities are less educated or have less access to education, but the statistics show that it's 3 or 4% more blacks go into tertiary education, so university and stuff, and get their degrees than white people. It's like 37% of blacks versus 34% of white Americans.
Yeah, because
So
whites don't need it anymore. They have privilege. That's a joke. That's a joke. They don't
yeah,
need to
no,
have degrees
but
anymore. They just get benefits for being white. Like, oh, you're white? Okay, cool. You can go be a doctor. Yeah, Jewish? Oh, even better. No, just playing. I'm joking. Sorry. I shouldn't joke like that.
yeah, it all depends what stats you look at. That's the problem with stats. It's like what even you can say, oh, we asked 2,000 people. What 2,000 people? 2,000
Right?
people
Yeah.
in upstate New York, America, 2,000 people from South Africa. Like,
More importantly, what type of test did you give them? Was that test rigged?
yeah.
I hate that there are certain tests that people can use for statistical studies, and you can manipulate them so you can have produce the results that you want, and your participants are none the wiser that they're being misled because you're leading them to the answers that you need in order to get the statistic that you want.
Yeah. See
Cash
that if
record, yeah.
that's divorce rate by state, so that's the narrower or the more data points they can have, the better. So if you rather than looking at it nationally, if you start looking at states and then even polls are unreliable plus how questions are stated. It's like the atheist and theist versus religious or non-religious question. People who say that they're religious because they go and they like to sort of practice it but don't necessarily believe it, so they'll tick religious but they're not a theist, for example. And
Right.
that is 0.029%, if my brain is correct. It's interesting. I wonder if it's an American thing as well.
You mean divorce?
No, just like those particular rates and things. Like,
Oh,
is it different in my country? Oh, listen to this. Divorce in Australia. So Australia has no fault divorce. This means when granting a divorce, the court does not consider the reasons the marriage ended. Neither spouse needs to prove that the other did or did not do something which caused the marriage breakdown. So in Australia, if you simply want to get divorced, you can get divorced. It's that simple. Don't need reasons. You don't need, which I understand now that that's not the case everywhere, but it actually was quite mind-blowing to me when I learnt that in the States you have to go through all this rigmarole to get divorced. It's like, is
Yeah.
it not your choice? Like, the government have literally taken that right away from you. You have to convince them or have legitimate reasons. It's absolutely bizarre. And to me, that's just comes from the way that Christianity and religion has permeated the politics of America.
for what? Divorce? I kind of spaced out.
Specifically, what did I say about it? Oh,
Not bad. The Illinois divorce rate is only 10%.
where?
In Illinois, where I live,
Okay.
not bad.
See, that's really low.
People in Nevada are getting divorced like crazy at a 14% rate. I wonder if it's the fucking heat. Fuck this heat. Why did we move here? Sorry, I had to make that joke, right? They're cooking their brains. That's why this was a bad idea.
Mm.
And the next one beside that is Maine, so maybe it's too fucking cold. So it's like opposite temperature spectrums, and that's what's going on. It's the weather fucking with people's brains.
Yeah. And actually, that BroJo raises a good point there. I wonder what the comparison of marriages is compared to divorces. Are less people actually getting married? If of course there's going to be less divorces if there's less people getting married as
Oh yeah,
well.
I think it says that in the report too. Some states. Sure, you can find out.
It's definitely interesting anyway.
I got it up. Marriage rate is about. In Illinois, the marriage rate is. Find it. Have it different on here. There it is. 48%. What's the rate? Hold up. On average, it's what is this? Or I'll share my screen. Take a look at this. See. Or I'll share it so everyone else can see it too. They have poor internet services. Screen. Marriage rate and divorce rate. Separated and then never married. So some of these aren't bad. They're low. Marriage rate it's high
Can
for
you
most of them.
control plus that?
Yeah.
One or two. There you go.
Slow scroll. Percentage of which people are getting married, percentage of what the divorces are, and how many people are died and separating, I guess, that are filing that way. This must be by taxes or something, and then whoever's not filing is single, I imagine.
Holy crap! I guess that's probably old age, but it's like look at this in Hawaii. 9% get divorced, but 6% are widowed.
Where's Hawaii? Let me
Like
find that again.
nearly as many lose their partner from death as get divorced. That's
Hawaii, let me find it. I missed it. I'm blind. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah.
No, I missed the 50%. Okay. What's the 9 and 6?
9 and 6 are divorced.
One's divorced and widowed. Oh yeah, so it was 9% divorced and 6% widowed. It's almost the same. Like that's crazy. Same in New Jersey.
Wisconsin, yeah, that's pretty high for those. And then the not married takes up another percentage. Then again, I wonder how many of these are homicide. Right? We're thinking old lady, dead husband, and own dead husband.
Yeah,
But
that's
how many of
right.
these are actually homicide included with that spousal murder or just
Well,
accidental murder,
I
right?
think in Australia it might be the world, but it's like the main cause of
Wow.
let's see.
longer a scroll for everybody. There we go. Oh, that's cute. BroJo got a great B-Day card from his mom. Were we just talking about that with letters and B-Day cards? How they're so personal.
Yeah. Okay. This is I'm just gonna have a little quick look at this because it's a bit of a downer, but
Should she want
in
it because
this
she's a girl?
this
Yes.
is the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime looking at killings of women and girls by their intimate partners or other family members in 2020. The main findings say some 47,000 women and girls worldwide were killed by their intimate partners or other family members in 2020. This means on average, a woman or girl is killed by someone in her own family every 11 minutes.
Oh, don't give the misogynist this information. They'll have a field day.
Accounting for 80% of the total. The vast majority of all homicide victims worldwide in 2020 were men or boys, but the sex composition of homicide victims differs markedly depending on the context. Women and girls account for only 1/10 of all homicide victims perpetrated in the public sphere, yet they bear a disproportionate burden of lethal violence perpetrated in the home. In 58% of all killings perpetrated by intimate partners, the victim was a woman or girl. Interesting.
Oh, nice, yeah. What BroJo said.
I got 420 Cafe giggles. She's been off Earth since 27. Yeah, that would be a little scary if you got one from your mum. My mum's mum made it to 98. That was a damn good innings. I miss my dad too. He went way too young. Fuck cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And my mum is in a cult, so I don't get to see her very often. Fuck cancer. Yeah, it's still, and I know a lot of people, a lot of theists and Christians and that like to say that it's an emotional thing. It's like you're just angry at God or whatever, but it's not that because even before like my dad passed or anything like that, one of the biggest hurdles or obstacles for me, and actually I shouldn't even call them that, one of the biggest um bit of contradiction that I could never work out and still can't and still haven't had a satisfactory answer from anyone is the problem of evil. And to her, like, people offer up all these explanations or suggestions, even ones they're not convinced of themselves. It's like, but maybe, you know, suffering is good if you look at it from this way, and it just always comes down to, for me, even if you want to say that human suffering was necessary for free will, which I am completely unconvinced of, because there are things I cannot do. I want to flap my arms and fucking fly. That's my will, but I can't fucking do it. Does my inability to fly affect my free will? No, it doesn't. I just can't do it. So if
Right.
if we were lived in a universe where it was just you were unable to physically harm another person or blah blah blah, you can still have free will and make your own decisions, but you will never want or make the decision to do that.
There's
Like
that
the
weirdness.
angels supposedly
There's that
are,
weirdness
because
in
the
with
angels
free
have
will.
free will, right? But they're essentially in a state of perfection or whatever.
Without without a world without God, there's still in that sense of evil and suffering. So we have to replace that in our own worldview, in a sense, because without God, we still have that. So there's, in a sense, a problem of evil without God. And how is there still suffering? Is why is nature dependent upon these sufferings? Because that's the state
Well,
of the
see,
affairs in which we live. Like without God, we,
that's
we,
the
we we
thing.
just live in those state of affairs. So why, in a sense,
Yeah,
is it
but
called
that
evil?
makes sense, and it's not evil. It's only evil with God. So it's the problem of evil if God exists. If there's no God, then evil isn't really the correct word for it. You would say suffering, but we just it's the name of the argument itself is the problem of evil. But you could say the problem of suffering specifically. And as I said, if you grant human suffering, fine. Explain to me why there has to be fucking earthquakes or tsunamis or hurricanes, tornadoes, anything natural that kills people. Um, you know. And I guess all it does really is it just for me it at the very least stops there being any possibility of an omni god. There could be a god, but he clearly can't be omnibenevolent or yeah.
Well,
He
that's
could
the
have
weird
one or
thing.
two of the omnis, but he couldn't have all of the omnis.
To some degree, yeah, I agree with that. I don't think he's like the omni-powerful as people claims. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I think it's just something we fantasize about God because, again, it's something elevated, so why not throw the glory and honor that way? And I think
Mm.
atheists kind of do that as well. And it's like, well, yeah, it's great and it's a powerful source. It's like kind of like the dragon imagery, depending on where you come from. On the eastern side, the dragon is an honorable creature. On the western side, the dragon is a creature to be taken down, right? So it all depends on how you look at something. But then again, even how people interpret it, it's not exactly what it is. It's a myth, it's a legend, but it's still based in some truth and reality of what made it that way. Like in the context of dragons in the Bible being like lizards and things of that nature, serpents, mistranslations.
Mm. BroJo says it's only a problem if you believe in an all-loving, yeah, personal God. Exactly, BroJo. And that's like the closest I can get is some sort of deistic got the ball rolling sort of God, but then stepped back.
I don't get how is it a problem if it's an all-loving God? I don't get that.
Well, because then it, like, why does he? What? Like, where's the benefit from the 5 or 8 million kids that die before they reach the age of 5 every year? Whose benefit was that for? Like, what? Where does that fit into God's scheme of things? That suffering was necessary, and like it kind of not only has to be necessary, it has to be beneficial. It has, like, I was having this argument with someone the other night. They were saying that there's times suffering is good, but what they weren't getting was that they were saying the result of the suffering could be good. So, I suffer at the gym to build my muscles. It's like, yeah,
Yeah,
you're
that is the
saying that
context of
suffering's
suffering.
good
That is
because you
yeah.
get big muscles. The suffering itself is not good. The pain is not good. That's the suffering. The result, big
That's subject.
muscles,
That's actually subjective.
fantastic.
That's
But if
subjective.
it's but what
No,
I'm
no.
saying is if
What you're
it's
saying
not
is
those
no,
things,
no, because
hang on, just
when
let
you
me
get on.
finish the point.
Go ahead.
If it is what if it isn't suffering to you, it's not suffering. By definition, it ceased to be suffering. So if you're in the gym and you're like loving it, you're not suffering. The
Okay,
suffering part
so
is
this
the
goes
part
in. It's the same
that
way
that you
we
can't escape from. And if you say that it's enjoyable or that it has a good benefit, blah blah blah, then you're
it's
changing its definition from suffering now. It's
no,
not
no, no, no.
suffering.
It's not. It goes in the same way with work, and career and things of like nature. Like there's a no. They were having like I was in a post the other day, and this goes like the same way along it. It it goes like this. So someone wants to plant a garden, but because they don't want to work, and the argument was, well, if you don't want to work, you could always plant a garden, and there was going off the old adage, if you don't work, you don't eat, from communist Russia. And so they were going, well, you can just grow your own garden and eat off your own garden. And the argument was, yeah, but you see, that's also still manual labor. That's still work. Even if you're making your own garden, even if you enjoy it, that's still manual labor. That's still going. You're also doing work in order to eat. Even if you enjoy it, you're still doing the work into it. That's the point. The same thing is with suffering. Even though you're going through it, and it has that pain adage to it, it still is suffering because you still have to go through it. Because it's neither about. It's not about whether it's pleasurable or non-pleasurable. It's the fact of going through it. That's all that matters. The fact that it was gone through. That's what suffering is. That's what it is to suffer something. So like to suffer breakfast would be to like eat your breakfast and then and then you're done after it. You suffered it because it was like a big meal or something. So you were able to finish it all. Or you got done halfway and you suffered having to eat a big meal that you couldn't finish. It can go
That's
both ways.
that's kind of like that's a different definition of suffering though. That's like that's just meaning just doing.
To go through.
Yeah. But this actual suffer part, like it's got to be unpleasant or it's not really suffering.
Hmm.
Let's see. Let's,
I'm looking up the etymology. I'm pretty sure that the origin of it.
the state of undergoing pain, distress, or hardship.
Suffer verb
Another
allow to.
one,
Oh, here. Sorry.
pain, distress. Yeah, go on.
I was reading from the original etymology where it stems from. Mid 13th. Here, let me screen share before I continue so everyone can see what I'm talking about. I hate it. It's cold in my room and I'm shivering. Oh, I hate being on stream when I'm shivering because I get cold. I'm screen sharing.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. So to suffer breakfast would be to eat your breakfast, say, despite being nauseous or throwing up. You had to suffer the breakfast.
To
It's
endure
like,
pain, death, permitted grief.
yeah.
Permitted to bear, endure, resist, permit, tolerate, allow. To undergo, to bear, to endure, to carry, to put under. Put up, under, to carry, bear. Also to bear children. So can go into being
Ah,
pregnant. Yeah. That's the original context of it. So it, like I said, it all depends on whether you view it as good or bad. It's subjective on the same way. It's subjective on suffer or subjective, not objective. My bad.
um,
My mistake. It's subjective to
there's
how. Yeah.
one
Never mind.
simple one right there. Like I know there's parts in the Bible where God's saying using it as a punishment, which again is just messed up. But um, why do we need to live in a universe where birth needs to be painful?
Hmm.
It's like you will suffer childbirth, and that was
But
because
again,
of what Eve did. But like,
that is subjective.
really,
Even that is subjective.
dude, I would be careful about what you're saying next about women suffering childbirth.
No, I'm not saying women don't. I'm just saying that's still subjective.
But
Not
yeah,
every woman, in a sense,
challenge you
suffers.
to find a. I challenge you to find one who had a pain-free birth. I'm sure they're out there, but it would be like one in millions.
Probably, but I'm just saying it's still by status quo. It's still out there.
So there you go. Problem of evil. Why make all women or most women, even if it's 99%, even if it's 51%, why make 51% of women suffer to have the thing that you've told them to do?
Well, if it's the same
It's
concept of
just
just
odd.
going through childbirth, then yeah. Just wait to the day we have our um, wombs outside of the body. Then everyone would have a clone of themselves.
Well, the technology is there. Yes. See, BroJo knows it's
Yeah,
Eve's fault.
useful, of course. Yeah.
And vicariously every woman that
Sorry, I'm
came
coughing.
along since, which is my issue. And that, so the problem of evil and the other one, um, which I guess kind of somehow tied in with it a little bit, but my young mind could never understand, no one could explain to me in a way that helped me understand how I, in 2020, without having any choice in being born into this fucking existence and paying the fucking price of suffering and imperfection because some um childlike dude who was somehow representative of every human being that was going to follow thereafter, all 100,000 billion or whatever it is, that have existed. How the fuck am I got anything to do with that? Like, I'm born into sin. Like, what the fuck? Then don't born me? Well, like,
I guess it all depends
it's
on
such an
people's
odd
concept.
concept.
That's yeah, I'd say that's an inaccurate concept of sin anyway.
So you don't think we're born into sin?
Well, let me. It all depends on one's context of sin. Honest.
I don't know that I mean, the Bible says stuff later on about that only men should do the teaching and so on, but I don't know that it says much about anything. But maybe it does say Adam was
Sorry about that.
responsible.
Well, for the whole thing about the Adam and Eve, like I love how people always do this. Technically, the Bible never says like all women's childbearing is gonna be suffering. It's just Eve's. So like it's distinctive towards only one person and not a collective group as a whole. Like if God would have told said Adam, in a sense of mankind, was going
So
to receive the pain of childbirth, that would make more sense. But it's distinctly towards Eve, which is only
yeah, well,
towards
because
Eve
she
in
was
that
the one
sense.
that took the fruit from the serpent.
Right.
She
I mean,
initiated the whole thing.
even the whole thing with Adam, like no one ever says that Adam like tilling the ground and like producing thorns, right? So if women are having childbirth pains everywhere because of Eve, why aren't men every time men have a garden having thorns built, alongside those,
Because, Tog, the Bible isn't real. It is, well, it's real, but it
No,
isn't
no,
true.
it's
That's the
because
point.
that's that concept is
That's the
misunderstood.
whole point. The fact that you and me can go out and grow a fucking very healthy garden is proof that the toiling the ground thing was wrong. Because it's specifically if it didn't specifically have God saying, "And this I will pass
No,
this
again,
down,"
no, that's what I'm
to
saying,
each
dude.
generation, like
That's
he
that's
says
part
it.
of that's part of the misunderstanding of that's not meant for the whole fucking world. It's only meant for Adam and Eve's curse. It's their curse, like
That's what
their
I'm
personal
saying. The Bible
taxes.
specific, God Himself specifically says that it will pass on to all humankind. That's that's the thing. Like he literally tells them that they have basically cursed humankind. And if even if he didn't, right, that just again
No, yeah, he
it's
doesn't.
pushes
He
more
doesn't.
to
I'm
the
reading it right
point
now.
than if he only gave childbirth pangs to fucking Eve, then why is childbirth the most one of the most painful things a human being can go through? And
The top,
50%
actually,
of the
yeah.
population will attest to that. So is that just a coincidence that God said that, but it didn't apply to the whole race? Right? Since Eve was made from Adam, does this mean Adam was fucking himself or his twin sister? Technically, she was a clone, even though a female, which is really weird. So he was fucking himself.
By
Um,
technicality, I would agree. Which is
yeah.
also weird because apparently, like, the only way to clone from self is like you have to have a male, and then you can clone from the female from to female. But you can't go female to male in cloning,
Can
which
you
is
get a
weird.
male to female?
Yeah, in cloning, yeah. But when it comes to females,
See, Richard
going female to
Madsen
male is
was
weird.
right, man. Adam and Eve. Eve's just a clone from Adam. Keep it in the family. But my
And again,
question,
yeah,
and
that's weird to say, family,
so
if it's
how do you answer the fact that the Bible says that Cain took a wife, so a sister, essentially, and went to another city?
oh god, dude, please don't.
No?
I don't want you because you sound like a young Earth creationist, and I was like, Jesus, I don't want to go down that path because it's
I
just so
sound like a
silly.
young earth creationist.
Yes,
I'm an atheist, bro.
I know, but you sound like you're making such like young Earth creationist arguments. It's so sad.
I'm not making any
Or
argument.
better,
I'm asking
because most
you,
most young
what is your response to that being
most
in the Bible? I'll read the verse to you if you
I think
like.
I think no, I think people have a misunderstanding of what it actually says and what it actually means. So again, they take it in
Hence,
some weird
asking the
shit.
question, what is your take on it?
That's my take. Is that
What
people
is,
have a misunderstanding and they fuck
yes,
it up.
what's the misunderstanding?
what is the misunderstanding?
Mm,
I mean, it's kind of obvious. There's only one other
not to
option.
me.
What's the only other option if it presented when you go through that? It's like the only available option.
That it's all made up.
Okay, well then there you go.
So you agree that it's all made up?
Sure. People believe that. Sure.
Okay. I'm asking you. You're dodging it so hard.
Because it's so obvious. I hate repeating myself.
You've never ever ever said it to me, so you're not repeating yourself. If you and then if
I
that
know. I
sounds like
just
a
meant
you problem, dude. That's a you problem.
it is. I know.
If
I
it's that
acknowledge that.
simple, you should be able to explain it
I know, but I just don't want to.
because it's not obvious.
I rather someone go learn and figure it out for themselves than spoon feeding and the bullshit that I fucking had to do. Because otherwise, I'd rather get paid for it. Because fuck, if I had to go learn all this bullshit and it was, it was evident to me, then why the frick should do go study and go learn, go figure it out.
I have a feeling, Cryptomaria, that he will have a similar answer to that question.
Where did all the people come from after the flood? Yeah, right.
And again, I don't know what your answer is. I think you think it's obvious, but it isn't. The only other option to me, which is the most sensible one, is it's all bullshit. But I'm very open to another interpretation. Vonrek says, yep, he has nothing.
Oh yeah, of course.
So you're not a young Earth creationist. So
I'm
but
not in the
that
sense a
doesn't
literalist
explain
either.
anything. Like, do you just think that that at this point that Cain did this, they had that many children that they had spread out, so that by the time he took a wife and went somewhere else, there was established towns and
Okay,
cities
there
and
you
stuff.
go. See, finally you hit. Now I can talk about it because you went to the logical conclusion. Yes, there wasn't their family, but there was people before um Adam and Eve. All right,
There was
that's how you
people
get that people.
before Adam and Eve, so Adam and Eve
Yes,
weren't.
yes.
So how the hell are we paying for Adam's sin? Like, why did he become
Con-
so special that all of a sudden
Congratulations
he
on having a
represented all of
misunderstanding
mankind?
of a concept from the Bible. Congratulations.
No, you mean a misunderstanding of your interpretation of it?
That's no, because I'm not the one saying that it's
Yeah,
original sin. You are.
yeah, because that is the most accepted fucking interpretation of the Bible.
Well, that not really.
So you're kind of an outlier. So to
Maybe.
sit and pretend like
I
what
forget
you
if the
think is
I forget
obvious,
if I
dude,
forget if the
is
Catholics
really
believe
silly
in
because it's not obvious what's in
original
your head.
sin.
It's my birthday. We're gonna party like it's my birthday.
Happy birthday,
Hey, BroJo.
Oh,
BroJo, it's your
Sammy, this is what
birthday.
they do, Sammy. This is
It's
what they
your birthday,
do.
BroJo. I know, and I can't help but to bite back.
See, I think the more we advance in knowledge and science, the more Christianity has to get more fringed. You know,
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's not fringe. One,
and
Yekism's the one that's on the
separated.
fringe. You got to
Yeah.
remember that, man. That's the new thing. When I was
It's
a kid going to church, there was no thing as a Yek. I didn't find out. I was an atheist, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when I found out about young Earth creationism, and that's what got me to bully up the fucking Christianity in the first place. Was learning about Yekism, and then not understanding enough
Yekism.
about Christianity, right? Because it's with the falsehoods. It's that pseudoscience of Christianity. That's all it is. It's this
Do you bel
disingenuous shit people use. It's that cult pushing nonsense.
Do you believe that a person rose from the dead?
Yeah.
So then, why not believe any other claims in the Bible if you're going to believe someone can rise from the dead?
There's a difference between claims from genuosity and then the different claims that are are genuine. Sorry if I said that fucked up. Like I said, it's cold and I get shivery
Yeah, I
and then
don't.
I can't think. Genuine claims and disingenuous claims.
See, the talk is, because I mean, you could have said, well, God could do anything. In that case, then,
Well, I didn't say that.
no, I'm just saying it just seems that way. Like to
But don't
allow
put
that.
words in my mouth.
Okay, so why? How could God? How could your God raise somebody from the dead, but He can't make the earth in 6 days?
Why cow? I don't know.
This is what I mean, because now as science advances and finds out,
That's an
how
issue.
how warm the
That's
earth
a
is.
personal issue. It's not my issue. Just because I don't have an answer. Just because we don't see it that way, and I need the Bible to fit that 6-day interpretation. I don't need the Bible to fit a 6-day interpretation. I don't know why that would make sense to people. If people want to
But
make
you
that
need
make sense, then they can.
you need the Bible to have a person rise from the dead.
That's not necessarily true.
Oh, have you seen somebody rise from the dead?
There's technically been other people's rising from the dead, technically. However you want to see it, yeah.
I don't know.
Other
Do we have
claims.
evidence for that?
I mean, technically, yeah.
But there's never been a record of someone being dead, flat out solid dead for 3 days and then coming back to life. Yes, people's hearts stop and we restart it. Generally, if your brain's gone, that's the end of you. Like, there's no coming back from that shit. People's hearts stopping and being restarted isn't. We like to say it's dead. I died on the table, but you didn't fucking die, because if you died, you would be dead. It's that part of your system stopped, be it your heart, your brain, whatever.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it has to go in state of entropy. When does that start? At what state does it start? To be
Essentially,
considered dead.
immediately. That's what they say. As soon as death
Because what if you
occurs,
can still have activity, all that activity going on, but still be dead? Because it's just because there's shots firing, but nothing. It's simulating activity, but it's just shots firing.
they say that,
I don't know
and
enough.
I'd
This is
be
getting
interested
weird.
to
But yeah,
know. Yeah, I'd be interested to know how they know this. But they say there's like 8 seconds. I think it's the time it takes for maybe the blood to exit and then the brain to be oxygen starved from the lack of blood. But if you're beheaded, you have like 6 to 8 seconds where you can still see. So like if your head rolls off and you might see your body there without your own
Yeah, that'd be
head.
a crappy last few seconds watching your own body twitching.
well, that's usually why they put bags over people's heads.
Possibly, yeah. I and they I think there's something very disturbing about seeing someone's dead head as well. The face, the eyes looking at you.
Looking like you.
Yeah.
It's that you look.
It's insane to think about. It's insane to think that it's also recent, like it was the 1900s that hanging and guillotines and all of these methods were still used by governments in public executions.
Bring them back.
Like,
Right? Not enough.
Bring them
Not
back.
enough. Hey, PJ.
Hey guys, Todd, how y'all doing?
Doing
see,
good.
PJ?
Cold and freezing.
What's going on? We got a new look going on here. I see.
Oh, I love that so much. It's so cool.
How do you do that? Is that OBS?
Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
OBS. It's just putting the like
Okay.
overlays. Like let me see here. If I move the, see, it's just
Yeah.
PNG files. You could take out the background on them, so you could like make boxes and got little.
Cool.
This guy. Yeah.
Who's that?
Watch. Oh, that's that green guy, that weirdo that makes his own movies, and it's kind of like,
Why'd you have to die?
yeah. Why?
You guys turned
Why'd
me
you
on
have
to
to
that.
commit suicide? Why? I don't understand. You can't get out of this one.
You got yeah. I think it was you or someone else who turned me on to that fucking guy.
Yeah, it was a Will. Will and I were
That
watching
was
like
funny.
20-year-old movies.
Bro was on Nakasuchi's last night. That was a pretty decent stream.
Why'd you have to die?
It was very political.
Boring. No, sorry.
Are you Sam? You're doing like? Is there a JW review, or did you do it already?
Yeah, I was, but then I always get worried that people are just gonna find it boring. Because I don't know that everyone's gonna be as interested as I am in pointing out their bullshit.
No, do it too. Please point out their bullshit. Yes.
Well, the
Do it.
other quote unquote Christians who don't think they're Christians would love for you to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Please.
this is true.
Like Jesus.
Not
was
just,
a
my
God.
gosh. Yeah, there's another dude that I watched that Midnight showed me. He's like a psychologist guy or something like that. And he does these videos with like no leading sources and they're all secondhand hearsay, right? And they're all like in some way related to religious experiences of people and mostly through his language and the way he's speaking. So far we can tell that he's had at least a young earth creationist background, or at least he's targeting people with young earth creationist background, because he likes to mention that in Christianity the separation between evolution and Christianity, which again just isn't inherently the case. And he speaks of things like the age of the earth, I think, in one of his videos. But I'm not too quite sure about that last one because I think that's something Lizard said. But yeah, it's
Oh.
crazy, and people like most of his arguments are designed for like again that type of mentality that just it's those falsehoods of the Bible. It's so crazy.
So I want to get all your opinions, right? Because I was talking about roadblocks to my faith growing up. This is one of the very few things, and I'd forgotten about this one. One of the few things that I have not been able to actually disprove or debunk or whatever you want to say for myself. So they have this article, "The Earth is being ruined. What does the Bible say?" And it's just pretty standard stuff, just quoting shit from the Bible. But it made me remember this verse here. And this verse was one of those verses that I used to point to say, look, this is proof. Because 2000 years ago, with I think that was Bronze Age. I'm pretty sure it was about Bronze Age, around Jesus times and shit. It says, "But the nations became wrathful, and your own wrath came, and the appointed time came for the dead to be judged, and to reward your slaves, the prophets, and the holy ones, and those fearing your name, the small and the great, and to bring to ruin those ruining the earth." And I used to say, there was no way for primitive men back then to be ruining the earth. We're doing that now. How did they know back then that we were going to have pollution and climate change, and like that we would be ruining the earth? I'm interested in people's interpretation of this ruining the earth.
I mean, what goes around comes back around. And I think with the greater knowledge comes like again, they had like the fire pits, right, that they would burn stuff at to get rid of their garbage, which they probably didn't know was good because they were around that stuff and inhaled it, they probably knew they'd get sick. They probably knew at least if it wasn't good for them, it wasn't good for the environment. It's a matter of trying to decide how to better ways of getting rid of it, like how we did, and we started doing what landfills, and then that's bad for the land because of the animals and blah blah blah. I think it's just something that just repeats itself.
Yeah, so that makes sense, but I don't know if that's enough. Like there would be enough of
Maybe
that.
it's some sort of sounds gonna sound weird, but of an ancient knowledge that's been passed down through generations that people just kind of like what we're talking that comes around goes around, or more like it happened before. History repeats itself. Like there's a tribe. I think it's in Ethiopia somewhere. They're a real primitive type of tribe, and they have no sorry, excuse me, like space travel or idea of that. They just live in huts and shit like that. But yet they know the planets, how they move, some stars, and some things that they would that just sound like they shouldn't have, but they call themselves the keepers of ancient knowledge, and they won't let any other knowledge out other than certain people in the tribe. So there's a lot of things that these people who found this tribe still don't know what these people know, because they can't get to the inside knowledge of what they know, but yet they still know planets, certain types of like prophecies, like what you're talking about here about the world destroying itself, about pollution, things like that. They still tell stories like that, yet not really living in it, but they still hold the information, which is really
Yeah.
weird. If
But
they
I
have that
guess
information like that.
what I'm trying to understand is like, what do you propose they imagined as ruining the earth? What did that mean to them? Um, like
Well,
burning forests down, or like
there's
I can't even understand how they had a concept of that back then.
there's a certain
Ruining
pope.
the earth.
There's a certain pope that talks about how society will later on forego its sexual deviance, and then it will slowly turn into crap, like political means. I gotta find an article where there's a certain church father that speaks about it. Like literally hits it on the nail with like the gender equality, but that's always throughout the ages. Again, it's things they see going on
Exactly.
then that's being pursued on. It's
And
always going on. It just as we progress, it just gets
exactly, I
more
do get
extreme,
that.
more extreme.
I do get that. Um, like with the sexuality thing, it's like ancient cultures, a lot of them, like the Greeks and Romans and stuff especially, were mainly homosexual when it come to sex for recreation, and they generally just laid with the wives and that to have their children. So it's not like homosexuality is a new thing, or this, we're all debased
Right.
now and blah blah blah. It's always happened. But the thing I just can't get my head around is who the hell was ruining the earth? In what way? Yes, it's got worse now, but even that, how were they doing it in a less worse way? I
I
just
was gonna
can't
say
get my head around.
perhaps they're ruining it by trying to force evolution instead of adapting with like they're trying to force the hand of change, like sexuality in that regard. There's a forceful hand into that to where we're trying to push for that change to happen so that we may enter into
Yeah.
that next level. But we're forcing
Do
the
you,
hand in it instead of letting it play out. Like, and I'm not gonna say God, but I was gonna say it as nature, functions, not intended, but functions. We're
mm,
trying to
mm,
go outside of that functions in our way of knowledge and becoming gods in a sense, because that's what we came up with the concept. If from an atheist perspective, we came up with the concept of gods Now we want to achieve that perfection because we made something that we have to live up to. So we're trying to change
Yeah.
our way into being that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that
All
was
right,
a
but
bit.
I gotta get going. Shit.
No worries. See you,
Take care,
Tom.
guys.
Thanks
God
for
bless.
dropping in.
Yeah, have
Take
fun. It
care.
was good, dude.
Yeah, good chat. I guess Tog did sort of made me see another angle to it. I could be taking it far too literally, and they could mean by ruining the earth, um, men introducing the wrong god or bad morals. They may not be specifically meaning physically destroying the planet.
Or it's just a story made out of imagination or mushrooms.
Or it's a story made out of fucking imagination and
Yes.
mushrooms. Yeah. I just found that one little prophecy was eerily true, and that I couldn't see how it could relate to that time.
Yeah. What did the JW say? What they?
Well, that's exactly what they say. What I was saying, that it's essentially proof that we're in the last days. I'll show you. Share. The earth is being ruined. The Bible says God will bring ruin to those ruining the earth. The Bible verse teaches us three things. Human actions will significantly harm the earth. The ruining of the earth will end, and God, not humans, will solve the planet's environmental problems. See, that there is such a huge issue. For any sort of environmental progression as a species, when people think we don't need to worry about it because it's God's problem, God's going to solve it, see?
Yep.
The Bible states that the earth remains forever. It will always be inhabited. The righteous will possess the earth and they will live forever on it. The health of our planet will be completely restored. The wilderness and the parched land will exult, and the desert plain will be joyful and blossom as the saffron. That's it. That is a weak argument. They've literally just based the whole thing on that verse. Bring to ruin those ruining the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And then say we learnt three things, that it's humans doing it. Well, it doesn't actually say that. It just says he'll ruin the ones ruining it.
It just has to be true, Sammy, and we've got to go through all the hoops and gymnastics that we can to make it true. Otherwise, if we don't have the Bible, then what? What are we going to do? Man is hopeless, aimless, immoral, set for ruin. The Bible's got to be true. What are you talking about?
We're all going to rape and murder and...
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, look at this. They've done something on school shootings. What does the Bible say? Why do these atrocities occur? The Bible describes our time period as the last days when many people would have no natural affection. No natural affection.
I guess that's
I know the verse.
homosexuality.
Yeah, and well, men will lie with men and be lovers of money and of themselves. Will be fierce, engaging in brutal and savage actions. Those, because it never happened before.
I know.
Only now in the last days. Those displaying such traits would advance from bad to worse. Many people wonder, why doesn't God prevent terrible tragedies like school shootings from happening? To see the answer, read this article. Oh, and then how can we cope?
Just amazing. Every generation is in the last days. It's just amazing.
Did the Bible predict the way people think and act today? Do you love the picture? That's how they see like non-Jehovah's Witnesses. Look, in love with themselves,
Magician,
angry,
a ninja.
yep,
What's it?
politician. No,
Politician.
that's a Molotov cocktail, so that's
Oh,
a
okay.
protester. And
All
this
right.
old lovey's probably gambling.
Oh, that's money. Okay, okay. There's a little
Yeah,
hot.
see, she's like, oh dear. Yes, the Bible foretold that people in general would change for the worse during our time. It indicated this change would lead to a large-scale moral decay and collapse of social values. That's a big, big claim. Here's that verse. Know this, that in the last days, critical times hard to deal with will be here. This is like the JW go-to verse. There's like tattooed on their foreheads. For men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, haughty, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, disloyal, having no natural affection, not open to any agreement, slanderers, without self-control, fierce, without love of goodness, betrayers, headstrong, puffed up with pride, lovers of pleasures rather than lovers of God, having an appearance of godliness but proving false to its power. And from these turn away. So, and I remember saying, well, you can't deny that. That's how everyone is in this day and age. But we
And
forget that
last
that's
day and
how
age and last
how
generation.
it always was. Exactly.
Things
Yeah,
do
it's
seem
always-
more in your face though now, right? I mean, I could point to some things. I don't want to get into that. Just get crazy now, especially with the whole trans issue. But I mean, as I think things are more out in the open, um, and since tolerance is higher, um, it allows it to come out in the open more
Yeah.
because people have been practicing things, in top secret for a long time because they don't want to get killed.
Yep. And it's also the onset of the internet, but
Yeah.
once upon a time, like not only if you had like a weird interest or fetish or kink or something, like you're on your own. Um, but I don't even think you could be aware of half of the fucking kinks out there
Mm,
until the internet. And then all of a sudden, not only oh yeah, there's this thing that I like, but there's a whole group of people that like it too.
right.
And you get the fundamentalists who think that it's it's something new and that the world's becoming wicked and dirty.
Well, like one thing is, I was trying to remember that it was. I don't think it maybe even 10, maybe a little longer than that. I'd say 20 years ago, right? The only time you see what I guess people would see like call a freak or a weirdo was like on a talk show, like Geraldo or Sally Jesse Raphael or something like that. But now with the internet, like you're saying, it's just everywhere and everything, and people are just being who they are. But it's just
Unless you were in the Greenwich Village in the 80s.
right.
70s, 80s, some of the 90s.
Right.
Freaks
It's
all
always
over the place.
it's
I was
weird too.
one
It's
of-
always like the gays that are a little more flamboyant and weird. There's a place in Hillcrest in San Diego where it's just crazy over there, man. Just tits out, little town. I mean, the internet and the fads, and in a weird way, I don't know if it's being pushed, but it's definitely being placed upon subliminally and through the weaknesses of the parents for the children to be more socialist, more feminine like, more, the males, I mean. Yeah, it's almost weird. Like
Hey, Joe
suppressing man or man, whatever it is to be of what a man is, I guess.
And what if we are high, Grant Farmer?
But I mean, it got us this far, with
Yes,
men.
we are.
Imagine if women ruled the world. Jesus.
Yeah. Like, this is the thing. In some aspects, it would be so much better, and then there are aspects it would fucking suck. Just
Right?
like
Yeah.
men only shouldn't run the world. Like,
Mhm.
we have different aspects, and then it's even comes down to the individual as well. Like,
But we're also seeing a change in, excuse me, decent weed. What I forgot to say. On how, like, men kind of ruled and men chose in a weird way what the next generation will be like, because they kind of ruled things, right? So, but now women in the last so many years with women's rights and all that in the 60s, and where they had that big thing in the 30s of that one chick, it's like the women are choosing the next generation of men. And
yeah,
the last couple generations, I think the women have the pick and choose. They're the ones that would find who they want, whether it be because of love or because of money or whatever
yeah.
it was. The women are choosing now.
Whoa.
And look where it's got us.
So
Yeah, man.
how's this?
Especially single women's raising fucking men, young boys, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So China, the wonderful, bizarre experiment of a country that is. So after they stopped people having, or they brought in the one baby policy or whatever it was called,
Yeah.
they ended up with all these fucking males, right? That can't get jobs and stuff. They can't, like, there's just, too much competition. But there's something like 3 men for every woman. So they can't get wives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's been this massive shift in power that the women are deciding about marriage and stuff, and like having, up to 10 blokes chasing them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just absolutely bizarre. It doesn't seem like something that would happen in a modern world.
Yeah. I look at the modern world right now. I see a lot of laziness. I see a lot of um, complacency in government security. You know, I see that quite a bit where I'm at here in areas that I grew up in. People are just a lot of it has to do with laziness. They just don't want to do anything. Rely on the government for everything. That kind of trips it up. You know, you have to take care of these people, and I don't know, man. It's kind of screwed up. Some people just find that as just living off the government, living off what they can get. That might have something to do with it too. Just the easy living of the poor. They get cars, cell phones, apartments. Sometimes they get things better than the working class. And when I was working my ass off, and trying to pay a condo and have a kid, one at the time. And I could see my sister there just laying on her back, making more babies, actually getting a little more than I was making with Section 8, paying half the rent I was, and yet they're still crying for fairness. They still want more and more and more. And that's a big problem we have. And then they breed these children in that ghetto environment of free money, and it's just a mess. It almost seems like it's set up that way. I think it's to feed the prison systems, because that's what America makes. That's what we produce. We produce criminals.
Yeah.
We produce soldiers and criminals. And they can make a lot of money out of the criminals.
Yeah. Speaking of like the modern society and money and stuff, something that's an absolutely bizarre concept to me, and I don't know if it's maybe just a states thing. I've only seen it on TV and docos and stuff, but apparently it's a thing for homeless people to have mobile phones and
Oh
devices
yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff.
they do. Yeah, that's
Like,
Obama did that thing. I got my Obama phone. So if you're on welfare, if you're getting food money, or like a food card, or you're getting some type of benefits, or if you're on Social Security, then you could go down and get yourself. Just put that number down that you have for your benefits number, and you'll get a cell phone. And it's a certain amount of income too that you can get with this free cell phone. And it's an Android, and it has all the bells and whistles that any other one would. Pretty decent phone.
right, so that's where they're getting them.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if college, because I'm not sure if you're a college student, if you can get one too that way. It just goes
And
by.
now they can, pinpoint them by GPS, and
Oh yeah,
talk
they know what they're
talk
doing.
them
All the
out.
text.
Talk them out one at a time.
Oh, they love it. Yeah, because if they're going to get busted for crimes, right? So they're going to pull their cell phones. Who they text, who they called last. It's a good thing in a weird way. It's almost like the chip, and there's a starter for the chip. Just give them a cell phone, and they'll hold on to that cell phone because they'll play their games, and they'll have their shit in there. Pictures of their shopping carts. I got this one at Costco, man. It's like a fucking limousine. Check it out. Lightweight plastic, goes up hills.
About that fucking TikTok. Talk about data collecting from China, man, because it's a China-owned company.
Yeah, man.
That owns TikTok, and it's collecting
info.
all data on all those kids that are using TikTok.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny too, because everybody go and start giving all their information out, and everything they talk about, their faces on there, and China's receiving all this information, and the back door to get into, like, let's say a login and something. All you need to know is your email, what color was a car you owned, or first car, your dog's name, and they'll release all this information. So how easy would it be just to get into their personal shit if they have that information already? I mean, they could always hack into it through IPs, I guess.
Tesla, I think Elon even said, Tesla's not a car company. It's a data collecting company. Because those cars go around collecting data all over.
Oh, cameras on.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. It's like the camera on your PC. You never know when it's watching you,
I forgot that the JWs believed it was conception. See
Oh,
how
like
they always post stuff on what's current in the media at the minute.
yeah, that whole Roe versus Wade being overturned. People going to different states to get abortions, I guess.
And not just JWs, but yeah, most Christians would believe that
Yeah.
life begins at conception.
Oh. Do you want to see? Let's see if this is one of those spots where they've changed the Bible.
Oh, embryo definitely had to, right?
Yeah. Psalm, what was it? Psalms 139:16. Psalms 139.
This is the scientific version.
Like, your eyes saw my unformed body. Your eyes even saw me as an embryo. Like,
What's the
you know,
King James? How's the King James phrase that?
so that's
I'm curious.
that was
Right, yeah.
NIV. Let's see what King James says. James says, "Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect, and in thy book all my members were written." So again, my substance, but they've fuck me, embryo. That's about as blatant as it gets, actually.
Yeah.
They've changed a lot, but it's usually a lot more subtle than that. See, and then so they change the fucking verse and then use the verse to base their dogma off.
Oh yeah, and it's amazing how many different versions of the Bible we have now, and in English. It's like how many times do you need to translate the English version, right? And because
Yeah.
they want to add all these things, bring it up to date. No, no, make it relevant.
The Bible writer Luke, a physician. I know the word, but fuck, my mouth doesn't want to say it. Used the same Greek word to describe an unborn baby as he did to describe a newborn baby. And then they give this weak ass verse that an infant in her womb leaped. So it could be like 8 months and 2 weeks old. That doesn't tell us shit. See the next one.
I think she was 6 months when Mary got conceived. I think Elizabeth was 6 months pregnant already.
And this is a sign for you. You'll find an infant wrapped in strips of cloth. I mean, it's a bit pointless showing us when this is in English anyway. And they went quickly and found Mary as well as Joseph and the infant. So they're saying that they've used infant here for a baby in the stomach and the same word as for after it was out of the stomach. But the one in the stomach, as you say, was 6 months old.
Yeah, and at
So
that
it's
point, I
not the
would have to,
same.
as
Keep
far as
going.
I mean, I'm just saying, as far as that, I would have to agree with them. Then I would be against abortion in that case, if for a 6 month old.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But they're trying to claim here, that it's at conception, is beginning at conception. So no morning after pill. If is abortion wrong if the life of the mother or child is in danger? In view of what the Bible says about the life of an unborn child, a person would not be justified in having an abortion because of a potential health risk to the mother or child. What about the rare situation where at the time of the childbirth an emergency forces the child between saving the life of the mother or the baby? In such a case, those involved would have to make a personal decision about which life to try to save.
You know what weirds me out about this is that, like, they have the same God as the Hebrew God, right? Like, it's the same God. They took that God,
Yeah.
but then they wanted to change everything because, according to the Hebrew traditions, life begins when you take your first breath. It's the same reason Orthodox
Yes.
Catholics won't baptize a stillborn baby because they never took their first breath.
Yep. So, are you ready for this? Right. So, a child is a child at conception, according to if you want to abort the child. But when asked, will my unborn child be resurrected at paradise? The answer is no, because God says it doesn't take life until its first breath.
See, that's what it's like. How do you take the Hebrew God and the Hebrew
Which is
concept
it?
and then try to warp it into this ridiculousness? They had their beliefs. Life began at first breath, and in their culture, you actually prioritize the life of the mother over the life of the baby. It's not as difficult a decision in their culture. Like, you prioritize the life of the mother, and life begins at first breath. How do you take their God and their culture and then try to rewrite it? Like, they're wrong about their own God. I don't get it.
It's funny. At this time, right now, 57 years ago, I took my first breath.
Happy birthday, dude.
Yeah, right.
May
And I'll
Happy birthday,
Don't
man.
abort me! Don't abort me!
I'll speak for the Christians that aren't here. And aren't you glad your mum didn't abort you?
Ugh, whatever. May you, I wouldn't know any better if my mom aborted me. I wouldn't be happy or sad.
Exactly.
But anyway, seriously, may you laugh bunches and your smile not fade and you have all your favorite people around and all that good stuff today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right on. So have you just hit the age your dad was when he passed, or you're past it?
My passed it. Yeah, he died at 56. So
Oh, and you're 57?
I'm 57.
Then may you live 57 more.
Sounds good. I'm
I
planning at
think
105.
114's.
I know. I'm looking at 105. You know.
You,
Like I said earlier, I went to
body
Grandma
stayed
George's
young.
104th birthday and she was dancing and eating steak. So
Go.
you never know.
Yeah, good on her.
Yeah. As long as I'm doing something like that, yeah. But if I
Yeah.
can't eat and wipe my own ass, I don't know if I want to be alive anymore.
Exactly. For me, it's about the quality of life, not necessarily the quantity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But you'd be surprised. In my industry of work, the people I see that have some fucked up lives, but it's like they just have so much positivity and fight, and it's like I look at myself and I just feel so shamed. Because these people just get up every day and like attack life, and they're physically or mentally disabled in some horrific way, but that I think I wouldn't even be able to. I say, oh, I'd take the easy way out and fuck that. But these guys just hit life head on. It's insane. I'm not putting yous down because I'm with you. I've always said, like, if I lost my legs or anything too major. Just take the rest of me out, because I don't want to live with someone else having to wipe my ass and clean my bits.
It's so weird because like I feel the same way, but on the other hand, like looking at people I've lost, I'd gladly do that if they were still here. So it's I don't know, it's sort of weird. Selfish, I guess.
Plus, it's I think it's also the experience of it. You never know until you're into that position of what you're really
Yeah.
going to do.
Well, no, because I think his position didn't change, right? Like he would rather not somebody have to take care of him like that, but I would rather take care of him like that than lose him, right? As we
Right.
did. So
Yeah. That is it is a funny dynamic. And poor BroJo, it's his birthday, and we keep getting onto like the darkest topics.
It was my choice to come into this hangout, so don't blame yourself.
This is true.
All right,
This is true.
it's my choice to be here. Listening.
Let's talk about mortality, longevity, and death today.
But soon I will be taking advantage of my birthday and getting 20% off at the dispensary today.
All right.
Excellent. So everyone local to BroJo, give him a call, put your orders in.
Can you get that free senior citizen breakfast at Denny's yet? Did you reach that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm already in the over 55 club, right?
Oh, dude, it's over when they start sending you those AARP.
Oh yeah, that was at 50. They keep moving the date back. Why? People are living longer, but yet AARP is like now it's 50 and over.
I started getting them about a year ago, and I'm only 47.
I was gonna say, don't feel bad. I'll be 38 at the end of this year, and I'm already getting calls from Medicaid and AARP, and I'm like, guys, wrong age group.
You got to overstock on walkers, and cruise ticket sales are going low.
Yeah. And like,
oh, it's Medicare, isn't it? It's Medicare. I said Medicaid. I meant Medicare.
I don't know, I think a big part of it for me, like not wanting to grow old, was my nan that I said earlier, who lived to 98. The last couple of times I went to see her, she just kept saying, don't get old. Just don't get old, Sam. I was just like, fuck. I don't know if you're supposed to be like saying that to me, Nan.
Yeah,
that's terrifying. I don't know. Like I said,
it was, but like the thing with my Nan, obviously 100 years old, so it comes from a very, very different time. So she was very blunt, even though she was very caring and gentle and kind, loving lady. It was just like pure, unfiltered, whatever come out her mouth, and all she was saying, it was like about herself, not like die young, go and die. It was like, this is so horrific and painful. Like,
yeah, okay. My grandmother, my grandmother. Maybe it's because she was very optimistic. But a couple of my grandmothers, especially my great grandmothers, lived really, really long. Like I told you, Grandma George, she was almost 106 before she passed away, and she was doing fine on her 104th birthday. And Grandma Hawkins, she was I think she died right after she turned 100, I think, is when she passed away. But she would tell me that it hurt to get old, but if you stayed young at heart, it was still worth it. And she would tell me, just stay young, just stay young, just never let go of the child in you. And I haven't. Like, I'm still the person who runs out in the rain. I'm the first to climb the snow hill. I'm racing the kids and the teenagers at the amusement park, you know. But she was like, you just keep that kid with you as you grow old, because it'll hurt, but if you have that kid, it's so worth it.
Yeah. That's really nice. See, my nan was just too like, she lived through 2 wars. She was born, well, not really, I guess she was young in the first one, but she was born in 1913. She outlived 2 husbands and 6 children. Of her 8 children, only 2 were alive when she died. Like, I can't even.
You know,
And they didn't, like, 1 died young, but the rest died as adults.
see, I don't know how Aunt
So
Dawn for me is that person. I don't know how she does it. Whenever I'm having a really bad day, I automatically stop and think of her, and I'm like, look, if this woman can go every day with that kind of smile on her face, I can do it too. I can do it too, because bless her heart. Her first husband drank himself to death. Her next husband, who she ended up divorced from and still took care of until he drank himself to death. She had 2 kids. Her daughter got brain cancer when she was a young teenager. They did brain surgery that saved her, but she slowly deteriorated after that. Her son was super healthy, super buff, really outdoors kind of guy. Called his mom one day, Mom, I can't see anything. And he's freaking out. Bam, died of cancer. Then lost her daughter to cancer. She lost her dad when she was very young. She's already lost her mom. And she, at her brother's funeral, at her little brother's funeral, she just gave me this big hug, and she had these big tears. And she said, you know, I lost my kids. I lost my parents. I lost my husband. She said, the one person I thought would be there with me through my life was my little brother. And that just broke my heart. So anytime I'm having a really rough day, I'm like, if Aunt Dawn can smile, I can smile. We can do this.
yeah. That's like my nan, and I think it just, so even though she was such a soft, gentle, loving person, she was made very hard on the outside by all the shit that happened to her, I suppose. Like, one of her daughters that died, she was with 2 of her daughters. That the daughters were in their 30s at the time, so Nan was 50, 60 odd. They were going to cross a road. They were going to a Jehovah's Witness convention. They were crossing the road, and one of the daughters went ahead, and this car was like excessively speeding, hit her with such force that, like, she flew a long way through the air, and obviously died instantly. But Nan had to witness that. So I can't imagine what fuck that was like. But she was also in, like, the time she came from, living through the wars and that, she used to have all these hangover racial phrases and things that she wouldn't realize what she was saying. Like, she'd say, close the blinds because the gooks might be looking in.
Yeah. Or even the term yellow bellied, right? Or yellow commies. Like, somebody called somebody a yellow commie, and he was a much older gentleman. And I said, and he knows me. We get along. I'm not didn't just jump on a random person, so everybody knows. But he was in Vietnam and stuff like that, you know. And I said, you know, that's racist, right? And he said, how is that racist? I just called him a commie. And I said, no, you called him a yellow commie. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, you're like, that's basically, you're calling him Asian. And
Yeah.
And that's not even accurate because yes, China is probably like the biggest commies we know, but the fact is, majority of communism is probably what in like South America. So it's not even accurate. And he was like, I did not realize that was racist. I guess I just never considered where it came from. And I was like, okay, well, can we please stop using this term? He was like, I will just use commies. And I was like, thank you. That's better.
Good on him for being open to look at his position.
Yeah, he's a
age.
really old man, but I wouldn't say he's like a stuck in his ways kind of old man.
So I haven't bothered. I was going to look at the latest convention that the JW's put out. That was the plan if no one turned up, and I was just going to do a review. But because people have turned up, it is literally way too boring for us to look at. But let's look at their latest cartoon for kids, which is called "Why Obey God If We Can't See Him."
Hey, Sophia, I want the answer. That's okay.
So what happened after the math test?
He tried to give her the answer, but... Hey, why didn't you take the answer? Yeah, you could be the best in the class. Some things are just more important. Like what? Like being honest. Come on.
Do you notice the demeanor of the worldly kid? And by worldly, I mean, sorry, that's a Jehovah term. A non-Jehovah's Witness kid.
You mean like
Sophia.
how wicked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there were two different reactions from two different worldly kids. Looks like one, they won't talk too much, and the other, they might try to convert.
Yeah. It's insane.
If you did take the answers, who would know? Jehovah. But why obey God if we can't even see him? Well,
Oh, shit. Go through my indoctrination. Fuck, I don't have an answer.
Dad, how can I show Zoe that Jehovah sees us?
We don't see Jehovah, but how do you know he's there?
From the Bible. But Zoe just started learning.
Because the Bible tells me so.
True. Can you think of something from Jehovah she's already seen?
Creation. It's the last paragraph here. God is the one who made all these things. God made the heavens and the earth. He made people too. What are your favorite things that God made? Well, I love sunsets, fruit, playing with my dog, and my mom. Aw, Jehovah made those things because he loves you. Even though I can't see him, my favorite things remind me that Jehovah sees me. And that you always want to listen to him.
Sorry, threw up in my mouth a little bit.
How
Oh my god.
wouldn't he have to make her parents before he knew her? How did he make her parents because he loved her?
Wow, yeah, dude, like the fucking web that he must be able to see to know who to create for
I guess
people.
he didn't love the kid that got abused by their parents because he didn't give him very good parents.
Yeah, wow.
Right.
And did you see the overarching thing there that is like you may not have seen it from an outside perspective, but the main fucked up thing of that video is that they expect their children to use the school as the child's what they call territory. When they go witnessing door to door, they have territories. So they'll hand out little maps and go, this today we're going here, and they'll cover a whole area in a certain amount of time and then start again. Well, children are told that school is their territory.
That's
And so you can
heartbreaking.
see that
Yeah.
it's like Sophia is witnessing to her friend. And it's all about like all that stress and shit about how am I gonna fucking convert my friend properly or answer this question? It's
So that they don't ever
and then
get to
they
be a kid.
no.
That's messed up.
And you could see like the techniques were put in there that they also teach when witnessing, like asking questions. So she asked her, what do you love? So get them engaged and get them talking about themselves. And like they teach them all these manipulating techniques, but from the point of view that it's not being manipulating, it's just engaging them. But it's so dishonest.
I always feel bad for the Mormons and Jehovah Witnesses that turn up on my door. I can't help but them invite them in and offer them snacks and refreshments.
Yeah.
Of course,
Which
a few
they
visits later they leave because I have too many questions for them, but snacks and refreshments in the meantime.
which they were always grateful for, because they would mark you down as a Bible study for one when they get invited in. And any time spent on one person is less time you have to be knocking on other people's doors, so less chance of being abused and all that sort of negative stuff that comes with it.
A few of them got really excited and brought I can't answer this. Let me bring my elder with me next time. But bless their hearts. I'm polite and I entertain them as much as possible. But once they reach a point where they're like, I guess we can't answer all her questions, they eventually give up.
Yeah. And it's another contradiction that they have, because they believe in the women can't teach doctrine. So there's no women elders or ministerial servants or anything in the congregation. Women can put their hand up and give answers, and they can. So growing up, young boys will give Bible talks and different talks in what they call the theocratic ministry school, which is essentially where they learn to witness. But women aren't allowed to give talks. So what they do is give demonstrations where they'll stand up on stage with another lady, say, and like pretend they're at the door and do a demonstration if someone raises this question or something. But women can't teach, but they're allowed to go door to door and do Bible studies and teach
I think
whoever's.
it's because purity may outweigh women's submissiveness, right? Like they don't want a boy alone with a girl or a girl alone with a man. So it's okay for a girl to lead a girl because they'll bring her back to the church where the elder men can do it. And this idea
Yeah,
of purity outweighs that one niche little a man should be teaching.
yeah, you're right. And I think if women do, like, say it's two women going door to door and they did come across a man, they would do the whole thing and do the Bible verses and talk for however long, but the next visit would be bringing a man. They
Right. And if he
wouldn't
invited them in for
do the
refreshments, they
study
would
with him.
decline politely.
Yeah,
Right. Because of the purity image.
yeah. Fuck, it just seems like a whole universe apart from me now. It's so surreal to think that I ever had to knock on people's doors and try and talk to them about God.
Okay, I know I know a Jehovah's Witness. She would not even, if her husband wasn't home, she would not even let her father-in-law in the house. She would not let a man that was not her child
Really?
in the house ever if her husband was not home.
It's
No
funny
car
because
rides, nothing.
yeah, because I left quite young. I didn't get exposed to all the weirder aspects of the religion, like that sort of stuff. And because my family was pretty dysfunctional in the religion as well as just in daily life. Like my dad stopped going to the meetings and that when I was probably 10 or 11. So they weren't like strong in the faith or anything to begin with. But I remember seeing some things, like I was at a friend's house once and the mum was giving prayer before dinner and she put a tea towel on her head. And I was like, what the fuck is that about?
To cover her head.
Because the husband's there but he's not a witness. So he refused to do a prayer, but because the religion says the husband is the head, she has to, it's like she has to show that she's in submission by giving this prayer and that
Right.
she doesn't want to. She'd rather the husband be doing it.
She's in submission, but
Like,
she's also covering her head, right? Because you have to cover your head to speak up and all that. But I don't know. She was an interesting person. I found out that she wouldn't even give a car ride to a male that was not her child because A, she didn't drive if her husband was in the car. He drove, obviously. But B, because like I found out because a coworker of mine, one of my friends at work came up to me and was like, "Hey, my car's in the shop, but it's just like A, it's on your way home, and B, it's like 4 blocks from here. Can you give me a ride after work to go pick up my car?" And I was like, "Sure, no problem. I'll drop you off on my way home." And like she just looked like I stole her puppy or something. Like she just looked at me like horrified that I was giving a male coworker a ride to pick up his car. Who knows my husband and who hangs out with us.
yeah,
So I don't know. But she was horrified. She was like, the impropriety.
yeah. See, and it's not just the gender thing either. Because they're so insular and they see everything outside Jehovah's Witnesses as worldly or owned by Satan. Um, they they view everyone suspiciously and as so. Another one of their buzz verses that they go to is um, bad association spoils useful habits. So that's that's the one verse they'll go to say, like, don't associate with worldly people. Or we understand that you're going to have to because you exist in the world, but you need to make it minimal as possible. And that includes your worldly children, because your own children are apparently bad association
That's just
and will
terrible. That's
spoil you.
awful.
It doesn't even say like will turn you on your against God, or it's just will spoil useful habits. But, it's enough for them to. It's funny. I've tried to show a few of them that it was about 1960. So anyway, early 1960, say 6, they put an article out, like scathing article, um, saying that the Catholic Church are disgusting because of their shunning practice and that it's unbiblical. And by the end of 1966, they had introduced disfellowshipping and shunning. Well,
The
they
thing
don't
is,
call
though,
it
like
shunning, but
in a lot of situations, not in every situation, but in a lot of situations, if nobody brought up religion or their faith, like you wouldn't even know who was theist and who wasn't by like their attitude or their like there are people who think I'm a Christian until I specifically say I'm not. So
yeah.
what useful habits would that like if you didn't even know, how would they even possibly be spoiling useful habits? Or is it the idea of a
Mm,
worldly person being happy that you can be happy without this that spoils it?
yeah. I think it's the fear that so that they'll twist it so it looks like they're causing you to lose your faith, or um making you distant from God, or introducing doubts.
Or if I don't stop and pray, maybe they'll forget before they eat.
Yeah. But I swear it's just a fear that it's the same reason they don't encourage education. They say so many young ones go out into the world and get an education, and that turns them away from God. It's like, no, you mean they woke up to themselves and realized it was all bullshit. And it's the same, yeah, same reason they won't let you, especially if they call you apostate. So if you've been deemed apostate, which if you look up the definition, simply means you've decided you stop believing. That's it. That's all apostate means. You don't believe anymore. But their version of apostate means actively against. So me, for instance, if any of my family knew that I talk about this online and that, I'd be instant. Fuck devil horns, like instant apostate. My mum would not be allowed to speak to me anymore, um, at all. Which is why, for the most part, when I first came on YouTube, I never came on screen. But then I came to a point where I was like, well, you know what? I'm not the one in the fucking cult. Why, why do I have to change my life or hide or suffer? So
Well, I'm glad you decided to show your face. So there.
thanks, Pixie.
Also, I'm gonna have to rewind
And
and catch part of that because Super Munchkin was harassing me.
uh um I was just saying how if my family knew that I was here doing this on YouTube, like talking about it and stuff so negatively, um I would be deemed an apostate, and I wouldn't just be a bad association anymore. Mum could still talk to me because I'm her son, she would not be able to talk to me at all if I was an apostate.
Oh,
Because
got you. Yeah.
they've twisted the word apostate to mean actively against rather than just no longer believes. Which I am actually actively against. But yeah. Yeah, so that's why for the longest time I didn't come on screen. But then I thought, fuck, why bother? If they see it and decide to shun me completely, well, I guess I have to see it as their loss, right?
I would. But it's still not an easy thing.
No,
Even
and
if you have
it sucks
terrible
most for
parents, it's
grandkids
not an
and
easy
stuff.
thing.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
It just makes me sad. They seem like they don't have much of a childhood.
No, you don't get a great childhood. See if I can find this. I've still shared this page, haven't I? Here we go. So this is a little example of the kind of childhood.
From the beginning, Jehovah has always cared about people. Sadly, many of them have caused him great pain. But some have made him very happy. Jesus always made Jehovah happy. Satan didn't like this. He tried everything to get Jesus to do what was wrong.
If you are a son of God, tell these stones to become loaves of bread.
It is written, man must not live on bread alone.
If you are a son of God, throw yourself down. For the angels will carry you on their hands, so you may not strike your foot against a stone. Prove it to them.
Again, it is written, you must not put Jehovah your God to the test.
See all this glory. It is mine, and I give it to whomever I wish. And all these things I will give to you if you fall down and do an act of worship to me.
Go away, Satan. For it is written, it is Jehovah your God you must worship, and it is to him alone you must render sacred service.
Jesus was determined to make Jehovah happy. But this story isn't over. This is your story too.
What do you mean, Dad?
Well, what you do can make Jehovah happy. Our text this morning, Proverbs 27:11. Do you remember what that says?
Oh, yeah. It says, "Be wise, my son, and make my heart rejoice."
Good memory, Sophia. That scripture is talking about you. What you do every day, not only big things, but also small things you do, can make his heart rejoice. Remember today's text, children. I know you'll make Jehovah happy. Let's pray.
Praying outside school before going in. And did you notice he saw the poster of the video game he wants to play, and she saw some poster about some university. She wants an education.
Okay, kids, it's a pop quiz today.
Yes!
Now, Sophia, if you ace this test, you'll be #1 in the whole class. #1 in the whole class.
You got this one. Yeah, here. Hey, Sophia, you want the answer? That stinks, you lost. Hey, Caleb, you want to play? Come on, it's fun.
Forget it. He's a loser. Let me play with it.
Are you gonna play or not?
No!
Caleb, you gonna play? Hey, Sophia, you want the answer?
And you too can have success.
I just want to stop it there and say, I used to imagine this shit as a kid.
That's okay. No thanks.
See, Jesus and Jehovah separately. Hmm. So could you imagine when I still believed that shit and I'd have a wank?
Always watching. Imagine them cheering. Yay.
As you're coming, it's like,
he did it. Oh, man.
so twisted.
My cousins and family were all Catholic, and they, it's thought that you're always being watched. You're always you're always being viewed, by somebody who's authoritative, an angel, or even Jesus. And I remember them, very superstitious, just adhering to that for how they would behave. It would change them. So it works. And I saw it working to keep kids that would usually want to do something stupid, reconsider it because they might be being watched by the Almighty or an angel or something. It definitely works for the people that need it. There are people that need that.
Which is, it's all good and well till it gets to the cult type level where you talk to an ex-witness and ask them about the first time that they looked at, say, I'm going to keep using this word worldly, which essentially to you and me means a non-witness. But ask them the first time they looked at a worldly publication of any kind or a worldly website. The first time that they went to an outside source for to ask a question. Even though they can have gotten themselves to the point of being 90% convinced it's not true, but they will not be able to bring themselves to look at a worldly source because the indoctrination is so powerful that it's like that act of doing that is like giving yourself to Satan. You might as well just say, Satan, come in, do whatever you want to me. And they think, they've got that little 10% doubt that it could be still real and that this could be Satan fooling them.
Right. Yeah.
And so they'll literally be shaking with anxiety, just trying to look up information because they're scared that I used to imagine that my house had a bubble around it that Satan couldn't penetrate. And if I looked up a website, it busted the bubble.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd bring a book in or a statue or anything that it could be any object that had come from a demonic person or a demonic object like false religions publication or
yeah, as you say. That's like superstitious thinking. That's yeah.
Full powerful indoctrination where it can affect you physically. It's
to break it down. It could because if it brings you to a point of depression, depression could really mess your physical state up.
Which is the main problem amongst Jehovah's Witnesses is depression. And because of that, alcoholism is massive in Jehovah's Witnesses. My dad was an alcoholic.
Oh, mine was. He wasn't Jehovah's Witness, but he was definitely an alcoholic.
And he told me, I was like, we'd talk about it, and he'd say, I never used to drink, and I was depressed, and I'd try and talk to the elders, and they couldn't give me an answer, and all they'd say is, well, you know, have a drink of an evening, it'll calm you down a bit. And
Yeah.
20 years later, he was like,
It's kind of weird how the shamans still put the people on some type of a drug to, to subdue them or induce them into it. Go have a drink, it'll be fine. Have a couple of,
well,
they still do that magic.
It was because they wouldn't say go to a therapist.
Right. Oh, I see. Yeah, they want to keep it in there.
We
They don't
would
want,
say.
yeah, they don't want anybody
They
getting out.
can't give that advice, yeah, because a therapist will say, dude, it's probably the fact you're in a cult,
right,
that you're depressed, so they don't encourage it. It's like
crazy.
read the Bible more, witness more, like do more for God. You're not doing enough for God. That's why you're depressed. And so they try and do more of the thing that's actually the thing that's making them depressed.
Right. That's conundrum. I mean, that's sad. I see that. And then,
yeah, and that's why I see. I have to realize that that obviously they are at the extreme end of religion. Like that's to me, they've crossed into cult, because if I go through the bite model, if you know what that is,
I heard of that. Yeah, but I'm not too familiar with the acronym stands for. I know it's a.
Yeah, it's escaping me now, but you go through it, and it's not even that they are like borderline. They're well past that line of into cultism. Like,
yeah, so it was like when you start seeing a lot of symbolism, like my Catholic family, they would not only have shrines to different not deities, but I guess in Catholicism, what are they, like saints? They would have not only that, they would pick their saints. They would every time they cross into or pass a church in a car, they would do that, shoulders and the whole thing. Carry holy water with them and sprinkle it on certain times. Really weird, like things you would. It's almost tribal.
Yeah.
Say certain things at certain times to acknowledge.
So the acronym is behavior control, information control, thought control, and emotional control. So just a few examples, right? Behavior. Regulate an individual's physical reality. Now, if what we just watched and what I was describing about like physically shaking to try and access a worldly source, dictate where, how, and with whom the member lives and associates or isolates. Bad association spoils useful habits. You're not allowed to hang out with anyone outside of the witnesses. When, how, and with whom the member has sex. You're not allowed to get divorced after you've been married, even if they abuse you. The only reason you can get divorced is if they cheat on you. Of course, there's very strict rules on the clothing and hairstyles. They don't do the food and hunger or sleep. They do take their money. They definitely restrict leisure, entertainment, vacation time, all of that. Major time spent with the group indoctrination and rituals, well, of course. So I won't even bother to go through all of them, but information, well, they can't, like I said, you can't access anything that's not Jehovah's Witness published. So Need I say more? Require members to internalize the group's doctrine as truth is thought control. Well, they literally, so they don't really have a name for their denomination. Like, yes, they're Jehovah's Witnesses, but they call it the truth. Like, to the point where if someone leaves the Jehovah's Witnesses, they'll say, "Hey, did you know such and such left the truth? Oh, such and such came back to the truth."
Yeah, it makes
They've
it
literally,
stronger.
yeah. And I, as a young person, used to use that as a talking point. Like, how many religions do you know where the name of their religion is the truth? Like, they don't even have a name; it's just the truth. They instill black and white thinking. You have to decide between good and evil, organized into us versus them. And emotional control. Manipulate and narrow the range of feelings. Teach emotion shopping techniques to block feelings of homesickness, anger, and doubt. Make the person feel the problems are always their own fault. Absolutely. Promote feelings of guilt or unworthiness, such as identity guilt. So, of course, homosexuality and all that sort of stuff. You're not living up to your potential. Yes. That one of the biggest causes of depression as well is the fact that you feel like you witness other witnesses, right? And you see the publications and the videos and it's like, I can never be that. They are so righteous and so perfect, and I'm so like sinful, and I can never be like that. But the problem is that the people that you think are like that are actually just as sinful as you are. You just don't know that. But yeah, like, so I could go through all of that, and it would be like 80% that they tick those boxes. So I don't know. Are they a cult?
Yeah, it sounds definitely like a cult. They're keeping you inside, wanting to restrict you, and permitting you from seeing certain people at times because of information. Basically, just then this sounds like a cult to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Where was the shunning bit?
I was indoctrinated at a young age to a certain type of truth, just by witnessing and actually a pretty good little speech by a motorcycle gang member that I was friends with my father. I guess they used to work together, but my dad was dealing dope. He would come around quite a bit. His name was Paul Verana, and he had this motorcycle. I don't know what kind it was. I remember it was red, a lot of chrome on it. And he would take me to the liquor store, then bring it back, and take my brother and come back get us ice cream. No homo, nothing like that. Really nice guy. But I mean, this was just like kindergarten, first, second grade. I can't remember exactly when, but we lived at the house during those years. Had to be around second grade maybe. And he was just telling me, and I would listen to this guy. It's just he would cuss a lot. He would cuss quite a bit, and he would just say, "A man is a man, and everybody's the same." Because my dad was real abusive at the time. He knew it, and he had children, but I don't think he was abusive to his children because they were always playing and having fun, really cool kids. They would come over when they were doing dope, so we play with them in the backyard sometimes. And he would tell me that my dad's just another man, and in another man's eyes, he's nothing but a weakling. He's a punk. Things like that. He would break things down a lot, and just tell me that kind of shit. Man is a man, nobody special. Sorry?
I don't think she realized she's not muted.
Yeah. He was just telling me that. He tried to get into the whole religious thing too. He was just kind of like upfront about it. It was just like, don't buy the bullshit. Don't buy the bullshit what they tell you. And really, I don't know, but he seemed honest, real honest about it, and he wasn't weird or anything
Yeah.
like that, and he just would sit and talk to us and give us motorcycle rides. It seemed like he was really like a caring person. And even later on in life, when I was about 14, I started driving, and I had this van. It was a '76 Ford Econoline with 3 on the tree. And we went over to his house one time. I've seen him many, many years, but man, it was pretty cool. He taught me how to weld a little bit. He had a welder there, the whole shop. He just continued on to be that cool guy. And he had the same attitude too, the same mentality. That, I don't know. It's almost like I got certain quotes from him too when I was a kid. He would say things like, certain things like, fuck this world, or what is it? Stop this world and let me off the next stop. Things like that. Real dark kind of shit, but I can see where he's coming from. The way he looked at it and his, where he was, and just being who he was. Must have been through a lot of shit,
Yeah.
I think he was a member of. Sorry.
No, you go.
No, I was just thinking. I can't remember what motorcycle club he belonged to. It wasn't like the Hell's Angels or like that. It was some Chingalings or some West Coast hardcore biker gang thing. Really, really nice guy. Couldn't really see him in that, hanging with the other bikers like the way they do and portray them.
Biker gangs scare me a little bit. My dad had an unfinished tattoo. He didn't fully join. He bailed before he fully joined, but he was tagged into one for a while.
See this number 8? This is exactly what I was describing before. In emotional control. Phobia indoctrination. Phobia indoctrination. That's what it is. So inculcating irrational fears about leaving the group or questioning the leader's authority. So terrible consequences if you leave. Hell or see, we didn't have hell, we had demon possession. If you leave, you break the bubble and Satan is going to possess you. We then had number C, shunning. D, of course, those who leave are just spiritually weak or have been brainwashed by a family member or counselor, which is what I was saying before, why they discourage going to therapy. The only one there is they don't physically threaten your family, but they do threaten that your family is going to be destroyed at Armageddon. So
I didn't know it was that. I mean, I knew it was kind of strict, but man, that's almost like like Scientology or something, or even being Muslim. Death if you leave in a weird way.
Yeah, and like I hope I've been able to portray like the intense insularness of it, like these people who are born in and don't get out. When they finally break away and all of a sudden their entire family and everyone shuns them, they're still like scared of the world in a way.
Yeah.
But they're left to their own devices. These poor people are just like, they have no friends in the world, but they now have no friends back where they came from.
That'd be a hard place to be in that position.
Yeah. There's groups and things have started up, thankfully, that reach out to people like that.
You just got to find someone like Super Munchkin. They'll make everything better. I say that because she's the kid that breaks all the other kids out of their shells, right? Like, I remember talking to a coworker, and she's like, my son is so quiet. I try to organize play dates, but he just sits there by himself. And I was like, bring him over. And she was like, it's not going to be any different. I was like, bring him over. By the time they left, that kid was running and screaming and hit himself in the bathroom because he didn't want to leave. Like, she just breaks people out of their shells. It's crazy.
That's cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, I pretty much had to pretend I wasn't one growing up.
Pretend you weren't. What do you mean?
A witness to have friends and try and fit in. I was never the one like in the cartoons that we watched. I was not witnessing to kids at school. Fuck that. I was pretending, like I said, people would ask me what for Christmas I got for Christmas, and I'd make shit up
Oh, right.
because I didn't want to be picked on because we didn't celebrate Christmas.
I had to make shit up because we were poor, and I didn't want to sound. I don't want to seem like a kid who didn't get shit.
I think
Yeah.
as a product of growing up super poor, like I don't give I never would give anything big from Santa, like ever. Even when she was little, like all her gifts from Santa were little tiny gifts. And she asked me when she was older, and I said, look, right before I stopped believing in Santa, when I was like 4 or 5, right? I couldn't understand why Santa gave one person gloves and another person a flat screen TV. You know, like that didn't make sense to me. So Santa never gave big gifts in my household.
Santa was never really Santa in mine when we were kids. I just my wife would, well, we got to give them a gift and the tree and all that. So yeah, we'll do all that stuff, And I say, oh yeah, when they were old enough, to explain to them, I say, oh yeah, this is tree is a German tradition, blah blah blah, and it's Santa Claus is a tradition that's been, blah blah blah. So here's your Santa gift. So they knew he wasn't real, and they knew it was just a tradition thing from the get go.
Yeah, so did Super Munchkin, but I wouldn't let her tell the other kids, right? So she would wink at me, like, I believe in Santa, wink.
See, my daughter was like a little
wicked. If you don't believe in Santa, you don't get a gift from Santa. So she'd be like, I believe, wink.
My daughter's a little wicked. She'd go around and say things, to other kids, try to not scare them, but did you know, she put her hand on her hip, did you know, swing her head around like, the ghetto or something.
I think because I think I had to have a heart-to-heart with her when she was real young, because Google makes things real hard on parents these days. Because if you think somebody's too young to know something, oh my goodness.
Oh man, I talked to my children like they're adults, and they were having conversations at a very young age. If it's just the way you
have to, because
with them, yeah.
She's always been sass, right? She's always had sass. Like her favorite thing to say when she was little was, seriously, is that necessary? I'd be like, come here, can I brush your hair? Seriously, is that necessary? Yes, we are leaving the house soon, so it's seriously necessary. Come here. Like she was that kid. And so like I would be like, we'll talk about it in a couple of years. You're not quite there yet. And she'd be like, if you don't tell me, I'm going to Google it. So we had to have a conversation at a very early age. And I had to be like, look, I will be upfront. I will be 100% honest with you. I will give you all the answers to any question I have a real answer to. Right? If I don't know, I'm going to tell you I don't know. And that doesn't mean dig. It means I don't know. I will be upfront and honest with you for every question you have for me.
Right, yeah.
But because I'm going to be upfront and honest with you, you cannot run around telling your little friends, correcting your little friends, because that's between them and their parents and their Google.
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah, I can. Because I think kids mimic their parents, and when we go out, and I communicate quite a bit with people around me. So if we go to a restaurant, the waiter will come by and I'll have a little chat with him or her, just to show my kids, the politenesses and things like that, and even how to communicate. You got to trick your kids sometimes. Like my daughter, she's very headstrong. She does everything she wants to do, very independent. And when she was young, she had a little problem, I guess just talking to people to kind of break out of her shell. So one thing I would do is, if we're at a restaurant and she goes, oh, I want more ranch, for a chicken nugget or something like that. I said, okay, cool. I said, well, get some, fucking put your hand up and get some ranch. And, oh, no. She'll cower a little bit. So I said, all right. So I'm going to hand up. I say, hey, over here. And, oh, yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we need some, and I totally know what she wants. What was that, Josie? Can you please explain to him what you need? I totally forgotten. She would communicate with them. And I was like, see, was that so hard? Things like that to break them out of their shell, little things like that. But very proud of her. did everything on her own. Once she graduated, we got the vehicle we promised her. She went out. She said she's not going to accept a job, unless it's a manager position, and that's what she did. And that's what she does. She's takes care of herself, and I'm proud of that. She knows how to take care of herself, and she definitely wears the pants in her relationship. That's for sure.
We trade in my relationship.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, she's a little more like she was always a daddy's girl. She was next to me,
Yeah, I'm a daddy's girl too. My
when I
big
had-
sister wears the pants in her relationship, though, hands down. And but my brother-in-law, that brother-in-law, I have more than one brother-in-law, but that brother-in-law, he is like super sweet. Like, she wears the pants in the family, and she's the breadwinner.
Mm-hmm.
And he works, but he's not the breadwinner, But he loves being the one that does all the childcare. He loves being the one that is always with their daughter. Like, he loves it. Like, that's great for them.
Cool. Yeah, because trying to think of how hers is like a little more. I think weird to say manly in a way, even though she's very feminine. She's into makeup and dresses, She likes to do her hair and all that stuff. But like, if the car has a flat tire, she'll change it.
Yeah, that's how I am.
Oh, cool. Like, she was making something, and she was like, how do I get this coin into this wood I want to get? I was like, well, you got to do what you seen me do before. So she went out, got a Dremel. She's over there working it, like she's supposed to, and doing it. And that's what I'm kind of, that's cool. She's learning. She's, taking care of herself. And I always tell my kids that, if there's something that you're going to use or something you're going to do, it's best to try to learn everything about it, in and outs of it all.
It is, but I do it less often now because, like, my husband gets offended on my behalf. Like, if I go change a tire, he's like, why are you doing this? Move, let me do this. I'm like, I know how to do this. I can do this. He's like, I know, but you're not supposed to. Move. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I'm like that in a way. I'll take care of that. Don't worry about it.
Or if I'm carrying a bunch of groceries, he's like, why are you doing this? Just hand me the bags. Hand me the bags. And I'm like, I can carry things. So I just give him the bags now. I don't know. So I guess he expects me to not know how to do, or expect him to do it, or not know how to do it, or something. I don't know. He doesn't freak out as much anymore, but when we were younger, that was a thing. He'd be like, why are you doing this? And I'm like, because I can. I don't know.
I just started to think I wouldn't get in the way. Like, years, I don't know how long ago, years ago, we were out here. She wants to go chop wood. We'll go chop wood. She says she's going to do it, So it wasn't like something like, who's going to chop wood? We're out of wood. We have plenty. It's just something she wanted to do. But if we were out of wood and she picked up the axe and said, well, I guess I'll chop wood, then that's no, I'll do it. I guess it's maybe you don't want to see the woman work hard when she doesn't have to.
I think that's
protectiveness.
It's still that chivalry. There's still
it
say
is.
chivalry is dead, and it's not. It's not. I always say, well, when did women stop saying thank you? Because like, I had to realize that when I was younger too, because I was always like, I can do it. I can. Why do you think I can't do this? I can do this. And he was clearly like, look, I realize you're capable of doing this. You shouldn't have to do this.
Yikes. Tugboat. Yeah, that whole man movement thing is kind of weird. Men that go their own way, let the woman pay half the bill, don't open the door for the lady. I don't know. I just don't see that. It's just natural for me, or I think it should be, not to go over the top. If you take a woman out, cover the bill, of course, but still show your limitations and show who you are. It's one of the problems. I think people fake it. They're all just fake and phony when they first meet each other, and the truth comes out later, and they can't stand each other. I see that quite a bit. But religion does have a good, strong hold on the family unit. Like they're talking before, no divorces. Especially covering another man's woman. Some like Muslims will go to the extreme of covering completely up. It's hiding temptation, because people are still animals, and a lot of the troubles that people get into is because of that libido, that drive for sex. It's the people out of trouble. Jerry Springer made a career out of it.
Unfucking believable.
What happened, man?
So I stepped away just to do something for 2 minutes, and then I hear this crash, and I thought it was like a fucking tree or something, right? So I go outside. I had an umbrella in a glass table, and the wind, I guess, because it wasn't in there in a base, and the glass table the umbrella knocked the glass table over, glass all over the deck.
Oh, shit.
4 feet, 4 foot table, glass all over the place.
Jeez.
I had to go fucking pick up, clean that, sweep that up. Then you gotta get all the little glass in between the fucking wood.
Right, because sometimes you want to go out barefoot or something. Now you gotta worry about it.
Exactly. So
yeah,
I
hate
went out there with the wet vac, and and it's fucking. Yep. I'm like, happy birthday, John.
That sucks, right?
But you know what's fucking weird? You ever have something happen to you, and you almost take it kind of like an omen?
Yeah.
Because I mean, it was kind of weird. I know it's all natural causes, this thing knocked down, but it was weird that there were a couple people that were over Saturday night. People that I know for a while, even longer, whatever. That I know that over the years the relationship has changed. You just kind of like grown different directions or whatever. And it was almost symbolic because I felt like after that night, I you felt like, this is just not the same, man. What's like, almost like, what's the point, And so that's what that broken table was like. And this table, right? We found this table, right? Because I had a whole issue with Home Depot and fucking patio set and all that stuff. So this table, I'm not worried. It was free, right? Somebody was getting rid of it. My friend was like, "Hey, since you don't have a table, and this same quote unquote friend is one of the people that, after especially had this guy, I won't even get into it. What couple of things that he just, you're a guest someone's house, you just don't do. And I'm like, that was like symbolic. It's a fucking end of that relationship. Fucking break that table. It's done. I don't need that table to be a reminder of him.
Yeah, I see.
You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah. They're telling you, yeah.
Yeah, it was just kind of weird, It's just shit like that happens.
That sucks, though.
Anyone else will say, yeah, you're reading too much into it, John. But yeah.
It was like 4 foot diameter or something like that, or a little bigger?
Yeah, like one of these oval shaped tables that can seat probably 6 people around it.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're talking about.
Yeah, So the brackets inside the frame weren't, they were loose. So the glass was already a little bit loose. I was gonna fix it. Never got to it, but now I don't have to.
Right.
Oh, but now I still got to deal with getting on a table or deal with Home Depot. Fucking deep. Yeah.
Home Depot.
Yeah, remember I bought that fucking patio set. They sent the chairs, but they never sent the table.
And they never resolved it? They never sent you your money back or table or anything yet?
Well, this is what happened. So you're supposed to like email to make schedule an appointment for them to pick up the chairs so they can take that back and then send me a whole new order without, just sending me a fucking table. No, that's too fucking easy.
Right.
So yeah, twice I tried to schedule them. No, and they never got back to me. Then I get the bill, the Home Depot the bill, and I dispute the charges on the card. So I disputed with them, sent them there, and they're supposed to take up to 60 days to reconcile the dispute. And it's been like since fucking the end of April.
Jeez.
So I'm here. You know what? Me, my brother, and my 2 nephews. We all did a chair each. We said, fuck it, we're assembling these chairs. We're going to use them for the party. So that, I have a good memory attached to those chairs. But I don't have the table now.
That sucks.
It's just weird.
Yeah, I personally, obviously, because there's no real connection for me personally, I would see that as just a mere coincidence. But having said that,
Right.
for me, one of the biggest things that's kept me fully agnostic is synchronicity. I've had too many synchronistic type coincidences occur that were just unexplainable for me to just simply dismiss completely.
I know totally what you mean, and that's why I take more of a pantheistic view, because I think everything is interconnected. We're like in this giant web, and then any little vibration of you can be felt anywhere else, kind of thing. Or it's the what is it, the butterfly effect kind of thing, and all that stuff. Yeah, so that's why I have more of that kind of view of the world.
Yeah. And for me, I'm kind of finding that the more we learn in science, rather than it turning me away from something, for want of a better word, but just so we all know what we're talking about, something supernatural, it's actually leaning me towards realizing that there's probably something there, but it's not supernatural. We just haven't explained it scientifically. Because when we start looking at like quantum mechanics and physics and stuff, that that explains so many things, that were previously seen as supernatural, that I think we're going to, for example, I know this is not a great analogy, but it essentially is um, psychic powers. We now have the ability to put a chip into a soldier's brain and have them steer a drone um, back and forwards, left and right, up and down. Yes, it's crude. Yes, it's basic, but it is literally a soldier thinking with his brain and sending a fucking message, even though it's over Wi-Fi, to a device that is separate from himself and telling it what to do. If that is not fucking psychic ability or telekinesis, I suppose, then I don't know what is. So for me, I see the blurring of science and what we've called the spiritual or supernatural. Um, and the fact that there's always been something, like we've always thought there's something, be it gods or other realms or whatnot.
You know how some amputees, they get that phantom pain or that phantom feeling?
Yeah, I heard of that.
There's still an extension there. Now I'm like saying, why would we took that like a step further from outside of us, kind of thing. I don't know. Just a random thought. By the way, happy 420 too.
Oh, right on. I gotta load up.
Oh, did you see my ticker? My banner?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we only get so many laps of the sun, so we need to.
Yeah. That's it.
And you've now done 57.
57.
That's some miles, man.
Heinz number.
I know. I think Heinz 57. And then my birthday's 7/5, so. You know, they do all that
speaking
numerology
of
stuff, man. 7, 5 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3. I've always had an affinity to the number 3. So,
three's my number.
ah,
It's my number that I have some strange affinity for.
nice.
Speaking of it being your birthday,
What's this?
let's see what the Jehovah Wavies say about birthdays, shall we? This is also a good example of what it's like to be a child as a Jehovah's Witness.
Birthdays are bad because bad things happened on birthdays.
Precisely.
Well, is this something like one day is not greater than another or some stuff like that?
Even weaker than that, BroJo. It's literally there are birthdays in the Bible, but nothing good happened at them.
Oh,
and it's like a pride thing, right?
That's what I grew up thinking, but there's no mention of it. No mention of that. They've just gone about that it's twisted. They're like, you like gifts, right? But would you like them if they were thrown in a swamp? Well, that's what birthdays do to gifts, basically.
You should just get gifts any day. That's weird.
Yeah, which is another argument that they make. Oh, we can have birthdays every day. It's like, but you don't. You don't have them any day. So
It was Jesus' last night with his apostles.
You are the ones who have stuck with me in my trials.
Soon, Jesus would be arrested. It was going to be very hard for them.
They all look
all of you will be stumbling.
They all look alike.
Yeah, it's like, which one's Jesus?
Right, yeah.
And they're all white.
With me on this night. For it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered about.
They were going to run away and abandon Jesus. But Peter said,
although all the others are stumbled in connection with you,
I will never be stumbled.
very good, Caleb. Peter thought he was strong and would never make Jehovah sad.
I tell you, Peter, a rooster will not crow today until you have denied knowing me 3 times.
Cuckoo!
No, it's cock-a-doodle-doo.
Nuh-uh. That's not a rooster.
Okay, kids, it's not important how the rooster sounds.
I'll never make Jehovah sad.
Me neither. We know you'd never want to.
But Jesus knew Peter would be afraid.
See that?
Yeah, see that?
Why does she have short hair?
I'll never make God sad. Well,
yeah.
we know you don't want to, but you're going to. Like, already just
I guess that's more minimal.
pounding in the you're not worthy and you know you
The
can't
soiled
live up
cloth
to God's
thing.
standard. Yeah.
He's so
And when you are
sensitive,
afraid-
Jehovah.
He is, isn't he? So jealous.
Oh no, you're late. Hurry, grab your bags. Be careful. Love you, kids. See you later.
Be good.
Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
Hey, they're on the short bus.
Yeah, and notice Dad's not at work because he's only a window washer. Because that's all Jehovah's Witnesses do is like be bank cleaners or window washers because they can't focus too much on their careers. If you think back to school and think what could have made you that sad, and then we'll see what's made him this sad.
I'm home. Hello? Anybody?
He had a rough day.
Oh, what happened? Caleb, are you okay?
What if Jehovah doesn't want to be my friend anymore?
Jehovah wants to be your friend. But if you did something bad, he wants you to tell.
Okay, so today at school, I was outside on the playground.
Hey, Caleb.
Oh, hey, I was just,
You can have it. Wait! I thought he can't have it.
Yeah, which is it?
I didn't want it anyway.
But I thought the Bible says you can't.
It says...
Come on, what does it say?
I'm not sure.
But you came to my house the other day to talk about the Bible. Don't you remember?
Yeah, maybe that wasn't me?
Mr. Potato. Shithead.
See how embarrassed you were? They're even showing. They know that the kids are fucking traumatized going to the door and have to knock on their friends' doors.
Yeah.
And then stand there and be weird in front of them. Like,
And there's that mean old atheist kid in the front right there.
Yep.
That was you, but you're scared.
But like Satan, did the atheist say anything that's not true? So, I just want to point out that one, he didn't eat the fucking cake. Two, he didn't even taste the cake. He got a bit on his nose. So,
Oh, but he wanted to, though. He was about to.
Yeah.
And he denied being at his house.
Thought control. Fucking sickening.
That was a rough day. Do you remember when Peter said he would never stumble? Later that night, Jesus was arrested.
Move it.
I wonder why does the kid have the mother's accent and not the father's accent? Is he like the? Is that his stepdad?
Well, maybe because his peers have an American accent too. His father just doesn't. As more people speak the way he speaks.
Peter loved him and wanted to help.
What happened?
What is that accent?
Peter loved him and wanted to help.
So like Greek, Italian.
I thought maybe like somewhere around Romania, but I don't know.
Right? Yeah.
But doing the right thing isn't always easy.
You too were with Jesus the Galilean.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait! This is one of them.
I do not know the man.
Hey, you follow Jesus. I saw you in the garden with him, did I not?
I swear, I do not know the man.
Peter knew the right thing to do, but he was afraid and did the wrong thing.
Just like at school.
Yes. Peter did.
Man, that's some emotional brainwashing right there.
What in the world? So Peter was afraid to die, and that's like what happened at school with the cupcake?
Yeah, right? Fucking cupcake.
Also, Peter knew the right thing to do, but did the wrong thing, just like at school.
Denying
didn't
Jesus
do
is
the
equivalent
wrong
to eating a
thing.
birthday cupcake.
Which he didn't do.
Which he didn't do. Well, he thought about doing it, so it's a thought crime.
Like, these poor kids.
Didn't want to make that mistake ever again. But he wondered if Jesus and Jehovah would still be his friends. After Jesus was resurrected, he talked to Peter.
Simon, son of John,
Do you love me?
Yes. Lord, you know I have affection for you.
Jesus
Oh, that was all a bit
Spicy?
Homo, yeah.
forgave him.
And so did Jehovah. But Peter had to talk to Jesus. If you upset Jehovah, what do you think you have to do?
Talk to Jehovah.
That's right. You need to pray to ask for forgiveness. And Jesus showed Peter that he was forgiven by giving him more work to do.
shepherd my little sheep.
So why didn't Peter give up when he made a mistake?
Because Jehovah forgives. Hey guys! Oh, wait! I'm gonna need to explain birthdays. Can you help me?
Of course.
Pretty bad, eh?
I'm gonna need to explain birthdays. So now he gets to be the
Yeah.
shepherd.
Yep. And this is the birthday one. It only goes for 2 minutes.
So, Dad, why don't we celebrate our birthday?
Good question. How would you answer that at school?
Because Jehovah doesn't like it?
Yes, but why? Do you like presents and treats?
Yes!
But do you want them like this?
Why is there a dog bone?
Birthday celebrations mix good things with things Jehovah
I
doesn't.
think a dog bones like represents trash.
Okay, that's fair.
Like
How?
long ago, many people believed in good and evil spirits and were afraid of them. They thought presents and treats on their birthday could protect them. And like today, they made wishes that only good things would happen to them.
What does the Bible say about birthdays?
It talks about them, but not good ones. There was Pharaoh in Egypt and Herod in Jesus' day. They were proud rulers and had people put to death at their birthday parties. Can you remember if Jesus celebrated his birthday?
No.
That's right, he didn't. He told us to celebrate the date of his death because it gives us the hope of living forever. And Jesus
Because he leads a death cult.
taught us to give good things to each other anytime we want. Like today. Good timing.
Hi. Yes!
So
If someone give me
you
pie on my birthday, I would not talk to them. I'm not the biggest pie fan.
So now you know why you shouldn't be celebrating your birthday, BroJo.
Because he hinted at what? Paganism, pride, and murder? I don't know.
Yeah. Not I don't like see how they skirted around pride? They said that the two people were prideful people, but
We're proud people. And they
they
skirted around
they had
paganism, right?
murders at their birthday.
Yeah, and they skated around paganism too in the same way. He just casually
Yeah.
mentioned that gifts were to bring them good luck and ward off bad spirits or whatever.
Just so in answer to is it in the Bible to not celebrate birthdays? No, it isn't. The Bible literally says nothing on that matter. The fact that it talks about two birthdays that had bad shit happen at them is not a comment on birthdays themselves. And it's an odd thing to be against as well. Like if that's literally all they have to offer as to why it's bad.
I just think it's weird in general. I'm like, okay, so people did that, but how many birthday parties have you gone to where somebody was being, killed or something? Like how many? I don't know.
In fact, I only know of those two from the Bible. And it's not like anything really nice actually happens in that book. Anyway, it's usually individuals or whole races of people being killed for one reason or another. Well, usually for God.
Don't forget the incestuous repopulations in between genocides.
Mhm. So I had an old Earth creationist, if that's a thing, a non-young Earth creationist anyway. Earlier tonight, won't say any names, saying that the explanation for Cain taking a wife and going to a city is just the fact that by the time that happened, Adam and Eve had produced enough offspring. Oh no, that's right. He actually said Adam and Eve weren't the first. There was people before them.
Yeah. So who is it that says there's somebody? I've heard somebody argue it, and I don't remember who it was, but they argued that the creation story, like Adam and Eve, is basically like metaphor for evolution because in the garden, they were like primitive. They were hunter gatherers. They weren't, or not really even hunters, just like foraging gatherers. They were eating like berries and acorns and roots and things like that, right? And then um, they get knowledge, right? And so like they get more, I guess, sentience, more consciousness about their being, right? And then they like hunt, then they're hunter gatherers, right? And then by the time you like leave the garden, it's like a like closer to like Homo sapien, like we are now. And they looked at it, they
Yeah.
argued it like it was an allegory for evolution. Like leaving the garden is an allegory for evolution or something like that.
Yeah. Well, put briefly, as you just did then, I can see the similarity.
Oh, they said it way better than me. I'm trying to remember who it was because they put it very eloquently. But they were like, yeah, I just see it all as like metaphor and philosophy. And like, yeah, it was just interesting.
Which, if it was the intended sort of meaning, that would be pretty phenomenal.
He was also on the same page that like revelation isn't about the future. Like he also thinks that that was written in code because it was written to the people being persecuted at the time, and it was telling them to wait that Rome would fall.
Yeah, and exactly, that's what I believe Revelation was. Jesus literally said that this generation will by no means pass away. When these things take place, which was a bunch of things that he'd previously stated, including his return. This generation. Now, I don't know how other denominations deal with it. Jehovah's Witnesses say that he's referring to a specific generation in modern times. They say 1914, which is also the time they think that Satan was cast out of heaven. But yeah, I don't know about other sort of denominations as to what they say in the matter.
There are all kinds of denominations. I wouldn't tie this person to any of them. He might be a standalone like Richard. But he was very interesting, and like he had no trouble going in and tying everything and explaining it. It was just not a take I'd heard before.
Yeah. See, but it's easy for us to have knowledge like we do now and look at stuff like that in hindsight and say, oh, it can mean this. But without knowledge of evolution and stuff like that.
I don't know. I think we
Um,
have a habit of thinking these people were like really primitive or that we're so much smarter than they are. And yeah, we've made a lot more scientific advances and technological advances, but we don't actually know all that they understood, right? We don't. I mean, even the burning of Alexandria knocked out a lot of it, right? Some of these old architectural sites where the angles are so precise that we would have trouble replicating that with our machines today, right? Like we can make a bunch of guesses. We could look at our advancement and we can say based on the rate we've been advancing, they must have been this primitive, but we don't actually know what a lot of them understood outside of literature, right? For all I know, like 2000 years from now, people can be reading Stephen King and Edgar Allan Poe and being like, these people believe some weird shit.
yeah, I guess that it's like I equate intelligence with technology, and that might be my problem. Like in 2000 years' time, I expect them to find broken down laptops and mobile phones and evidence of advancement. Whereas
Right,
for like
because we're applying it to
so
technology.
long, yeah,
Because
exactly.
we're applying it to a technological breakthrough, right? I mean, like we have to realize we went from covered wagons to mobile phones in how much time?
Exactly.
Right? But but
But
before that,
only since
right?
then.
But if you look at their architecture, if you look at their plumbing systems, if you look at their irrigation systems, if and I'm not
Yeah.
saying everywhere. Obviously, we had the dark ages, we had people who weren't really big on hygiene, but there's a lot of societies that predate the medieval times where you see plumbing systems, you see irrigation systems, you see architecture with huge, massive stones precisely cut in precise angles. The one that I'm thinking of, these stones were fitted so perfectly in such precise angles that you can't even get a razor blade through the stones.
I
Like,
know the ones you mean.
right.
And
So,
the size of them
or, and it's also
is
what were
like,
they
how did they
prioritizing?
even work things that large?
Yeah. Or Tenochtitlan,
And
right? In Tenochtitlan, there's this whole wall, and it looks like a ridiculous piece of nonsense because there's all these different there's all these different holes, and they're in different sizes, at different angles, all throughout this wall. But when the winds come, it sounds like flutes playing,
oh yeah, yeah.
right? Like, so maybe they weren't focused on the same things. Maybe they were just making a discovery
Yeah.
and running with that before the next discovery was made. But that doesn't make them stupid. It means they didn't have the right building blocks to put it together yet. The next generation has more building blocks than we had. We have more building blocks than the previous generation. Doesn't mean they were stupid.
Yeah. Let's check this out. I'll speed it up a little bit.
Ignorant, yes. Stupid, no.
Hey, work is over. 2.7 ton lifted by hand. 'Cause he is fucking awesome. I brought my date dinner on Saturday. She insisted that she buys next time. Yeah. MathPig is pure fucking chivalry. Like, chivalry is not dead while MathPig is still alive.
I don't know. I I have that dynamic in my relationship too, right? Like he wants to spoil me. I enjoy spoiling him back, but he's like, why did you like I can do like and I'm like, because I can too, dang it.
Yeah. Do you know, it's so weird. This is this is what society fucking does to us. I'm exactly the same, right? If my whoever I'm with does it, I'm like, why did you do it? It's my job. But I secretly want them to do it and do shit for me and spoil me. But then I don't want them to. It's like,
I've always said, for
that's
as much
just
pressure
messed
as
up.
society puts on women, at least we've learned to be loud about it, right? We've learned to be loud about it. We've learned to be like, fuck you. And I think on some level, men need to get there too. Because yes, I get it. They had the power, they had the patriarchy, they had the whatever. I get it. But with that came a lot of baggage. A lot. You have to be
Yeah.
the provider, you have to be the protector, you have to be chivalrous. And if somehow you mess up or she's making more money or she does something for you, that's like an attack on everything you're supposed to be. And it's so weird. I find that very damaging to the male. Like, I don't understand. That's a lot to take on. Like, I feel responsible for the emotions of people around me a lot, and I can't imagine that on like a magnified scale. That's a lot. You guys should be loud about it too.
Yeah. And
I think there's a lot
with
of like a fear of losing the person if they get like if the woman gets a job or gets out into an environment where the man has to worry, because I think the men are naturally jealous and always assume the worst. And the more security, the more you can keep the woman at home, the more you know the woman's at home, and the woman, it's a weird thing. I think, and thinking like an animal type way.
Well, and I think it's a lot. It's also protection, right? Like, it's easier to protect somebody if you can keep them in one place that's relatively safe, right? But it's a lot to take on. I mean, that's a lot for somebody to put on their kids' shoulders. I don't know.
The technological achievements of our ancient ancestors were outstanding, and they often don't get enough credit for them. There were things our ancestors could do with bricks and stones in the distant past that we
just jump in anytime you want to jump in. I'll pause.
we'd struggle to replicate today.
Okay, I was
So much so
AFK.
that we can't help but.
I was AFK. I was just wanting to make one comment, but Pixie was saying, people back in culture were dumb. They were just ignorant. But in a lot of ways, they'd be smarter than us now, because how many of us would survive in the fucking wild or be able to fucking grow our own food or anything like that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? They were so more in touch in nature, with nature.
Exactly, BroJo. Different building blocks, but different priorities, right?
Yeah. And but as you were talking, Pixie, I was thinking of things. It was like, is it Greek or Roman building with the pillars where they've built them with perspective in mind.
The Parthenon or the
Is
Colosseum?
it the Parthenon? Well, both of those came to my head, and that's why I didn't want to say one. But one of them, it gets bigger at the top, so as you stand and look underneath, it looks the same size all the way up. And just all these mathematical things, like that sounds right. Like the pyramids,
which we just see a shell of today. I can't imagine how gorgeous they were when they were covered in white limestone with golden tips.
Gold cap.
Yeah.
But the mathematics of them is like phenomenal.
Yeah, like a lot of those archways in Roman, right? Those structures, how they're made to support so much weight. I mean,
and they're standing here all this time later, and our shit doesn't last 100 years now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we think that because we have all these technological advancements and all these new scientific discoveries that we must be so much smarter than the people before us, and we're not. We just have different building blocks and different priorities.
Our economy is based on consumption, so we have to make things so they don't last long, so that we can still have jobs and money and consume.
Convenient enough that you want it. Convenient enough that you want it or feel like you need it, and faulty enough that you need to replace it.
But was it necessary for us to get to like the medical technology that we have now and enjoy? Like would we have ever got here if we'd have stayed along those ways of thinking?
I think we would have.
I don't think
The
we
bell
can
curve may
answer.
have taken longer. Like the curve may have taken longer, but I think we're naturally inclined towards discoveries as a species anyway. We're very curious that way. I think it sped up the process, right?
Yeah.
But so did
I,
but that's not just consumerism. We've learned to we've become very impatient. We've learned to very much appreciate fast and convenient.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna get so fast, sped up, that gets out of control. It just ceases like a fucking engine ran out of fucking oil.
Well, yeah, I can see it even within myself that my attention's like certain things like YouTube and stuff can shorten your attention span. And I definitely know looking at my children and even me myself against my parents that yes, I believe attention spans are shortening.
Right, like the only people who are going to see this hangout at 3 hours and 54 minutes are the ones that are in it right now, and
the ones watching,
and the ones watching.
Actually, sometimes if I'm not in the stream, if I'm in the stream, I won't do it. If I'm not in the stream, and somebody I like posted a stream, I'll go watch it on double. Like I'll just listen to it on double speed in the background.
Yeah, I do that sometimes when I run out of stuff to watch.
Imagine Pixie on double speed.
Wonder if some of the tech
I don't talk that quickly. This is actually slow. I've actually taught myself to slow down when I speak. You should hear me and my sisters talking at each other. People cannot keep up.
Holy shit.
And I bet you like manage to all talk at the same time and still hear each other, and so it would just be like
Italians can do that usually.
Yeah, we can do that too, but we'll talk really quickly. And if you want to get really entertained, my little sister speaks with her hands a lot. So if you want to get really entertained, not only watch us talk fast, but tell her to sit on her hands, because then her little head just starts bobbing everywhere, and it's hilarious.
seen this comedian, half Filipinos, making fun of his mum, and he's like points with her lips. So it's like that over there. I don't know what you said, Pixie, that made me think of that, but
Probably because her little head bobbing all over the place when she sits on her hands.
oh, that's right, yeah. Oh, that's right. He was like just describing what she was like, and he was like her feet were like hands. She'd walk into the room and be like, Joseph, why are your undies on the floor, Joseph? And she'd be picking them up with her toes, just throwing them at him. Joseph?
That's funny.
technology of the distant past has been lost. We're not alone in wondering about that. Many people feel the same way, and you might join them after watching this video. You have to go a long way off the beaten track to find the ancient and mysterious site of Napa Huaca.
You're on full screen, not the video. There you go.
In Peru. Even its name gives it an air of intrigue. It translates into English as the Temple of the Ancients. The purpose of the structure is unclear, but it's believed to be a megalithic throne, somehow carved with impeccable precision from one single lump of bluestone. Some historians and archaeologists have noted that it looks a little like the Andean cross, which is an important symbol in the context of Inca cosmology. The most mysterious part of the structure is found at its rear, where a false door has been carved into the rock. How the door was carved so cleanly and precisely into the stone is unknown. And to make things even more mysterious, the slopes of the structure are at almost exactly the same angle as the slopes of the Great Pyramid of Giza, accurate to within half a degree. The fact that the doorway doesn't lead anywhere has led to legends that it's a portal to another dimension. But we're sure that's just fanciful thinking. When Virginia Maxey and Wallace Lane wandered into the dry bed of Owens Lake, close to the Coso Mountains in California in 1961, all they really wanted to find were a few geodes to sell in their gift shop. Instead, they found a conundrum of an artifact that's confounded
say
archaeologists
Lois Lane?
and historians ever since. It's Conundrum Lake, close to the Coso Mountains in California in 1961. All they really wanted to find were a few geodes to sell in their gift shop. Instead, they found a conundrum of an artifact that's confounded art in their gift shop. In how the door was carved so clean, the slope of Giza, accurate it's a portal. When Virginia Maxey and Wallace Lane wandered into the dry bed of Owens Lake,
Wallace Lane,
close to the Coso Mountains in California in 1961, all they really wanted to find were a few geodes to sell in their gift shop. Instead, they found a conundrum of an artifact that's confounded archaeologists and historians ever since. It's known as the Coso artifact, and it consists of a 1920 spark plug inside an iron oxide shell. There's no mystery about where the spark plug came from. It's one of the thousands that were manufactured during the 1920s by a company called Champion. The issue is the iron shell that surrounds it, which is 500,000 years old. The shell formed around the spark plug, and so logic tells us that the spark plug must have been inside it for 500,000 years. You don't need us to tell you that's impossible. Some scientists say that the iron oxide shell grew faster than normal because of porous minerals interacting with the metal spark plug, but the evidence of that is shaky at best. It probably isn't the smoking gun evidence of time travel that some people claim it is, but it's definitely a puzzling anomaly. Our questions about ancient technology aren't limited to Earth. Some of them are literally out of this world. In 2016, a 3-year study into what's been dubbed the keyhole structure on the surface of Mars was concluded by George Haas and his teammate at the Cydonia Institute. They determined that the perfect symmetry of the distinct dome and wedge shape makes it unlikely to have been created by natural erosion. That means that it would have to be artificial, which is a seemingly impossible conclusion to draw about anything on the surface of Mars. It also appears to bear more than a passing resemblance to the kind of keyhole tomb that you'll find in Kofun, Japan. Such structures were built during the early 5th century. We are not, for a moment, suggesting that there were humans or aliens making regular trips between Japan and Mars back then, but it's odd that the same design appears in both places.
Seekers.
Plenty of scientists
yeah, that's exactly right.
dispute the Cydonia Institute's findings, but the fact remains that the geometric perfection of the shape isn't consistent with anything we've come to expect from nature. Our next scientific puzzle hides in plain sight in Egypt. All over the country's ancient monuments, you'll find perfectly drilled holes. We tend to overlook them because drilling perfect holes isn't exactly difficult today, but it ought to have been impossible for people living 2,000 years ago. At the site of Abu Ghorab in Abu Sir, you'll find hundreds of examples of the holes, many of which have been drilled through several inches of solid granite. To repeat such an operation today, we'd need a hydraulic drill, and even then, we'd have to use a diamond tip to ensure the tool could penetrate the rock. That wasn't an option for these ancient Egyptian workers, and in truth, we have no idea what kind of tools they might have used for the task. They certainly didn't leave any tool marks on the sides of the holes, which are almost impossibly smooth. Historians tell us that the only tools used in the making of these structures were stone and wooden tools and copper saws. None of them would have been up to the task of making these holes, and so we have to ask ourselves how it was done. Sadly, scientists don't have an answer.
Oh, you make a
You'd
drill
have
out
to
of
fly high
stone
into
that
the
is
sky
harder than
above.
that stone. Right? He even said it.
Yeah,
Out of stone tools.
yeah. And I'm pretty sure they've managed to recreate it now.
You could easily, like, I think, tie rope around like a pole, say a drill shape, right? And have people just
Yeah.
back and forth.
Working it, yeah.
Yeah, working it, right?
And you actually saw at the very start of this whole documentary an image of a dude pushing sand into the hole as he was drilling, and that's what they did. And the sand, it was just a slow motion of sand grinding away more than the
Acts like
actual
sandpaper.
copper. Yeah.
Smooth out the stone. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna be listening in. I'm gonna go take a shower.
Of the Turgai region of
They still had to
Kazakhstan,
figure all
we
that
wanted
out.
to see our next
What's that, Pixie?
They still had to figure all that out, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just the holes. They were cutting these granite stones, huge ones. And they've had to try and theorize how they managed to do that on such a large scale. Because yeah, they can figure out these little round holes, but cutting the larger stones.
mystery with your own eyes.
So next
It's a
time
series
you feel
of
bored,
enormous geometric shapes.
Next time, what?
next time you think, "Oh, this is boring. Life is boring." Yeah, go ahead. Go drill some holes with some stone.
Yeah.
See how much time it'll
with a
take
copper with a copper saw.
Unbelievable. Oh.
Shapes etched into the desert, comparable to the famous Nazca lines in Peru, and perhaps even surpassing them in terms of both size and complexity. Archaeologist's Dimitri Day was the first to notice the shapes using Google Earth. When seen from ground level, the shapes are an indistinguishable collection of earthen mounds. But from an aerial vantage point, they become crosses, circles, squares, and lines. They vary in size between 200 and 1,400 feet and are spread across an area of almost 400 square miles. Archaeologists believe that they were made around 8,000 years ago. The amount of work that would be involved in creating these shapes would have been enormous, as would the level of communication and coordination required to ensure they made coherent shapes. How anyone was able to do this when they couldn't see the full picture from above is unexplained. Perhaps more important is the question of why anyone would do this when they'd have no way of seeing or appreciating the finished product.
Thoughts?
The gods will see the product from the skies.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, with that type of work, you're going to have plans. It's not going to be a bunch of savages out there just doing stones, you know, until, oh, we made it a straight edge. It's a lot of thought goes into it. And I also got to say, you know, when they use concrete and they reintroduce, you know, certain ingredients to it, over time, it turns back into stone. So in a weird way, I think they use fills. I think they kind of use concrete to make the stones in a weird way. You know, forms and all that. Might explain a lot. But I don't know. Who knows?
As far as size goes, like if you've ever done one of those drawings where you put a grid over the thing you want to draw and then just draw each grid rather than trying to draw the bigger picture.
The whole, yeah, I'm saying it's almost like a trick they do when they do large paintings, or they just they enlarge it.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go listen from the outside. I'm gonna go get ready and go pick up my 20% off weed. Yeah.
Right on, yeah.
So I'll be listening in on my phone from outside. Thanks. Maybe I'll join later if you're around.
Yep, too easy. Yeah, pretty sure that's all they really. Not to say that's easy. Fuck, I couldn't do it. I'm pretty sure that's a way it could be done, at least.
Human-powered flight is an invention of the 20th century, or at least that's what we've always been taught to believe. It appears that the truth might be far harder to swallow. Welcome to the concept of vimanas, ancient Indian chariots that allegedly rose into the sky, spewing fire and water as they went. It would be easy to write them off.
That sounds like rockets.
Yeah,
as an
they
ancient
use
hoax,
large amounts of water to cool the engines down.
Yep. And then the flame at the bottom.
Yep.
We can do that with a
References
lot,
to them
though.
didn't appear in
Like the first,
what?
you can do that with a lot of old stories. So, like, the first, the Chinese emperor, the one that came and brought like, I guess like almost like literacy and an economy and like agriculture.
Right, yeah.
You know, like they say he arrived in the belly of a dragon and left in the belly of a dragon. Right, but it could have just been something, you know, that flew and
A big
had fire.
big weird looking spaceship with wings and that. Like, what are people then gonna call something like that? A fucking dragon? The noise it would make, fire and shit coming out of it.
Because if you want a badass name for your spaceship, man, you call it the Dragon, you know?
Yeah.
And so many texts written independently of each other. They're mentioned by name in both Hindi and Sanskrit texts that date back 3,500 years. The most detailed description of them comes from the Veda, which says the interior of the flying vessels contained 12 pillars, a wheel, a control panel, and 300 articulated pivot points. Another text, known as the Ramayana, explains that ownership of Vimanas was limited to the ruling class, which is corroborated by the Mahabharata texts. There's no direct evidence that one single Vimana ever existed. But why did so many ancient writers speak of them like they'd seen them with their own eyes? Everybody knows what a Swiss Army knife is, but perhaps they shouldn't. It's the world's most famous multi-tool, and while it may or may not once have been standard issue in the Swiss Army, the Swiss didn't invent it. That honor goes, like so many important inventions, to the ancient Romans. The Roman answer to the Swiss Army knife was discovered at an undisclosed archaeological site somewhere on the Mediterranean coast in 2019. The archaeologists responsible for the discovery say that it was made during the early 3rd century and features a knife, a fork, a spoon, a spatula, and a toothpick. Based on that, it was probably more likely to be used by soldiers preparing and eating meals than it was for attacking enemies, although the knife would obviously be handy in that regard. The fact that the knife is made of silver rather than a cheaper metal suggests that it belonged to a high-ranking officer. As only one such object has ever been found, we don't know if it was a commonplace item or whether this is a unique object, possibly invented by the very same person who used it. If that were the case, they were around 1,500 years ahead of their time. Our next artifact is so wrapped up in myth and legend that we almost don't know where to start with its origin story. This is the Pythagoras Cup, which is sometimes also known as the Tantalus Cup. The most commonly told story about it is that it was invented by the legendary genius Pythagoras of Samos as a way of preventing his workers from getting drunk on the job. The drinking vessel works just the same as any other, so long as it's filled up to the correct point, but anything beyond that results in the entire contents being expelled out of the bottom of the cup, and probably all over the person holding it. Cleverly, the cup contains a U-shaped pipe hidden at its center. As the cup fills with liquid, pressure builds up inside the pipe until it can take no more and dumps everything out of the base. As this would probably have been quite funny to watch, there's every chance that it was created as a practical joke rather than a way of keeping workers relatively sober. It might have had nothing to do with Pythagoras at all, but the 2,600-year-old philosopher's name is attached to it anyway. We've sung the praises of the ancient Romans quite a few times in this video already, and now we're going to do it again. Take a good look at the Lycurgus cup. Is it green or is it red? Actually, it's both. The color you see depends on what angle you look at it from and what direction the light that hits it comes from. The stunning visual effect is down to the fact that microscopic particles of gold and silver were added during the glass-making stage. The particles are only 50 nanometers in diameter, and so we can say that the Romans invented nanotechnology. As each particle is 1,000 times smaller than the average grain of salt, we have no idea how the Roman genius responsible for the invention of this cup was able to work with them. They certainly didn't have a microscope for assistance 1,600 years ago. The chances...
What the fuck? Talk about lost knowledge.
Aliens, man.
Wow.
Of the particles getting into the mix by accident are non-existent. So whoever made this beautiful decorative glass knew exactly what they were doing. They might have been the only person in the Roman Empire who did, though. Nothing like this has ever been found anywhere else within former Roman territories. Human beings first manufactured aluminum 2 centuries ago. We want you to bear that in mind as we examine our
Aluminium.
next incredible artifact. It was found in Romania in 1973. But as Romania was a communist and secretive country back then, it wasn't known of by the wider scientific community until much more recently. The artifact, which appears to have been shaped and engineered by human hands, is a total anomaly. It's made of aluminum, but is also 250,000 years old. Based on its shape and design, it looks like it might once have been part of an axe. There was nobody around to make axes 250,000 years ago, and even if there had been, they wouldn't have been able to use this material to make it. The findings of the Romanian lab were so surprising that the object was taken to another lab in Lausanne, Switzerland for confirmation. The Swiss scientists got the same results as their Romanian counterparts. Unsurprisingly, conspiracy theorists claim that the artifact is a piece of an alien spacecraft left behind after a visit to Earth in the distant past. Perhaps they're right, though. It's not as if scientists have a better explanation. Is the Iron Pillar of Delhi an example of steelwork that was over 1,000 years ahead of its time, or a happy accident? Scientists have never been able to agree about the answer to that question, and it's possible that they never will. What can be said with certainty is that the pillar, which is sometimes also known as the Ashoki Pillar, has stood proudly and resolutely, rust-free in Delhi, India, for 1,500 years. The entire surface of the 22-foot-tall monument is coated in an incredibly thin layer of mesowite, which prevents the iron beneath it from exposure to oxygen, which would result in the formation of rust. Quite how such a technically complex task could be achieved by the primitive coal furnaces of 1,500 years ago is unknown. Scientists think that it might have been a freak event caused by the iron mixing with slag, lime, and damp air while it cooled. As the people who made it would have had no idea that the rust-proof coating even existed, they'd have viewed it as a miracle. It took several centuries for anyone to come up with a deliberate form of rust-proofing, so either the Indians kept their secrets, or they never intended to rust-proof the pillar at all. The Shugborough inscription is only 10 letters long. That doesn't leave much room for it to create an enduring mystery that's lasted for several centuries, but it's managed to do it anyway. The inscription is carved into the Shepherd's Monument in Shugborough Hall, England. The monument itself is an interesting artifact. It's a sculpture that features a relief based on a painting by Poussin. Peter Shee is the sculptor who created it in 1763, using Poussin's The Shepherds of Arcadia as a reference guide. But for reasons best known to himself, he added the letters O-U-O, S-V-A-V, and V beneath it. Slightly below that string of characters are the letters D and M. They're not Roman numerals, and they don't correspond to any known ancient code. Most academics believe that the text is an encoded message from Shee, but nobody's been able to work out what it says. Even the great Charles Dickens once applied his mind to the question, and he couldn't come up with a solution. Perhaps Peter was just a prankster, in which case we're sure he'd be happy to know that people are still puzzled by the code he invented almost 250 years after he passed away. Subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, and enjoy watching new videos on my channel. Thanks for watching, and see you soon!
There you go. Oh, he lives. Welcome back, Wild Heart.
Not in that shirt.
Cheers.
Welcome back.
Are you still rolling? Rocking, hell. I've been asleep for you. Sorry, I've just woke up. Nothing to do with you.
Hey, Wild.
Hello, Pixie. Hello.
You've had a good couple hours.
Yeah.
At least, so that's good.
And I need more whiskey. So I'm going to have to go to the shop. I should just make a cigarette.
Today is a Tuesday. So you've pretty well been drinking since Friday.
Yeah.
Or is it more like pretty well been drinking since
May.
1999.
Yeah.
May. Jody, Jody,
No.
Jody, Jody. Are you still with us, Jody?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I don't know.
Hi, Wild. No, that's because of smoking too much. I know that. I cut down on the cigarettes and I do not cough that bad no more. Before a cigarette. So.
I know a lot of people don't like them, but this made a huge difference to me.
I can't.
I've
I've
been
tried
hanging
to.
for about a week now, though, for a ciggy. It's like, in about 6 weeks, I've been like, every now and then get a little, I could go a ciggy, but it goes away. But for the last week, it's bad. I want a ciggy.
Yeah, I can't transition to the vape. I've tried. It's not the same to me.
It's not. It's hard transition, but once you've made it, you're sweet. But it's a hard transition. I know. This is my third attempt, and the longest I've gone. So, round of applause for me.
Yay!
Congratulations. I'm proud.
Without what?
I'm
Without
at
real
least,
cigarettes?
yeah, I'm at least 8 weeks. But I lose count, so I'm probably way longer than that, which is even better. But
Okay, we both got vapes when they were brand new. I mean, brand new. When people thought I was like smoking a pen, okay? Like,
yeah,
but
when I started.
like for me, it just didn't take. Just didn't like.
Yep.
He quit relatively soon after that. I did not. Like, I only smoked like when I was at work, but I still smoked. It wasn't until like lockdown and working from home that I quit. That's when I quit. And now I just vape.
Oh God.
Right, I'm going to the shop. I shall be right back. Cheers, Sammy. Okay. And well done, pizza.
Yeah, I want to find. You don't remember the name of that city with the big giant stones and the laser cut precision? It's not Glow Teb.
Goglo
Tepi
Tempe?
Tepi Tepi
Goglo
Tepi.
Goglo Teple? Or something like that. Go. What's it? Tepe.
Go
Blecky Tepe. Go Blecky
Blecky Tepi.
Yeah, I think it's Go Blecky Tepe.
Go Blecky Tepi. Yeah, that's it.
And those H stones are
It's Gobekli.
Go Beck.
Oh, you're correct. Go Beckley.
It's like having an Asian
But
chick you're cheering
isn't
for.
the
Go
one-
Beckley. Sorry.
I don't know if that's the one I was thinking of or not. It is an ancient city, but I don't think that's the one I was thinking of. I think the one I was thinking of was more like up in mountains.
Like in Peru or like in South America, like this
Yeah,
Mexico
I think I want to say
area.
Peru.
Oh,
I want to say Peru, but I don't know.
those Inca temples. Well, they got
But
some weird names too.
Don't take my word for it, because like I said, I hear about all these places and I go research all these places. That doesn't mean I haven't confused one location with another, right? Like I know
You know what?
Tenochtitlan, but that's because
And
I had to do a
Mazatlan.
project on that one.
They got Mazatlan and some other ones over there.
Yeah.
And they have the one that's in Mexico City where the Aztec style. I forgot what that's called.
Yeah, and I think the one in Peru is Incan. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Also, really cool old architecture is Angkor Wat Angkor Wat is beautifully done. But the at first they found like it would be like a platform and then stairs and then a platform and then stairs. And they were like, this is interesting. But come to find out, like it matches the platforms match the different flood levels of the river throughout the year. It's really cool.
Oh, cool.
And they have like
Here you go.
carvings and
Sorry.
all kinds of crazy stuff.
Sure.
Go Bekle Teple.
So I don't think it was Go Blackly Leckly either.
Go Power Rangers.
By your powers combined.
High in the Andes Mountains, over 12,000 feet above sea level, near the shores of Lake Titicaca, lay the ancient pre-Incan ruins of
Titicaca, that's funny.
Puma, Door of the Puma. These ruins, some 45 miles west of the modern city of La Paz, Bolivia, stand as one of the Earth's greatest mysteries. By the time it was discovered by the Incans, Puma Punku was already abandoned. There exists no record beyond that of who might have built it or when. Traditionally, archaeologists dated Puma Punku.
No, Puma Punku was the one I was trying to think of.
Okay.
It's got these big square blocks that are like the size of houses.
That might be it. They did say Incan.
They're laser straight.
To somewhere around 500 CE. But in the 1920s, an Austrian archaeologist and explorer named Arthur Poznański, who had spent decades at the site, proposed something quite different. He noted that on the first day of spring, the sun rose directly above the center of the ruins through a stone archway. It seemed, Poznański surmised as he examined the layout, that as the sunrise moved along the horizon, as the days of the years passed, it would rise over the two cornerstones on either side of the archway on the summer and winter solstices. Yet when those days came, it did not. This puzzled and disappointed Poznański, until after further research, he realized that the sun would have raised exactly over those spots approximately 17,000 years ago. Thus, Poznański asserted that Puma Punku was built by some sort of prehistoric civilization lost to the history books, that the site was more than 10 times as old as archaeology had previously hypothesized. And yet, who built Puma Punku? And whether they existed 1,500 years ago or more than 15,000 is not even the greatest mystery of the site. It is not so much about who built it, but how they did so. Before we continue, we'd like to thank our friends from Skillshare for sponsoring this technology and high quality with their illustrations to explore structures which fit together our build, creativity, and career with Skillshare. The structures of Puma Punku are built of huge stones,
Not a sponsor.
granite, and diorite, a series of blocks which fit together like a puzzle, without mortar holding them in
is
place,
insane.
positioned so perfectly that a razor blade can't fit between.
Look at the size
Even
of them.
more incredibly, the
There it
structures
is.
have smooth, flawless right angles, made of perfectly straight stones with circular holes drilled in them at exactly the same size and depth. Modern experts have asserted that, even with modern technology, Puma Punku would be near impossible to replicate. So how could it possibly have been constructed by an ancient civilization? For answers, first travel across the world to Egypt and the famous unfinished obelisk at Aswan. To this day, the enormous obelisk lays encased in granite bedrock, a monstrosity some 42 meters long and well over 1,000 tons, more than twice the size of the largest completed Egyptian obelisk. But it was not just the size that confused modern archaeologists. More perplexing, the obelisk was carved out of pink granite, an extremely hard rock, and one much harder than the tools used by ancient Egyptians. Simply, if Egyptians had used their bronze and dolerite tools on pink granite, the tools would have worn out faster than the rock. Further, the obelisk was laying in a deep trench, which would not have left room for a hard blow. If an Egyptian hammer already wasn't strong enough to carve the granite, it would be even less so, without room to wind up and strike firmly. With this in mind, archaeologists examining the obelisk noticed what appeared to be strange tool marks on the side, described as scoops, as if done with a belt sander on wood. This was not a pattern made by hammering tools, nor, for that matter, any type of tool the ancient Egyptians possessed. Curiously, similar scoops were found in megaliths in Peru and elsewhere. Manufacturing expert Chris Dunn, who examined the site, reached
Is that what you're talking about, concrete, PJ?
Oh no, I was thinking a lot of those blocks. I'm just wondering if they weren't just poured concrete into forms.
Like those big letter H looking ones and that.
Yeah, they almost like it just formed like out of like a
Like a
wooden form.
mold?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you've got something hot enough to make granite molten, long enough to pour it in a molten set. But even then, that implies more technology than we give them credit for. Because the fire's not going to superheat it like that.
Well, I'm just looking at if those holes are talking about been there and are there for that while. I mean, it would take a good drill, or it would just take a poured form with a pole in there, or something tubular to make it. I don't know. I'm just seeing, just working with concrete before. It just seems like it'd be easier just to pour the molds. And I'm not sure what you have to extract from the rock itself and then add in later, lye and all that to
For the
make
big
concrete.
H ones, but even the other ones that fit together like puzzle pieces and all those different shapes so
Yeah.
well that you can't even fit a razor blade in it, like that's crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Giant aliens.
A suggestive conclusion. The unfinished obelisk offers compelling indirect evidence regarding the level of technology its creators had reached, not so much by indicating clearly what methods were used, but by the overpowering indications of what methods could not have been used. And yet the obelisk at Aswan is not the only Egyptian evidence of such a thing. Consider the massive granite boxes found at the Serapeum at Saqqara, a site near Memphis in Lower Egypt. These boxes were finished to an unbelievably high accuracy, with sharper dimensions than should have been possible at the time, particularly when using granite. In modern times, masons used diamond-tipped hydraulic pressured machines loaded with ample cooling fluid to cut granite, a far cry from the primitive tools of ancient Egypt. Or what about the many examples of Egyptian stonecraft pottery carved out of granite and other hard rock with unimaginable precision? Experts assert that even with modern technology, this stonecraft pottery cannot be replicated.
See, how can you explain that? You can't mold that shit. It's granite.
That's why I keep saying they may have been ignorant, right, of a lot of these scientific things, these discoveries we've made, and they most certainly didn't have our technology. But I don't think I can call them
But
stupid.
shit, they knew their world and they knew how to manipulate stuff like stone.
If not so-called modern technology, just what sort of technology did the ancient Egyptians possess then? Chris Dunn offers a dramatic explanation. I believe that these artifacts that I have measured in Egypt are the smoking gun that proves without a shadow of a doubt that a higher civilization than what we have been taught existed in ancient Egypt. The evidence is cut into the stone. The question then becomes, if this is in fact evidence of a smoking gun, what does this evidence show? What is the smoking gun? That is to say, how did they do it? In the 1980s, a group of researchers from St. Cloud University in Minnesota, led by the enigmatic archaeologist Ivan Watkins, endeavored to study the stonework of the incredible Incan ruins of Machu Picchu in Peru at an up-close
Picchu.
microscopic level. Hard rock, such as that which makes up Machu Picchu's mighty structures, contains a mix of numerous minerals with varying degrees of hardness, which can be seen when examined under a microscope. When force is applied to the rock, such as by hammering or grinding or sanding, the weaker minerals crack and break, while the harder ones stay together. By studying the stonework of Machu Picchu microscopically, Watkins and his team hope to find out more about how the rock was cut and thus how the structures were made. And yet, upon examination, Watkins and his team were stunned. The surface of the rock was not an uneven mishmash of broken and held together minerals, but rather a smooth, slick surface, almost as though the rock had been exposed to extreme heat, melting quartz fragments into a sort of glaze which filled in the stone's microscopic irregularities. Research was taken up by different.
What? Oh. My mind is getting blown right now.
It's going crazy now.
If this is true, yeah.
Geologist from the United States Bureau of Mines named David Lindroth, who sought to discover how the stone blocks of Machu Picchu had been cut so as to give the rock a glazed
And
effect.
can I also just point out that we've just jumped. Like, they're not even actually sure of the exact age of the pyramids, correct? Because they don't know which pharaohs, or is it the Sphinx? But either way, like ancient Egypt is so far back compared to like Rome and stuff like that. Thousands of years before. And
Andy
we
was
just
called,
jumped from. Sorry, what?
Andy was called David Lee Roth.
Well, he said
It's called David Lee Roth.
what was the name of that place? Pukapuma or something? That one predates the Incans. They said by the time the Incans got there, it had already been abandoned.
So it's like this technology spanning eons of time and the globe. That
I don't know how biased they are. I'm not saying we can't recreate this. I'm just saying I can't look at this and say that people that came before me were stupid.
And happy birthday, BroJo. I didn't know it was your birthday. Happy birthday. Cheers.
After some effort, Lindroth and his team found that by focusing a laser with 100 watts of power at a 2mm area and moving it back and forth, a stone could be cut by the beam. This was a process they called thermal disaggregation. Regardless of what it was called, though, it seemed that Lindroth and his team were suggesting that the Incans could have cut the stones used to create Machu Picchu with lasers. And speaking of ancient laser cutting technology, we must mention the mysterious Al Nasla rock found in the Tayma Oasis in Saudi Arabia. This massive block is split through the center by a very precise and clean cut, almost as if the rock was sliced with some kind of laser technology. Apparently, the Incans were not the only ones who possessed this kind of technology. It is interesting to note that, like the Egyptians and the ancient peoples of Lake Titicaca, the Incans worshipped a sun god. They had a yearly festival called the Festival of the Sun, during which a priest would use a bracelet with a concave gold charm to reflect the sun and light a pile of cotton on fire. Some have suggested that this is a clue. Others have gone further, like Ivan Watkins, who, in a 1986 article published in the LA Times, proclaimed the Incas used solar power, not manpower, to cut the huge stones they used to build their massive cities. According to Watkins, the Incans would use large parabolic dish-shaped reflectors made of gold, the size of 2 men across, to focus the sun's energy into a beam of light that could cut rock. There's no doubt in my mind that they knew how to do it, Watkins asserted. The existence of large gold discs at Incan temples is confirmed by the records of Spanish conquistadors, who historians suggest likely cut up the gold discs for poker chips before melting them down and sending them back to Spain. If these discs were used, as Watkins suggests, one might laugh at the stereotypical actions of conquerors, taking the loot but missing the point. But what then is the point? Is it possible that the Incans and other ancient civilizations, like the Egyptians and those who built Pumapunku, had knowledge of how to harness the power of the sun? All 3 of these civilizations accomplished seemingly impossible feats of stonework. All 3 lived in places with year-long sun and worshipped a sun god. Could all 3 have possessed a knowledge of some sort of ancient solar laser? Perhaps. Or perhaps there is even more to it than that. A number of years ago, a strange story started making its way around the fringes of the archaeological community, on early internet message boards, and in hushed tones in the back rooms of iconoclast academia. Apparently, a young American archaeologist in Egypt had taken it upon herself to do some, to put it mildly, snooping around. This was probably not an unusual fantasy for archaeologists regularly stymied by the notoriously secretive Egyptian government. In this case, the young American picked the lock of a nondescript Egyptian storeroom at the end of some dusty hallway and opened the door to a small room stacked to the brim with hundreds of tuning forks, some small, 8 or 9 inches in size, some as big as 8 or 9 feet, each like the letter U at the end of a long handle, resembling a pitchfork. Most curiously, each fork had a taut wire stretched between the prongs of the U. When the wire was plucked, the fork would vibrate. Note that, officially, the tuning fork was not invented until 1711 by a British musician named John Shore. So what were these tuning forks doing at an Egyptian archaeological site? And if these forks had been found there, would this not be something to share with the world? at least in as much as it seems to predate the recorded invention of the tuning fork? More importantly, what could these forks, and not one or two, but hundreds, have been used for? Some small, as if made for finer details, others large, as if made for heavy work. Consider that ancient Egyptian art often portrayed deities with a rod in their hand, specifically a staff with a forked base in the shape of a U and a pronged head, usually made out to look like some sort of animal. This is not any staff, but what is known as the Wa's scepter. In ancient Egyptian beliefs, it represented power. But what sort of power? Maybe this is more literal than it seems. Remember the solar laser spoken about by Watkins, accomplished by focusing the electromagnetic waves of the sun? Some have asked, why do the waves have to be electromagnetic? Why not waves of sound? This idea is not as far-fetched as it may initially seem. In fact, as far back as 2000, NASA had begun work on what they called an ultrasonic sonic driller corer. More simply, a device which uses sound waves to hammer through materials. This is a device NASA envisions as being used to explore beneath the surface of other planets in the future. More recently, scientists at the University of Michigan discovered a way to concentrate sound waves at a frequency of 10,000 times higher than humans can hear into a beam which then acts as an invisible knife. In other words, scientists at the University of Michigan have created an invisible laser beam of sound. This so-called sonic drilling relates directly to the civilizations of ancient Egypt and elsewhere. By sending sound vibrations through the handle of a tuning fork, say by plucking a taut wire strung between the prongs of the U, the bottom end of the fork can be turned into a high-frequency jackhammer, one which, even if it was made out of copper, would be able to cut granite with precision. Perhaps this is how the Egyptians cut rock that was too hard for their tools. And if the same characteristics found in Egyptian stonework were found elsewhere in the world, at places like Machu Picchu and Pumapunku, perhaps each of these ancient civilizations possessed since-forgotten secrets of the power of sound. Or perhaps the secrets go even deeper. Perhaps the power of sound was something the ancients knew all too well. Better, in fact, than we know in modern times. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to click the link in the description below.
Wouldn't it be as simple as recreating it?
Well, sure, if you understand like the curve, like what curve did they use, it'd be a lot of trial and error, but I'm sure you could.
Oh, yeah. What we need is access to the supposed secret tuning forks.
If it's the
Why
tuning
is
forks,
the
it could be the
Egyptian
discs
government,
that got melted down.
Yeah, I kind of zoned out for the disc bit.
Oh,
Okay.
they think they used. One guy thinks they used like these golden like discs, like almost like lenses, to redirect the sun in like a laser beam type thing, almost to cut the stone. And then he talked about how the chief of the Incan tribe or whatever would have this like golden disc ring that during this ceremony he would set like a pile of cotton on fire with it, and he thinks that that's like symbolic of like this heat that using the sun to cut things. But I don't know. I guess you could recreate it, but it'd be a lot of trial and error, right?
Yeah. Surely there's archaeologists out there that do that sort of thing, try and recreate.
Yeah. Well, for me, I don't. Sure, prove to me how they did it. That'd be great. But no matter how they did it, like I don't think stupid people were creating that. I just don't.
No, not at all. But it sort of makes you wonder about intelligence and how it's tied in with evolution. Because we're sort saying that we've all, been as intelligent or more intelligent in the past, kind of flies in the face of what evolution says about
Well, I think we have more
um
knowledge, right? But the gear wouldn't have been invented without the wheel, and lots of machines wouldn't have been invented without the gear, right? Like, just because they weren't figuring out what we're figuring out doesn't mean they weren't figuring out something. And if they weren't figuring out something, we wouldn't have figured out what we figured out.
Yeah, it doesn't mean more intelligent, it just means different. They just work out differently.
yeah. And then we failed to pass that information down properly.
Yeah.
So we've forgotten.
Yeah.
Or some stupid foreigners came and burned it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, never the English.
I'm not saying never the English, but that particular time it was the Spanish.
Well, it's like, do we even know what we're taking, right? Like they said, like if it was the tuning forks, they just ended up in a room somewhere. If it was the discs, those got melted down into poker chips before being sent back to their homeland.
Yeah.
See, but the old diehard conspiratorial part of me hears things like found in a dingy old locked room and the notoriously secretive Egyptian government, and I think why are they so secretive with their artifacts?
Wouldn't you be? If look, if I found a bunch of artifacts,
at least put them on display and shit.
No. If I found a bunch of artifacts, I would hide them. Here's why I would hide my artifacts. Because either it's going to get stolen or some government is going to want to claim it. Usually the British government. I mean, look at the British museums.
Yeah,
Very little in the British museums is actually British, right? Like, if I was uncertain and I lived in a third world country and there were all these people taking artifacts, stealing artifacts, black markets, and all kinds of stuff, and I found artifacts, you best believe I'd be hiding them.
Yeah, no,
we do. We do have a tendency to steal things, like countries.
And not just foreigners. There are locals who will steal it for the black market trades. But I would be hiding mine. Especially if I thought they were important.
Can you see my banner? Wild?
Yeah. Oh, blame the British. Oh, that's completely fair. yeah, yeah, basically, yeah.
Before that, we could blame Rome, and before that, we could blame Persia, right? I mean, there's always somebody to blame.
You left Greece out of it.
Okay, yes, Greece.
Yeah, Greece.
But I was jumping back to Persia.
Yeah, but those Greek bastards.
Xerxes wasn't much better.
No. But I think Xerxes had more fun.
Probably.
What channel is this? Is it truthful? Biased? What? What are you on about, BroJo?
That was the video showed.
Yeah, the video we were watching. He was wondering, like, how, I don't know. They brought up a lot of...
Yeah, no, I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, they brought up a lot of... Like I said, I don't know how true what they were saying was. I'm just saying, looking at those images and thinking stupid people built that just doesn't fit in my head.
Yeah.
I don't care how they did it. They can theorize a lot of things. But no matter how they did it, they were not dumb people.
which is just fascinating to think about. Like, what we may still yet discover and what we'll never discover, obviously.
If we went from covered wagons to mobile phones in like a couple hundred years, imagine what our grandkids or our great grandkids will have.
Yeah.
But maybe not. Maybe we could lose knowledge, and they'll have less
Well,
knowledge.
see, if we
I'm not
had
just talking about knowledge. What if it's like nanobot medical technology, where
Mm,
it just repairs whatever's wrong with you without you having to seek medical attention? Like just as you go, fixes you up.
Yeah, that'd be good.
here, this is the thing. That's not a possibility. That's going to happen. As well as, if not immortality, um, incredibly elongated lifespans. So they say that children being born today will live for hundreds of years.
Yes. As a matter of fact, there's two teams that are kind of like ahead in the increasing your lifespan research are attacking it from two different angles, which I find fascinating. The woman that was talking about it, her team is looking at a certain gland and the hormone that this gland releases that contributes to aging. And they're looking at anti-aging that way. And they're saying that if you, no, wait, that's the guy. Hold on. And then the guy and his team are looking at it from like your metabolism aspect, and how that contributes to aging. And they're looking at it from that way. And so he said that once they get, he thinks they're pretty close, but of course he's going to say he thinks they're pretty close because funding. But he said if they got this shot to someone in their like 40s or 50s, that it would increase their lifespan by like another 50 years or so. But by that time, they should be doing better with it. And even if it doesn't help the people that got the first shot, it would increase the life expectancy by an even greater amount for the next people. But he thinks that they could give the second shot to the first group and still
So
increase it a little bit, just not as much. But
I wonder if it's
it's
similar
really
to
interesting.
what yeah, and I wonder if those two examples are similar or are the ones I've seen. But I seen one where there was. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to refresh. I know it's going to fuck you up, but I'm just going to refresh so I can put myself full screen. If I have admin powers, then I can put myself full screen so I can do my hair.
No worries. Is they had a mouse that they cloned, and then they seem to have found the gene to switch off, and they had the photo of the two mice, and one was like old and grey, and the other one still looked like a juvenile.
I don't know, but it might be the
So
same thing.
they're looking at the genetic side of things.
Yeah, I remember
And
the
then
guy.
another one was looking at crustaceans and jellyfish and stuff that are essentially um not immortal, but they don't die of age. The only thing that kills these crustaceans is they literally outgrow their shells.
I know they're using like somebody said
Or
something
are
about
eaten or whatnot, but they'll live forever otherwise. And then you've got corals and things that can go from a pupa to its fully developed stage and then revert back to a pupa if it needs to.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I know they
reverse
were
that
talking about
aging.
the horseshoe crab with the blue blood, and the one that was talking about the mice. I don't think it's the same one. It could be. He could just be further along in his research. But I know the guy, like, he struck me as interesting just right off the bat because he's rather young. Like he's not old, right? Like he's not old by any means. But you wouldn't necessarily think that by looking at him because he's got like, you know, like the graying hair, the long graying hair, and the beard and the mustache, and he keeps it back in a low ponytail.
Hmm.
He's the one doing the metabolism one.
Yeah, right. So you've got metabolism, genetic, or like switching off the gene, and then I guess it would be genetics with the crustaceans and that too.
Probably, yeah. It's all very fascinating, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's just yeah.
But mine, I really go into nanotechnology and nanomedicine, though, right? Because that's where I'm going to think things are going to get really interesting because you're taking it down to a computing level. And one of our problems in aging, right? The reason you'll die of old age, even if you look young or even if we extend our life expectancy, is like the way I had it explained to me was when your DNA copies itself, it copies itself imperfectly, right? And so it's like taking a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy. For a while, you're doing good, but after a while, things start getting really weird, you know? And so the DNA that you're replicating is more and more damaged as you go, right?
Yeah.
So if we had nanotechnology that could not only like diagnose what's going wrong in your body and fix that, but ensure that that replication process is exact, what would that do?
Yeah, wow. You'd stay like 30.
But even then, I would imagine your heart or something would give out at some point. I mean, even if you kept everything in perfect condition, I imagine there's something inescapable that we don't know about yet. That's why I wonder, would that really fix anything? If we could ensure our DNA would photocopy perfectly every time, would that even fix anything? Other than appearance?
Well, well, I guess it would depend on if there was another factor other than that genetic breakdown.
Lots of things to discover. And in 2,000 years, they'll think we were primitive and stupid. Who knows? They'll be like, look, none of their structures even held up.
Yeah. They'll be like, they weren't stupid, they just thought differently.
They just didn't have the same building blocks. But without them, we wouldn't have whatever crazy thing came
Yeah.
from their internet, okay?
Yeah. Well,
Instead if they gave
the
us
way
the
I
pyramids,
see
it's
it,
going to be like, they gave us
going,
computers.
yeah. In my ideal Star Trek type world, we would eventually integrate with nanotechnology, transporter technology, and replicator technology so that we could simply think things into existence or think a thought and transport somewhere.
Hate
all
to
with our
interrupt.
thoughts.
Hate to interrupt, but I gotta go to work tonight, so I'm gonna nap before work. So I will talk to you guys later.
Okay, Jody.
No
Have
worries.
fun.
Thanks for coming, Jody.
No problem. Bye, guys.
Have a good sleep.
And you, have you even gone to sleep yet, dear Sammy?
It's only it is 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a no. Are you waiting in the back? Did you not add yourself?
He was just partying hard anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, Badger, I was singing.
Have you accepted your invite yet?
I have, but I've still not got my post. But it might work.
Yeah.
I can't let myself in. I would have let myself in, booted you, kicked you, and do a karaoke.
Bree, hey Bree.
Hey, hello. I'm gonna pop on camera just to blow you guys a kiss, but I don't have any makeup on. I just woke up from a nap. But I have an announcement to make. I went to my doctor this morning, and they I got an endocrinologist. It took me too long to say that word for my hormone treatment. So the medical transition.
Yes, in.
It starts today. I guess.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Well, I guess I could say it starts with when I have the first appointment with her. But I had my PCP, and they're on board with me transitioning. Now I got the proper diagnosis codes and stuff on my charts and everything after talking to my doctor today. I'm going to be able to get this started.
Oh, that's so good. Congratulations, Bree.
And you heard it here first. I think this is my first time on your channel, Sammy. I think this is my first time
excellent.
Here.
There you go. See the banner?
What's that?
I've just changed my banner.
Oh, yeah.
Just for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm absolutely beside myself with joy about this turn of events, because the world's been shitting on me lately. If I don't want to.
Excited for you, beautiful lady.
This is the win that I've been waiting for. This is a win that might make things worthwhile. So, but yeah, I had the day off work, so I wanted to come in here and see you guys, Pixie and Sammy and Wildheart. I don't know Plastic Jesus, but hi. But I was just talking to Pixie on Twitter, telling her I wanted to come hang out with her sometime soon. So here I am.
Awesome. Awesome news.
Bree is another one I'm proud of. Bree, are you on Google? Are you on Google Chat or Discord? Because I don't know why you're not there yet on my stuff yet.
Google Chat on Discord. I'm on Discord. I have a Discord server. You want a link?
Yes, please.
You're all welcome to join my Discord server. I don't know if am I a mod in your side chat, Sammy?
Oh, if you're not, you will be in a second.
Okay, because I'll drop a link, and you and your audience are all welcome to join my my Discord server. As long as you're cool, we talk about the same kind of stuff I talk about on my channel. So, if you like that, now I do it with a softer, more feminine voice.
You can come in there and be silently judged with me about liking spiders.
Yeah.
Comment in the chat.
Spiders. You're not supposed to like spiders. It's I have to overcome than the nature of my aversion. Everybody has a biological aversion to things with more than 4 legs. It's not our fault, but it's because we lived in an environment where it was beneficial for us to fear spiders and centipedes and insects for the stings and the bites that they can inflict upon us. And there wasn't always EpiPens around, so it was beneficial to know and have a biological driving force to avoid those things. I educate myself beyond that, but that biological response is still there. There are things about certain groups, especially tarantulas, where I have completely overcome my my fear of tarantulas, because I look at them as like the ones that I haven't handled. I know which ones not to handle, and I look at them like furry little pups, like little pets. They're not dangerous to me.
I
Even their
like
bite.
tarantulas and jumping spiders. Jumping spiders are super cute.
I just got a new jumping spider this morning, Pixie. It's got a little black. I found it on my ceiling, and I'm like, "You're gonna come down here and live with me." It was a black one of the black ones with a white spot.
Oh, how cute!
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
There you go. You're a mod,
Okay,
Bree.
I still need to find this picture and send it to you because I have no idea what kind of a spider it is. I have no idea. Me and my friend jokingly refer to it as the android spider. It was on her car after work, but it's like green. It's like a green color, and it has a triangle on its back, an actual triangle on its back, and that's why we called it the android spider. But anyway, I have to send a picture of it to you because I have no idea what it is.
It has a triangle on its back, and it's green.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's a green lynx spider.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
Maybe. They have more like an arrow shaped. It was the triangle yellow?
No, it was just darker green. Like it was. I'm gonna have to send you the picture. It's the weirdest spider I've ever seen. It's so cute, though.
It was cute. Well, as long as it's cute.
Yeah, it was little bitty. I don't even know if it was an adult. Like it was little.
Yeah. There's some jumping spiders that are metallic. I thought that maybe it was metallic when they are so cool looking. They don't have the floofiness though, because obviously you can't be metallic and floofy at the same time. You get one or the other, but I like both of them. Metallic always looks good on a beetle. You ever seen like an iridescent weevil with?
Yes.
Oh, they're so beautiful.
They're pretty.
So, Bree, can I ask? I'm in your Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Is the what's this somewhere people can post pictures to ask your
Get
advice on what
IDs.
that is?
Yeah. You can. You don't have. It's not just for asking
Pixie?
for IDs. It's also for you can also post stuff in there and say this is what that is. You can actually.
Awesome. Yep.
So, because there's, I post like anything I take a picture of in the wild, I post it out there. Right now, there's some North American insects that Cadence is asking for an ID on, so I might have to delve into that. I don't know, but we will see. Looks like a little tree hopper of some kind of insect. But yes, you can ask for IDs in there. It's always best to state your location because I know you're in the upside down place, and you're also insects
imaginary
are much
land.
nice. Yeah. But you have equally adorable jumping spiders, including the peacock ones with the little peacock tails. So
yeah.
If you ever catch one of those on camera, I think those are more. What are those on the East Coast down there?
Yep. Which is where I am.
Yeah. You're in the East too. So. Mm-hmm. But I can ID stuff from down there. I can ID stuff from the UK too. If you're over there, I just need to know that you're from there, so I know where I'm looking. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking for species indigenous or naturalized to North America, because I'm just usually just assume North America if I don't get any location at all. But yes, everybody's free to join the Discord. Do you all have a Discord?
Yeah.
I figured Wildheart would have a Discord. a server.
I have the wheel, which I will be sending you a link to shortly.
Okay. I'm sorry if this mic is weird too. If the mic sounds weird right now, it's I'm using the one that's on the webcam because I don't have my equipment here.
So I'm gonna share this video of this peacock spider because it's so damn cute.
So adorable.
Put your little tail up. Oh.
Now we're doing the cheerleader moves. Yeah. Work it, girl. So actually a boy. Work it, boy, I guess. There we go.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh yeah, shake it.
Shake it.
Gotta attract those ladies. I love the bow. Look at how bowed down he is.
Oh, look at that. Semaphore.
You think you could robot dance? Look at that.
It's fitting music. Oh, look at that.
Did you redo, right?
So bizarre.
Look how cute the face on his tail is too, on his abdomen. That face on there. Not
Oh,
just
you're right.
His real face is cute, but that face is cute too. It looks kind of like the Duolingo owl.
It's heaps cute.
That is just adorable.
Well, it goes for another minute, so I won't make us watch the whole thing. I could. He's so damn cute.
Yes. Some of the cutest.
See, anyone who just makes the blanket statement, I hate spiders, has never seen a jumping spider.
Right. They have eyelashes. Even the ones without the peacock tail that are just brown, they look like they're like little teddy bears, is what they look like. They look like Ewoks or something. That's what they remind me of. Jumping spiders. I don't know what it is about their eyes. They remind me. Maybe it's because they use glass eyes
And if you look at it under a microscope, they have like tiny little paws.
They do. Tarantulas have little cat paws. They're so cute. They're basically little puppies. Little puppies or little kitties, depending on whether they're arboreal or not. But mantises act more like kitties, though. Especially how playful they get with trying to grab things. You can play with that. You can sit there and play with a praying mantis with a laser pointer for hours. They'll never stop chasing it. They're so cute. You know what else is cute? Y'all probably never heard of this. A teddy bear solifuge.
I have never heard of that.
Let me see here.
Teddy bear.
I think the leafy sea dragon is cute.
Sea dragon, the leafy one. I saw one of those in St. Louis just a couple months ago. It was they had the ultraviolet light or whatever on it, so that it would make the plants, I guess, were responsive, so that they'd stand out, so you could actually see where he was, because you wouldn't have been able to locate him. It would like come on and then it'd go off, so you could see how well camouflaged they were by lighting up those fake leaves. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just look like little plants if you don't.
Pixie, have you seen Lucas the Spider? Is
Yes,
that animated?
I know Lucas the Spider. He's cute.
If you don't, I've got to show you a little few seconds of Lucas.
Yeah. What was that? It is I, Dr. Lucas, and my trusty nurses. What a team. Is this the patient? Mm-hmm. Okay. Spiky thingy. Spiky thingy. You may not want to watch this part, Avocado.
Don't let this run too long. It'll get you a
Sponge
strike.
cake?
Is that
It's not a good episode because he's in a little doctor's outfit.
That
so you
is a
can't
cute
see
little
him
spider.
well.
The original Lucas the Spider video, I show that to a lot of people who say, "Oh, spiders are just gross." It's like, no, look at this; they can be cute. That one right there, where's on the stool.
Uh-huh.
That one right there.
Hi,
Look how cute he is.
my name's Lucas. I have too many eyeballs. I look around with all of the eyeballs. Where's my spider web? Oh, there it is. Okay, bye.
That's
Come
so cute.
inside, please. It's really cold out here. That fire looks very nice. I can warm my legs. All 8 of them. Is anyone there? Okay, I'll just go sleep in the shed.
Oh, I'll just get sleep in the shed.
Hi, wee. Uh-oh.
Oh,
It's dark down there. I wonder what's on the other side. Lucas, go down. Hi, you wouldn't believe what I just found. Come on.
well,
That was cute.
it's even cuter than the one I knew. Yeah.
Let me see here. That's what I wanted to share. Here's something cute that I was talking about. And maybe cute subjective. I think this guy's cute, but looks like a little mole.
Oh.
This is the teddy bear solifuge that was talking about in there. Floofy.
Furry it is.
And underground, they live like moles. Usually solifuges look like this, but these ones that are filling that mole niche look, oh yeah, like a little teddy bear. And like they're super soft. There's a video of a white one, and I should find that.
Are they fast moving or?
These ones are more the ones that I just showed. They're more slow moving, subterranean, but they do come out at night and they can scramble pretty quick if they need to. Those are the remember the camel spiders and or sun spiders, sometimes they were called, the camel spiders from like Afghanistan that people freaked out about back in like 2002. All these huge monstrous spiders that live in Afghanistan. They're the same clade. They're just, those ones are skinny and do the tumbling and stuff, and it scared the U.S. soldiers, and they made a big deal about it. Am I roboting?
No, they're not poisonous, are they?
Okay. No, they can have a little pinch to their bite. You got to be able to crush their food with their mouth parts. They'd rather run or hide or even play dead than try to bite you, though. They will bluff and throw their legs up and make it look like they're bigger than they are. But bottom line is there's no
So the
venom there. They
soldiers
don't
were
have
just
venom.
so the soldiers were just being big sooks.
Yeah, of completely harmless animals, and they would. And the thing about them is, like, they live in the desert, so like they will stand in the shadows of other organisms, of camels and people. That's where they get the reputation that they chase and kill camels, because they will run to stay in the shadow of the camel, as the camel grazes, or keep out of the sun. That's what it's like living in the desert. People think that when they're running in your shadow that they're chasing you.
Yeah, which shows it's education. Like, now that I know that, I would see it and go, fuck, that is cool. But before you told me that's what they were doing, if I saw spiders acting like that, it would freak me the hell out.
Well,
So
what I always tell
guess
people is think about them like a
go.
crab. They're more like a crab than a spider in their behavior.
Yeah, okay.
That's my suggestion.
Spiders and
I don't
crabs.
mind spiders yet, but I've never run into like a giant spider either. That might freak me out for a minute. Like a huntsman spider, that might freak me out the first time I saw one, like in person. That might freak me out.
They teleport. They are fast. They are so fast. I've had huntsman spiders in my. I actually tried to breed them. I opened up the thing to put the male that I just got in, and the female bolted, and she was just gone. She never to be seen again. I'm like, well, because I had the male or the female that I'd gotten on before, and I ordered a male to go with her so I could have little babies. Put it up to put him in there. She was gone. Just teleported out.
Good thing is though, Brie, you know, she won't die. Like, she'll die of old age, if anything, because huntsman's.
Yeah, I'm sure she probably lived a fat hog in that house that I lived in at the time. I don't live there anymore, but this was a few years back.
Yeah.
She probably did die of old age, because they are very efficient at controlling household pests, and they don't have any problem finding food that way.
So, is there any? We were talking earlier about immortal, or there's a better word that I'm forgetting to describe like crustaceans, and then there's some other sea life, like corals and things, that essentially just don't ever die of old age. They have to be eaten or.
So when arthropods, what happens with arthropods, when they get to that point, lobsters are a good example. They just get their exoskeleton just gets too thick and heavy for them to be able to molt, and that's what kills them. Eventually, they die inside their the coffin of their own skeleton.
That sucks. But the axolotl regenerates, right? Like,
yeah,
they're known for their regeneration.
Arthropods do too, but they regenerate limbs. It's different than the way that axolotls do, though. But most arthropods can regenerate their limbs as well.
And then
they do that because they're
the tardigrade, that thing is fascinating.
Tardigrades are amazing. If you want to get into like something that's closely related to the tardigrade, that's like bigger and more visual, check out velvet worms, because they are freaking amazing. They're like this halfway between tardigrades and centipedes and millipedes, myriapods. They're like halfway between there. They're so amazing looking because they're soft bodies. They're like a little balloon. Their whole body is hydrostatic movement. I mean, arthropods are hydrostatic for the most part too, but they got cuticles on the outside. Velvet worms don't, and they're still soft like a tardigrade, but they're larger, and they squirt slime.
We'll look into that.
I didn't mean to come in here and make this about bugs.
No,
the thing I do.
That's what I was saying. We were just talking about those animals that seem to be able to live infinitely long, and how they're using them to try and make it so we can do the same thing.
Yeah. like immortal jellyfish. Yeah,
Yeah, and I
they
think
revert back to childhood after a certain amount
it's
of
the
time.
jellyfish that do that. Yeah, not the coral.
Yeah, coral is kind of interesting though because the way that it grows and reproduces, it can regrow from just a little fragment of itself, but it's almost clonal. They do. There are corals that they have a zygote phase that's actually out in the water. That's floating in the what's the word I'm looking for? The plankton columns. So coral does reproduce, but it can also clone itself from its adult form.
It's fascinating.
But yeah, I do like the immortal jellyfish, and there are very few. I mean, reptiles even whales are a good example of something that lives for a really ridiculously long time, and some of these organisms never stop growing, but we don't get to see that because we became so efficient at hunting all these things down after the industrial revolution that we don't have these 80-foot long sperm whales anymore. We don't have 25-foot sharks, and we don't have 30-foot crocodiles and stuff like that used to exist in modern times. We've just wiped them out. There used to be a species of sea cow that lived in the Aleutians up by Alaska and Siberia that was hunted by the indigenous populations and a sparing supply. But when Western culture discovered these sea cows and that they couldn't escape because they were slow moving and they really didn't the area they lived in it didn't benefit them to submerge too much. They really weren't something that would descend down into the water to escape, and they were slow moving, so we just slaughtered them. After I think we had known about the stellar sea cow for 25 years before we wiped it out. But we used to have a lot of megafauna. People don't want to think about that as something like the Ice Age. It's been within the last 500 years that we've done that. I don't even know how I got on that topic. Sorry.
No, it's the topic of trying to live forever.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, these organisms they would live those long lives because we let them live, or didn't have to compete with humans. Yeah.
What are our as far as cloning is concerned, what's required to be able to clone something that's now exists? Like, do we need? I know you need DNA, but does that mean we need?
Well, there's
I know that hair follicles, hair, as long as it has that little follicle at the bottom, but does it have to be like within a certain time frame, or you know?
Well, I think it depends on how it's preserved, and because a lot of we have the thylacine, for instance, the Tasmanian tiger, the Tasmanian wolf. We have a full embryo of those that we could use to recreate it. Unfortunately, the way they've chosen to preserve it is an alcohol, which destroys any chance of using that DNA to do so. We run into a lot of that issues. Every 5 years you'll hear, oh, they're going to clone a woolly mammoth in the next 5 years. Every 5 years there's a new date set for that to happen, and it just never does.
Well, that's my question. Can it? It can't, can it? Just because of the sheer time that's passed. Like, we've never found DNA that's been preserved in such a way, have we? Surely.
I wonder what we could do with stem cells from a mammoth is where I would question that. If we could find a pregnant mammoth with like a preserved in the permafrost with stem cells and like a developing embryo with stem cells, I think that with that kind of information that we could potentially.
But it would have to be frozen in in permafrost, essentially.
Yeah, like cryogenically preserved. Yeah, from the onset. It wouldn't we wouldn't want to see any kind of decay on it or anything. Any kind of breakdown of the cells. At least the cells that we're working with before it froze over, which isn't like impossible. We do have preserved mammoths in that state. Just I don't think any of them have been had the necessary bits to start cloning something. But they always think they found it, and then it doesn't work out. I guess. I mean, I'm assuming that's what happens in these labs when they say that they're going to do that.
They've actually found frozen mammoths, like with meat and stuff still.
Oh yeah, full. They just found one a couple of weeks ago because it was going to be my topic for Hive Science News because it was just found in June, and then I didn't end up being able to stream that day, and I haven't been able to stream really since then with my system. But yeah, they just found a new one.
Wow. I imagine with climate change, we're going to find a few more.
It's going to release a lot
as
of
things melt.
Yeah, I think we're going to find. I think we're going to find some new settlements. That's what I'm kind of excited about too. I think that when we get up and start thawing into like the Russian steppes and stuff, we are going to start seeing some remnants of early human, maybe even Neanderthal civilizations and encampments and things. That's going to be really exciting.
Yeah.
Maybe Denisovians. I mean, that's what we've been finding Denisovians in that region. Hey, Sandy, love you. Good to see you in the side chat.
Ah, excellent. She's joined your Discord.
Oh no, there's trouble afoot.
There
I'm gonna
goes
be right
neighborhood.
back. I'm gonna go. I gotta go check on something. Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
No worries. Let's try and find. I'm going to share my Discord as well. Find where to copy the invite.
I did not need to be quiet. I'm sorry. Work is this ongoing distraction,
Oh, yeah. You're working. I thought it was well, it's Tuesday there, isn't it? Now.
Yes. I may end up only working 2 days this week instead of. No, 3. Yeah, I may end up only working 3 days this week again, just like last week.
That's all right. I love short weeks. Oh, there it is. Wow, I haven't been in Discord for a little while and it updated and looks everything's different.
Oh, yes, Bree, I sent you the link to my Discord, but I sent it to you in your Discord. Like, I messaged it to you.
Sandy will try to behave. Yeah, behave badly.
They always behave. Nobody specified well.
That's right. Well, Hannah just said behave. I've been on Wild Heart's channel so much lately that I keep having this urge to say, okay, music break.
Oh, musical interlude. Yeah, musical interlude.
Musical interlude, that's right. Speaking of Wild Heart, did he say where he was going?
I don't think he did.
He's still with us. Ground control to Major Tom. That's better. Just come on, let's be honest. We all know you're not going to behave. Yeah, that was quite interesting about those ancient mysteries. And by mysteries, the only mysteries, we're just not sure how they've done these things. But see, I just always thought if you have enough slaves and you give them enough incentive, like when we say, oh, would have been back-breaking work, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, they were forced to do it. Like moving large stones, you get enough people on ropes and stuff, and get behind them with a whip. No, I'm not speaking from experience.
You're not
It's just
speaking
how I
what?
feel
Catch the last part.
I'm not speaking from experience.
Oh, okay.
It's just how I figured they would have done it. Like even I think because like with the pyramids and that, I saw like, but I had this memory that we were taught that the Israelites had to build the pyramids. Isn't that crazy?
I am keeping up with
Maybe
you.
just you. Oh, you're right. Maybe my young mind just imagined that because they were slaves.
It just had to be.
Couldn't. Yeah, and from my memory of what I've seen of Egypt on TV, it's like, well, what else were they slaves for? There's nothing there but sand, so
Well,
they
haven't
must
they
have been
challenged
building
that?
it. What? Then
Because
it
I
was
think
like,
well, no, I think they found some work that had seemed to bear like a name, like like it was done by a tradesman, like somebody signed their work, kind of. And so I thought
The
at some
pyramid.
point, in Egypt, like some of the work and stuff, and I I'm trying to remember where I saw that. Again, it could be discredited because it was years ago. It was in a documentary that they were challenging it, saying that it was more likely because the pharaoh was exalted and considered like godlike. It was more likely that lots of tradesmen that they did use slave labor, but that like lots of tradesmen
Yeah,
and stuff wanted to work
yeah.
on these
So I
things.
must have seen the same thing, and you are correct. And what they were saying was that it wasn't slaves, that they were essentially tradesmen, and that even them themselves were revered because they got to work on the pyramids and they were paid well, fed well. Um, they weren't whipped and whatnot. It was like apparently it was quite a exalted job to be in.
Right,
And that they were
painting the
really,
Sistine Chapel, or people who built like the old churches and stuff.
yeah, exactly. Which, knowing how they actually looked and but we don't know we still don't know what they were for, though, do we? Because they're questioning whether they were just tombs. And I know that they did that LiDAR on at least the biggest one. I don't know if they did all of them.
Oh, and that there's a sealed like underchamber.
Section inside there, yeah, with no way to get to it.
Yeah.
Just fascinating. Sandy has to get back to this bookwork. Oh, yes. It's. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, no, I'm not.
Aw,
Bookwork
don't have
sucks.
too much fun.
Not sneezing.
All right, I am back. Sorry about that. Laundry.
Oh, welcome back.
What I miss? Christofascism?
Just randomness. Oh, and I sent my Discord link as a message to you in Discord.
Okay, yeah, joined. There we go. I see I got Sammy's here in the side chat too, so I'm going to join that one. Yay! And we're all connected, except for Wildheart.
He's in both of ours, rarely. We usually see him here or on Google Chat.
Yeah. Wildheart's in my Discord.
Sandy, I did not know that.
Oh no,
I'm not
Sandy.
surprised. Whatever she does keeps a fair number of local families fed and housed. It's mostly volunteer. The boss just tested positive for the crud. He sent me an email.
Oh no. That's no good. No bueno.
Right.
It's bad news, baby.
Nobody wants the crud.
All the way around.
My mom just had someone in her office test positive too, and they had to go home, and now they're back in the office again this week, but they have to wear masks this week.
They asked me if I wanted to go back to the office. They said, "Are you vaccinated?" And I said, "Yeah." They said, "You want to come back to the office?" And I was like, "No, not really." And they were like, "Okay, cool." And that was that.
That's that. Yeah, that's good.
It's crazy to think what 12 months at the most ago, we were still in the throes of panic, and
Yeah, we
it
could
just
all.
it's funny how it hasn't gone away, but we've certainly stopped talking about it.
I don't think I was ever panicked. Well, no, I was when Super Munchkin got it. But I was quarantined with two people who had it and never got it, despite the multiple tests they made me take.
I think the social response was more what I was panicked about than the actual virus itself.
Yeah, me
The way
too.
that people were acting about it, and I was afraid what our crumbling late stage capitalist Western society was going to become in light
Okay,
of
yes, that was scary.
Uh-huh. And I don't think anyone's really talked about it, but I think that this craziness that's happening right now is the result of the 2 or 3 years of anxiety that this whole world has just gone through.
Well,
Like, we didn't get to have a breather and pat ourselves on the back and say we've made it through or anything, because it hasn't gone away. Um, we've just gone crazy. The world's going crazy.
well, they say hey, to get someone like it came up in a conversation with a psychologist when people were talking about cults, and it evolved to conspiracy theories. They were just having this conversation, and they were like, look, I see like super super intelligent people, like really intelligent people who believe this crazy stuff, right? Like, how does one get there, especially somebody like intelligent? How does one get there? And the psychologist basically said, well, you can be there. There's two. He said there's many ways to get there, but two of the fast routes there, so to speak, is if one, you don't have a strong prefrontal cortex, which is what's supposed to speak like rationality to your amygdala, right? And your amygdala responds to stimuli, especially fear. Okay. And he said, so if your amygdala can override your prefrontal cortex, then that's an easy route there. He said, but he said also, if you can overstimulate somebody's amygdala, if you can keep it constantly triggered and keep them constantly responding to that stimuli, be it like, he said fear works especially well, but it can be other things too, just like constantly being fed the same propaganda kind of a thing, right? Especially coupled with fear. But that if you can just like really hit somebody's amygdala consistently, that the prefrontal cortex, especially if it's not a strong one, won't necessarily be able to soothe the amygdala, and that can take you down a path like that very quickly.
Interesting. So what was that? A video or a
Yeah. It was a panel of psychologists and some research students. We were watching it when
if
I
you
was in
can manage?
psychology.
Oh, okay. It's not something you could find.
I don't know.
That's
I might be able to
fascinating.
find, or I'll look something. I'll see if I can find something similar and send it to you.
Yeah, that's I find that really fascinating. Decent mic. Sandy's ordered a decent mic, so when it arrives, I might feel more coming in and speaking. Oh, excellent.
Yay! I want to speak.
Sandy Snuggles.
Hey, Gio.
Oh, Sam's here. Sam's here too.
Okay. What were we just talking about, Pixie? Because Geo commented, and I can't remember.
Living up to that 420
How
easiest.
a quick way to get into like conspiracy theories, like the amygdala versus the prefrontal cortex idea that the psychologist had brought up.
Yep. And compartmentalization.
Yeah, you can. I mean, compartmentalize what your level of credulity on any topic is. And you could be perfectly rational speaking about one subject matter, and then it comes to something different. Like, say, you're fine with accepting that the moon landing was a real thing, a real event that happened, but you don't think that that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. You can compartmentalize those two things and hold them to completely different levels of credulity on what you accept as evidence. Did I kill the conversation?
No.
No, I doubt you guys want to hear me constantly typing.
No, you're fine. Yeah, it does sound pretty loud.
Yeah.
Get it together, Pixie.
Are you angry typing?
Per my last email.
Mr. Geo.
No, it just happens to be where my phone is laying, which is close to the keyboard.
Do you like my sexy background, Geo? You're not muted, but you don't seem to have any sound.
Hey. Still can't hear ya. No.
Just fixing it.
Microphone check.
There you go. I hear you now.
Hey.
Thank you, Sam.
Hiya, Bree. That was an excellent explanation of compartmentalization.
Oh, well, yeah, thanks. Because because you got conspiracy theorists of all different flavors, and they think the other ones are crazy too. You got younger creationists think flat earthers are crazy, and
yeah.
So it's what the religious do.
Congratulations, Bree.
Yeah, it's scrolling down below. Congratulations! Were you here to hear about my big news?
I was. Yeah.
Oh, yay! Yeah, I am happy to be getting this medical transition underway. It's been a long time coming. I am gonna have real boobs. That's a silly thing to say out loud, but that's really something I'm excited about.
I've heard sillier.
Yeah.
If that is a word, sillier. Is that a word?
Yeah, I'm gonna accept sillier as a word, the proper word. So, how's your world been?
Oh, personally, I've been going through a lot of ups and downs, but I guess that's normal. But just like normal things, like things like things broke down in the home, we'll have to fix them, and it causes a shift in what's going on, because the refrigerator broke, so okay, great. And here in Arizona, I live in Arizona, you don't have a refrigerator. That can be
it can be deadly. I mean,
yeah, so we have to make arrangements. So we have to get it in coolers and ice and move everything, put it in ice. It's like a whole to do. If that's a to do, like a to do, it's a thing to do. We have to do, but get that over with.
A to-do list. How are things? So Arizona right now, it's 102 here in Illinois. and it's balmy as hell. You can't breathe when you go outside.
102. That's pretty hot. It's about 109 right now.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say the dry heat, we're probably hitting the same.
Yeah, it's dry. Yeah. But it's always hot here. So.
Right. Yeah, year round.
Especially now it's summer, so.
Right. Do you get to see the cactuses bloom and stuff when you're?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
I would love to be there to see that.
Yeah, I live in the West Valley. I'm surrounded by the mountains. So I get to see all kinds of different wildlife as well.
Is it really only just a few days that all those the desert blooms, and then it's back to grays and browns?
Well, at night, like we get some crazy sunsets and sunrises here. It's like amazing. I've taken a few photos, but I haven't done anything with them. That's what you're talking about, right? The colors?
Yeah, or when the desert blooms, and it's just it's a beautiful mosaic of colors as far as the eye can see. Well, maybe depending on what area you're in, but.
Well, you're right. It's much more fantastic than I would have realized coming from, New York City into the desert. I'm used to seeing hardly anything in New York City, because of all the light that's there.
Right.
But yeah, I come out here and it's like terrific. But I've been out, south, west of, east from New York. I was in the desert with the service, and I saw this. I put the night vision goggles on. I looked up at the sky. I was like, holy shit.
Seeing the stars.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah.
The sky is what we're looking up at is only a fraction of what is actually we can see actually that is there.
Once you get rid of the light pollution.
I put these infrared goggles on and looked up at the sky. I was in the middle of the desert, though, granted, but still, it was like, wow. It was like so full. You wouldn't believe. It's like looking at a photo of someone photoshopped stars.
Alien planet.
Oh, I would love to see that, Gio.
So if you've ever gone out into the desert, I'm sure maybe, being in Australia, you've probably seen some. But if you look at the sky at night with like a night vision device over your head and look up, holy moly.
Sammy sees completely different stars.
Yeah. Huh? And one night we were out in almost out in the desert. I was foster king with my dad. We were camping out there, and we're just sitting around one night having a beer and looking up, obviously, because you just sit there looking up at the stars because it's pitch black out there. There's no cities or anything, so there's no light pollution. And me and my dad were sitting side by side facing my friend, and we looked up at him at the same time to see his face. He was just like aghast. Oh, not aghast, but like in awe. His jaw was open, and the caravan behind him was lit up brightly, and was like, we thought it was headlights at first, and then we realized where we were, and so we've quickly turned to see this shooting star exploding in the atmosphere, and it was so big that it, like I said, it lit up.
It's cool.
Like daylight. It was amazing. I've never seen something so incredible. I don't know if anything actually made it through the atmosphere and landed, but something big, like it was a big fucking flash.
Well, if it made it that far, I think if it made it that far into the atmosphere, there's probably something somewhere left. It might be, because I've seen shooting stars, actually heard them flying through the air, seen the streak, and then poof, and then it was just a poof, and it was gone.
Guys, I gotta bounce. It's been fun hanging out with you, though.
All right, Bree.
You too, Bree. Good to see
Later,
you.
days, pretty girl.
Congratulations again.
Bye. Thank you.
So long, Bree.
Yeah,
Bree.
you heard it.
I heard it. It was like, and it went poof, and then it went poof. It made a poof sound and a streak, and I saw the light for a split second, and then a poof in the air, and it was gone.
Wow.
It was a shooting star, definitely.
Yeah. I can't recall a sound, but maybe there was a sound.
It went across the
Yeah.
sky. It went across. I could hear it before I saw it. If that's a,
Wow. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I heard it, and I looked to my right, and all of a sudden I saw this streak of light, and I heard a poof. That's how fast it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, I just saw a meteor or something. Streak right across my face practically. It was like right there. Anyway, that was in the backyard of my house.
Good thing you weren't a few feet over.
Huh? That's funny.
Yeah, no, we only just caught the big flash, but when we asked my mate, he watched it trailing in. And we're, why didn't you say anything? He's like, I was awestruck, he said.
Yeah.
Just like couldn't believe what he was seeing.
Well, we saw I was in the backyard at night, and Elon Musk had launched one of his it was like this chain satellites or something, and they're kind of like this sky something. I don't know what it's called. Did you say what?
Starlink.
Starlink. I think I keep saying this, making the same mistake. Starlink.
Mm-hmm.
It goes up and it kind of flies around like this. That's what I saw. But the next day, there was something else, and it wasn't that. So I don't know what that was. We both saw it. It.
I remember watching all the way back when he first came out with we'd watch the launches, because he would, all the launches are live, right? So I remember like back when he was setting like the grasshopper up the first few times, the reusable one that it'll go up and then it'll come back down and it'll land. Right?
Yeah, I've seen that.
And so like I remember watching the process of getting that right. Like the first time it exploded, and then the next time I watched it exploded, like, and it was always like right, and then the third time it came like right when it was touching down is when it kept exploding.
Yeah.
And the third one, it came down and it touched down, and we were all excited, and I was like, don't get excited, it's too soon, they're not going to get that fire out, and everybody backed off and it exploded, and I was like, no. And then when he finally got it right, it was like everybody at my house was super excited. We were watching it, we were like, is it going to explode? Is it going to explode? And it did not, and we were super excited.
Yeah.
A weird thing to be excited about, I know.
Good on him for not giving up, eh?
Right? He's done multiple successful ones now. You've been watching him. You still watch him go up, come back down. And they're landing pretty well. Like where they need to be and stuff.
Hixie, you'd know the answer to that, maybe.
Sandy, wasn't there one a few years back that didn't quite make it? It burned out. I don't know. I think it was.
Yeah. There was one. There was a couple. There was a few. There more than once. It exploded. On not on reentry, but like when it went to land. Like it would almost get down, and then bam, everything would go bad. And then there was the first successful one was even still kind of because even though it came back down, and it landed and it didn't explode, there was still like a fire that they had to put out. But he kept going, and now, I mean, they launched it, it's come back down, launched it, and come back down. He's doing good for the most part. Now he wants to go bigger. Now he's working on, like, what is it, the dragon?
Yeah, I think that's the latest one, I think.
Yeah, the dragon. The grasshopper was the first one.
Is that why PJ said if you had a spaceship, you'd want to call it Dragon, or was that just a weird coincidence?
I think it was just a weird coincidence, but he did name his the dragon. The dragon is supposed to be like, okay, because the first one was the grasshopper. That was just trying to make a rocket reusable, right? That it could come back down and land. Right. Or you could even use it for other stuff, like send it up and then that piece goes off and then have that part come back down and land, right? He's trying to make it reusable. So that's what the grasshopper was about. The dragon is like a big, like an actual like spaceship. Like it could hold like, how many people did he say it could hold? I don't even remember. But like you have to remember he envisions like colonizing, right? Like colonizing Mars and things. So like the dragon's big.
Yeah.
So I forgot the last thing I copied was my Discord link.
Huh?
I just I just sent him a Discord link.
MathPig said, "Where's the
Sorry,
StreamYard link?
MathPig.
Can someone please DM me it?" And then Sammy posted a link in the chat, and he's like, "That's Discord. That's a Discord link."
It's in the description.
And it's so me, and now he'll give me shit about it.
I got it from
YouTube. See, dude, why do you think I changed my name to 420 so people don't have very high expectations?
No. They should have high expectations.
Exactly.
High
HIGH. You should be able to add yourself.
No, I can't add myself because I've no idea where did you send that email to?
Sure.
You need to send it to Math Magic Pagan.
Math.
Pretty sure that's the one I did, but I'll double check.
Where the fuck's my camera? Hey.
Oh. It's like twisting our necks around.
Oh, that's too high. There we go.
Ow. Ooh.
Can I look without? Open another window.
Oh, that's annoying.
Get it right. You're supposed to do that before you come on.
I know. You see, I'm trying to swap because you know yourself, I have two GPUs.
That's like pre-show.
The main screen's running off the old GPU.
Get the camera right. Wait.
Yeah, it is. Math Magic Pagan pending.
Math who?
Magic Pagan.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so blurry.
Right, that should work now.
What's this acritically taker?
Oh, there he goes. There he was, and there he goes.
Nincompoop.
Hey, what's the penguin? What's the penguin army's? What's the name of the penguin navy's commander?
Can I be really rude and just bounce in for a wee second and ask Pixie a question?
I just threw out a question. Nobody.
Pixie, the birthday thing. When do you need it, and where's the quickest way to get it to you?
Probably to either.
If I had a Discord call with you and video right now, you could just record it.
Maybe I'm on my phone.
Oh, right. I'd record it.
But if you just recorded it and dropped it in Discord, then I could grab it. Yeah.
But in Discord, you can't drop a file that size in Discord. It's too big. And you can't download off Twitter.
See,
Do you
everybody else is
have?
dropping it in Google Chat. Can you email it to me?
I'll upload it to YouTube, and you can just download it off YouTube. Be the quickest.
Okay, I can do that too.
I'll just make an unlisted video and just send it to you, and you can just download it. How's that?
That's perfect.
Perfect. Right. I'll be back then. I'll go and record that. I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you.
MathPig. MathPig. Oh, he left. MathPig.
Too slow.
He's not going to come back.
Oh, he'll be back.
I don't have anything to say to him. I just wanted to annoy him by getting him to come back.
Yeah.
And then
And you have to say,
no, just say,
imagine how.
Sorry, I'm talking.
People back to me. No, that's all right. It's this stupid fucking Aussie delay. I'll if I'm talking to someone and they go to do something, I'll wait till they've walked a fair way away and then call them back. I'm like, "Oh, come back, come back." And when they get back, they're like, "What? Imagine how far you'd be if I didn't call you back."
Yeah, exactly. See?
Oh, my uncle does that to me. A lot.
It's annoying, isn't it?
Come here. What? Nah, nothing. Forget it.
Or he'll act like he's going to tell me something, and he'll be like, "Where did you see?" And then he'll just stop, like he's thinking about it. He'll be like, "I bet you could have been done by now, huh?" And I'm like, you know what? I don't know why he messes with us like that.
What did Wildheart? Did he leave, or he went to his mother's?
We don't know this time. It was an unannounced leaving.
Oh, he just
unannounced
popped out.
departure.
Well, happy birthday, BroJo.
Yeah.
And what's with the review of the rubbish, the JW rubbish? Well, I missed that.
We were looking at some cartoons
Sophia?
of theirs.
And what was the poor little boy with the cupcake?
Caleb.
Caleb.
Yeah. It's they're a little triggering for a lot of XJ dubs. Like
really?
A tiny little bit for me. Because not as in they trigger very strong emotions, as in flashbacks almost. I have flashbacks of my childhood watching it. And I feel really sad for Caleb, even though he's a fictional character.
You don't have to play.
I remember that.
You don't have to play
No.
them. You know.
They don't know.
Because I know it's all rubbish. To me, it's all rubbish. So, and I haven't even heard it. I haven't even heard it all. I haven't even heard it. So, I'm calling it rubbish, and I haven't even heard it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
You've heard enough. You've heard enough.
Well, I know the JW. I know what the JW is about. I know what it's about. Right? So, do I have to sift? Like, am I going to sift through all the messages and try and pick out the good ones and say this is a good one from the JWs? Here, read this.
Yeah.
Why bother?
They kind of make it easy, right? By saying that they are the one and only, and that they're correct and true. By saying that, you've just got to find one thing that's not, and you don't have to look any further. Things like letting kids die instead of having blood transfusions for something that's not in the Bible. Not even in the Bible. Like, so I don't even have to go past that. I wouldn't even join them just on that one fucking fact alone.
I agree.
Even if every single else thing they said was correct, I'd still be fucking dead against them just on that.
No, I don't know. There are people who believe, like, that then they won't get transfusions, and guess what? There's only a few outcomes. If you decide not to take a transfusion and you need one,
Yeah, well, and I witnessed it firsthand with my dad. Like, it at the very least shortened his life. Because he chose, well, mum chose for him radiation rather than the chemo. Because the chemo was going to require blood transfusions. And when the doctors asked Dad, he said, because he'd already had a bout of chemo and a bout of radiation, and so his brain was starting to not be its full self. And when they asked him, he said, look, whatever treatment's going to keep my brain together the longest, because if I'm a vegetable, what's the point of me being alive? And they were like, well, that's chemo. But that will more than likely require a blood transfusion because we're basically poisoning you. And so then when they spoke to mum, because they sort of deemed Dad not capable to make the decision because he'd had the radiation and it had affected his capacity to think properly. And she said, oh no, he's Jehovah's Witness and he believes and blah blah. So we want whatever treatment won't require the blood transfusion. So he had the radiation, and long story short, the time he had left, he wasn't really capable of enjoying it with his grandkids and shit anyway. So because of that stupid belief that's not even in their fucking Bible. It's just
well, I think
welcome back, BroJo.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, BroJo.
Hey, Gio.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Just picked up my 20% off medical marijuana.
Nice.
Yeah, but I go there, and guess what I found out? They were open yesterday for the 4th, and they were giving a 25% discount. I was like, what the fuck?
Who knew?
They could be closed on a holiday.
You should have given them the old nudge and said, come on, boys.
Don't
Surely.
they have
They've done that, right?
Don't they have a newsletter you can subscribe to?
Usually I'm on there. They send emails.
Oh.
Well,
okay.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it till I got there, and I saw the little sign at the counter. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh, it came yesterday.
And today, right?
And today, right? Yeah. But I think
make an extra trip.
Apparently, though, if you buy more than 2 ounces in a month, you kind of get flagged.
Yeah. What, as a big spender?
No, because they only allow, because they don't want people reselling it.
Private chat there, Pixie.
Excuse me.
Is she still there?
Comes in here and just fucking yells over the microphone. What the fuck?
Fuck you. I'm trying to drop off this video for Penelope.
Who? Oh, Penelope.
Oh yeah, I did one myself. I think I might have one for you. I did it on StreamYard. Let me see. I almost forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me.
There you go.
What, Irenic's a C word?
See if it's there.
Yeah. Ironically, Cunt Wild Hearts are drunk. Sorry.
It's there, but when I go, it won't let me download. It just says this video is private.
Oh, right. I made it private. Hold on, I'll change it. I'll just make it unlisted then.
Oh, good. Now you just remind me. Now I guess I have to unlist mine too. Good. All right. Good timing. I will, Pixie, I will send it to, where is it? Oh, Thursday's her birthday? Okay.
And it's now changed, Pixie, so try that.
I sent a link, the YouTube link, Pixie, on Google Hangouts. I'm assuming this is a good kid.
Pixie said so.
I like Mac.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
I like his vibe.
Yeah, I've got like a slight voice on when I'm doing it and everything. I don't know where it came from. Don't ask. I haven't a clue. It's all hi. Happy birthday.
Is it Max Kid?
Doing the Lucky Charms guy. You're doing the Lucky Charms guy.
Right, that's that done. That's that done. Video's done.
With MathPig sit in that seat, looks like he has big red elf ears.
All right.
Yeah, you're right. That's great.
That's a headrest.
There we go.
Big ears too. Like.
No, yes, as Neil says, it's just a headrest. I'm going to turn it this way now.
I'm also conscious now.
Oh, look at that. It's a pillow.
So I see you having a debate on your channel later, huh? Simon
Yes.
and biblically.
You're going to have that debate? Oh, that's not going to be much of a debate.
There is no debate.
He gave up that whole, I guess he gave up that whole stunt. He talks somewhat normal.
Man, there's nearly 200 views on the 8-minute video of just them two talking from the stream the other night. So
that was
I
epic.
didn't watch the whole thing. I couldn't watch the whole thing. It was like, this is ridiculous. It's going nowhere. It's probably going to go nowhere too today. So you're going to go round and round.
Oh yeah, round and round and round and round and round. But he'll pick on him. He'll make fun of him.
Are you moderating?
Yes.
Yeah. Try and keep them somewhat.
I'll not need to. It'll all be Simos. Simos will do it all himself.
Will there be
I'm just going to sit here and drink and just do good production. That's it. That's it.
Will there be Q&A from the audience?
There will. Yes. What I'm aiming for is opening statement from each of them. What's the point and why they're here? A guts of an hour, or as long as Simos can take them back and forth, just talking, and then 15, 20 minutes questions at the end. Easy peasy. Have you seen my
Joe?
Huh?
I'm looking at Gio's avatar. Is that G.I. Joe?
I thought you said G.I. Jill for a second.
G.I. Joe.
Yeah, it's a retro
said
G.I.
Jill.
Joe.
Oh, G.I. Joe.
It's G.I. Geo.
G.I. Geo. It looks like Ginger. Is that a Ginger Geo?
Yeah, it's the Ginger Geo with the scar on his face.
A Ginger G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe Geo Ginger.
Ginger
I've-
Geo.
Have you seen I've got this going for tonight as well. I haven't used it in fucking ages. I've been down to use it.
Two sides collide. Find out now.
Epic.
Oh, it's great.
And then there's a flaming background for the actual debate and all. Where's it? I have it sitting here.
That's excellent. You got to use that.
Yeah, so then this moves as well. I've got them two on top, me in the bottom left, and then I've got the chat in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Nice. Nice layout.
Peter made that for me like a fucking year and a half ago, man.
Really?
Yeah, before he fell out with me and all that.
Oh, man. Well, you better use that next time you have a decent debate.
I'm going to use it tonight.
Oh, is that for tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to use it tonight.
That's going to be epic. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then it runs from that straight into the hangout and all that.
That would be great.
Right. I'm going to get my smokes and I'm going to roll a joint. I'm going to have a smoke. And then I told my lady friend I would ring her before the debate. So I will do that. Right. I'm going to get smokes.
Yeah.
Funny today, History Valley's doing. They're doing a live stream now.
Yeah.
The use of cannabis by religion in the ancient. What does it say? In the ancient world. So I went to go listen for a little while, but there was this mad fucking audio buzz on the guest, and the guest is just yapping. There's this buzz going on. People are telling them there's a buzz. They don't do nothing about it. I'm like, I'm done. Out.
Oh,
would have been nice to listen.
That sucks. I want to know about the usage of cannabis for religions right now. That's what I want to know.
Rasta mom.
Maybe I'll join a few.
If there's a religion I can join that will let me legally partake in my backwards country, I'll join it. I'll go to church.
You would?
Yeah,
Just to
Rasta
partake.
church. Yeah.
Go to church.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll go and worship.
I get high on the Lord.
Yeah, man.
The most high.
That's one good thing. One thing I missed since the child's grandfather passed away on our mother's side, as in the mother's father. He was a massive pothead. Like, he had a fucking grow room the size of this room hidden in the garage. Like, it's a jungle, right? But he wasn't well. And anytime we'd a wedding or anytime we'd a funeral, he was like, Robbie, my legs are sore. You wouldn't take me for a wee walk out the back, whatever. We just had piss out the back of the chapel or the church and just fucking smoke joints. Like,
wow.
Oh, I got me some White Widow tonight.
This past Saturday night, so we had a little barbecue and everything. And one of my nephews, which I haven't seen in fucking years or talked to him, he's 23 now. So it was interesting. And he smokes weed, so it was weird smoking weed with him for the first time. He smokes a lot of weed.
I was telling this story in the channel. I don't know if you were there, BroJo, or not. It was quite recently. My nanny, which would be my father's mother, we used to destroy our cigarettes when we were younger. We used to put them in the sink and all. You know, we want you to live forever, Granny. You know, we love Nanny, don't want her to die and all that. So we destroy all our cigarettes. So she told us she'd give them up, and secretly she just hid them. You know, she just didn't smoke in front of us anymore. And I was maybe about 18 or 19 or something like that. And she was like, well, you're old enough now, Robbie, you know, it's time to tell you the truth. I never did give up smoking cigarettes, but, you know, I'm going to have a smoke now because I'm just up at the house for a cup of tea or whatever. And I was like, well, if you're having a smoke, Nanny, I'm going to have a smoke. So I went out to the car and got my bag of weed and come in, and she sat in the kitchen and smoked cigarettes. And I used to sit at the back door and smoke joints.
She didn't know you smoked, right?
But she didn't know I smoked cigarettes or weed at all. I didn't smoke in front of her. You know, I would call in for a cup of tea or see how she was or whatever. Like, and she'd been hiding it for all these years. And she was like, well, I'm just going to have a smoke. And I was like, well, if you're going to, so am I.
There you go.
Oh, Nanny was great. We used to drink in Bestbrook, and she lived in Bestbrook, and we'd always be fucking half drunk. And you turn up at Nanny's door at like 11 at night going, fucking come in here and I get you some toast before you go home. Make sure you're fucking sober before you go home. Oh, she was great.
Wow.
Right, so that's that done. I think I've everything done. I'm looking in the live chat here of mine, right? And I've never seen this before. Has anyone here seen this before? See here. Oh, I'm too far.
What? I'm not seeing anything.
Oh,
What?
it disappeared. It fucking disappeared now because I went full screen and it was like opt in to win a month's membership.
Oh, no. I don't know. I think your browser is hijacked.
I clicked the button and all to check it, man. And yeah, it's gone
What?
now, but it was fucking there. Was
Uh-oh.
there.
Better check your browsers.
You don't need to check my browser because look, we can do it this way.
I don't know. That looks fishy.
Need to check my browser. Because we can just go back because it was recorded on this.
That's not good. So you got like, it was like a pop-up.
No, it was part of the live chat.
Oh, it was inside?
Yeah, it wasn't a pop-up or anything like that there. I'll see if I can time it because we're recording here. Boom. See where there's 2 bars? Why is yours there? Now, can we make that 120%?
100.
No, it's just making the writing bigger. It says opt in to the chance to get a MathPig 1 month gift membership with all perks, all membership perks.
Oh, I see it.
See, that's the one that says.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
And then there's it there.
So they're giving out a free membership.
Yeah.
Well, that's YouTube, right?
It's not fucking me.
Oh, well.
So there you go. Yeah. I've never seen it before on anybody's channel. And then I thought it was, I met like me, because it's my channel, allow people to give gifts.
I'm wondering if there was an update today for Chrome.
If you mean by the rain, Sandy,
yep.
we're getting fucking flogged at the minute. It's flooding where I am.
There's flooding?
And also, yeah. And
We need
also, all this weed smoking is making Sandy jealous.
That's what I thought it was, yeah.
Man, we need rain desperately down here.
Come to Ireland. Rains 156 days of the year, I think, on average.
That's funny because I am working and also smoking.
Oh, we're all out to get Sandy now. This is not for her. Where was Brie? Was Brie on earlier? Did I miss Brie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear her announcement?
No. You were on the TV in the living room while I was in the shower, so I could hear Brie talking, but I couldn't make out.
I don't know the right words. Is it endocrinologist? That's not the right one, was it?
You need to tell me what's happening so I know the word.
She has a specialist that she's been given a specialist that will begin her treatments. So the ball's officially rolling. But I can't remember the name of the specialist. Something to do with hormones, I imagine. Is that your endocrine system? So it would be endocrinologist.
I'm not too sure. It's not something I've been through, so I don't know.
I'm glad no one else knows, so I don't feel so silly now.
They were sending me pictures and tweets the other day, feeling sassy with them and a wee pair of jeans and stuff, doing poses and all. I woke up this morning to that. It's like, what? Getting half fucking these pictures in the morning.
Medical practitioner qualified to diagnose and treat disorders of the endocrine glands and hormones.
Well, hormones, yes. What you did is typed in endocrinologist or whatever it is, but you should have typed in as endocrinologist transition, and then that would have confirmed for you.
Yeah.
Get your Google game on. There's 8 people watching. Ooh. Is Wildheart sleeping?
I think he might be sleeping. Yeah,
that would be good for him. Did anybody watch his stream yesterday when Mowdy joined for about 20 minutes?
I think I saw that.
Yeah, it was like 23 minutes in.
Yeah.
Mowdy was texting me afterwards. He's made me. I have to make sure to follow up on it and help out Wild.
I saw that. It was excellent.
Yeah, it was a good chat, and hopefully he listened to him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he does respect Mowdy.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A wee bit of hero worship there. I know he respects me, and I can get him to maybe change his T-shirt, but I don't know if I can get him to clean his room.
Can only try.
We can only try, man. We can only try. So you are all coming by tonight then for the debate in
an hour
and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I just want to show up to see the intro, and then I'm leaving. That's a joke. So.
Oh yeah.
I'll stay for the whole thing. Are you kidding? If I show up, I'm staying for the whole thing.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to have maybe an after party afterwards. I don't think Ultimate Created Christian will hang around after he gets destroyed, debunked, whatever you want to call it, made a fool of.
Nice joint.
But I would assume that Simos and maybe Fabio and stuff like that there would want to jump on and go, look at that dick! What a dick! For an hour or so, you know.
Hey, Crypto.
Well, you never know, right? You think it could go any other way, MathPig?
This will be the 3rd time Simos will have talked to this guy. It won't go any other way.
Okay.
I even said to Simos, what do we pick as the title? Doesn't fucking matter. He's just going to run a script no matter what we pick. Does God exist? That'll do.
I seen him 2 times engage with this fellow, and it didn't go well for him each time. So
are they quite recent? Are they?
Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Which guy? The biblical who?
Biblical.
Biblically.
Oh, so what you do is you get him to a point where he says, I got him to a point where, what did he say? He said, nothing evil can happen to him because evil only happens to evil and he's saved. And I said, and so therefore, he's protected or whatever. And I was like, so nothing evil can happen to you, not even by an evil person. He was like, no, evil will happen to evil. And so I asked,
got the blood of Jesus force field.
So then I asked why he put any stock in the Bible, given it was written by evil people. And he never answered me. And then I reminded him that the apostles, or several of the apostles, died in very, very terrible ways, and they clearly had evil done unto them after Jesus died and rose from the dead. So why is he listening to a book written by evil people? And then he didn't respond to me.
Well, there's only really confirmed deaths of 3 of the disciples, I think. Most of them actually just vanish afterwards. The rest of it's hearsay and stuff. There is only actual Paul and I think 2 more actual confirmed what happened to them.
Yeah.
They do the whole martyr.
He can't take any teaching from you. He can't accept any teaching from you.
So either they dropped off the face of the earth and didn't really do much, or terrible things happened to them.
They probably ran.
Yeah.
Like if you were second in command, third in command, you've got these 12 boys as 12, second in command, and you've just got the fella who's in charge fucking stuck up on a cross, you're going to bolt. You're fucked off to Egypt. That's where I'm going. I'm at Egypt. Bye. See you later. I'm away with the
man.
Pardon?
I'm gonna scatter like roaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like
Do
in
you know
that
who's do you know who's
cartoon we
do you know who's
watched
live now?
tonight.
Right, but
That's why Peter
not even his
denied.
martyrs
That's
can
why.
be sacred.
Sorry,
Why
Sammy.
Peter denied Christ 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy
'Cause
Rizzo's
he
live.
didn't want to be. Yeah, didn't want to be fucking strung up next to Jesus.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And then tradition has it, what, he killed himself or he got crucified upside down? That was
He got
tradition.
crucified upside down because he wasn't worthy to be crucified as Jesus was.
I think it'd be
And,
worse if you get crucified upside down.
and then I think there was one that was crucified, but he was crucified on an X rather than a cross.
Jesus was probably crucified on a cross. Like the mainstream that was around in them days, mass production was just a cross,
Right.
like that. Jesus
Yeah.
was probably killed on a cross, just like that, and put into a mass grave, just like the rest of them.
And then one was said to have been beheaded.
Oh, well, according to the guy at work, they know where the tomb is, and Moses, and they found the ark.
You found the ark again?
That's right. Again.
That's what I said to him. He was, no. Show me. Oh, it's really funny. I don't want to take pleasure in anyone else's misery. Okay. But he is a very Christian man. All right. Well, not a Christian man as in a fundamentalist, but like today there's a video on Twitter where there's some woman and she's got a hula hoop on her ass, right? And she's doing the hula hoop and she's bent over just on her ass. And they make a cunt out of her, but just flip into a dog. And then there's a dog doing a hula hoop on his ass, right? And I went to show it to him. And you know yourself, I have respect for women and stuff like that. And I went to show him. He's like, Robbie, that's not like you to show. I can't look at that. Oh, God. You know, very Christian sort of man. And his wife and his daughter have fallen out with him because he's trying to control the daughter. And she can't go out here and she can't do this and she can't do that. And she was like, Robbie, she fucking attacked me yesterday. She fucking started punching me and everything. And I'm not a fucker. It's like, yeah, wow.
How old's the daughter?
Oh, she's 20, 18. Yeah, 19, 20, something like that.
Good luck to him.
He's a short man, too. He's a short man. He's only about 5 foot, something like.
I guess if he had his choice, he'd lock her up in the bedroom until she's 30.
He said, yeah. He was like, that's it. I went home. This was 2 days ago. This was Sunday. And then he told me about it Monday. And then the day he told me, he says, see the three of them, Robbie? The wife, the sister, or the wife, the daughter, and now the brother. None of them's talking to me. They're all just sitting over there talking away and all the rest of it. See, when they ask me to do something, I'd be doing fuck all, looking all rot for all I fucking care. I was like, right, okay. But especially in this day and age, if you have a fucking 20-year-old, you can't start saying, you know, certain things to them and controlling them. It's just not going to work. Like, you're just going to end up causing a rift, you know.
Yeah,
I said,
best advice possible, I guess, and then
I said to the man, the best thing you can do is just go home and apologize. Well, I did fuck all wrong. I goes, well, there's 3 people in that house think you did do something wrong. And whether you did something wrong or not, it's your family. Just take the fucking blame. Be a grown-up. Take the fucking blame and move the fuck on. Oh, no, fuck them. I did nothing wrong. Okay. It's his family. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, well, sounds like you gave him some sound advice.
I watched it.
Force him to take it.
I watched it happen with a guy I used to work with. He used to go home and he had 2 jobs and he would go home and he would be quite tired and he wouldn't spend any time with the daughter, and him and the daughter had fallen outs and stuff like that. And I've known this guy a long time, right? And now him and the wife have separated. The daughter has got a fucking law degree and she's helping the mother out to fleece him because she don't like him anymore either. Because he fell out with the daughter and never fucking fixed that friendship, never fixed that relationship. And now the daughter's got a law degree and he's like, a fucking daughter's helping the wife fucking fleece me.
And he worked 2 jobs to pay for that law degree, I bet.
Yeah. He worked all day to 6 o'clock at our place, 6 days a week. And 3 days of the week he went to work in B&Q at night. He started at 8 o'clock and he'd worked at 2 in the morning. He ran the forklifts loading the store. So yeah, He probably put her through.
Okay, going to How to Basic.
Leafy for the Makita's show and more.
I'm gonna drop. I'll be back.
See you soon. Do you know Leafy? Is Leafy new?
I don't know Leafy. Who's Leafy?
Leafy's now sharing something.
Sammy, you know Leafy?
They've now got a burger on. How to McDonald's. An advert for McDonald's.
He's muted. You're muted, Sammy.
Oh.
I don't know.
I removed them because I don't know who they are.
Oh.
And
Why
I
did you
thought
let
they were
them?
about to put... I didn't. I thought you must have.
And they left.
Oh, and they're gone.
You don't have. Do you have the add-on? You don't have the hack. You don't have the hack for auto ad and stuff like that. No.
No.
Well, how the fuck
That
did they
was
get in?
really weird.
It just auto added me.
It did auto add you.
Yeah, boom! I was right in.
Oh, that must be my fault because I'm a mod.
You're a
You
mod.
have-
Turn that shit off.
I bet you I have auto add on,
Turn that off.
which I do.
Oh, yeah. No wonder. See? Would have been
Right, I
I was
refreshed.
going to say, I didn't let anybody on.
No.
There was a browser
Yeah.
update. My browser was updating, and I had to relaunch, so I had to drop and
What were
come
doing?
back.
How to basic? What was that all about?
Did that? No, who added me?
Hey.
You added me. Perfect. Right. So
Yeah.
right. That's why I refreshed just to make sure that it didn't hang over. Oh, that's interesting because I'm a mod then.
So, yeah, it's sort of...
Interesting.
It comes across, yeah.
Well, that's good for me, which means that I can, maybe use Wild Heart's 10-person room instead of my 6-person room, and the commands
You
would still
can.
work. Yes, but I mean that the auto ad.
But the commands will still work, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a paid one as well. So I have 10 spots as well.
Ah, right. Well, then I can use yours too because I've got loads of mods now.
So BroJo, what are you, 53, 54 today?
39 forever.
39. Wait a minute. 39.
Happy birthday, BroJo.
Thank you.
My mum gave my dad a key ring that said that on his 40th birthday.
It's a Jack Benny thing I heard or something like that. Something Jack Benny said back in the day.
I'll actually
Is
be
it?
39 on the 1st of August.
You're going to be 39?
In less than 3 weeks.
Oh, boy.
And the channel
So
will be
close to 40.
3 years old as well. The channel will be on that date too.
39.
I'm getting close to 42. I will be 38 in December.
Hike. Ready? 42, 32, 42, 65, 32.
I thought you said 42. But
What
you
age are
said
you, Sammy?
40.
You're younger than me, Sammy, aren't you? A little bit older.
No, I'm older. I'm 40.
Oh,
I
you are?
hit 40 in May. Yeah.
So only 1 year between us yet. The grey hair tells a different story. Like,
Your
you should-
beard makes you look older.
You should just go this, man. Just go bald.
Man, tell you the truth.
Yeah. Well, it's this
No,
that has
don't
all
cut
the
your hair
grey
out.
in
It looks
Oh,
great.
actually, it's all grey.
I shaved my head blind tonight. Did I get it all? Is there any bits I missed? Because I just shaved it in the kitchen by myself.
I'm not
No.
shaving.
I usually get the child to do it.
It's just another body part to shave.
I know, but you can't see. Unfortunately, every other body part I can see with my eyes. I can't see here with my eyes to see if I missed anywhere,
Wow, that was a quick one. That was a quick shave.
No,
Yeah,
that
Sammy,
looks not
don't do
bad,
that.
Summer. That doesn't look bad.
You don't
Who's
look
looking?
bad, yeah.
Oh.
Well, he's got a nice full head of
Yeah.
hair. My wife fucking fuck with it.
Bit.
Yeah, it falls off your head and goes on back.
See, I can get rid of the beard too, but then I look a bit like a criminal.
Oh no, don't get rid of the beard.
Oh yeah, you look like a
'Cause
psycho.
it does
there.
the eyebrows too. That's why.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You remind me of that Satanist guy. That what's that guy? He comes on Wild House Channel once in a while. The fuck, you know the guy Satanist, Truth for Satan Ministries or something like that. No, okay.
Don't remember him. So when are we gonna see this Penelope birthday video? When is that gonna be available to see?
I'm not sure. I haven't got everyone's in yet.
Oh.
But at least by Thursday, because Mac wants to record her reaction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you watch mine, Pixie? I hate making edited videos that include things. I hate making them. I made like 12 videos for fucking Godless Engineer for his birthday and didn't send any of them in. Didn't send a fucking one.
No, to be fair, I'm only collecting the videos I offered to edit, but Mac is really having fun with the idea of editing, so he's doing most of that.
Ah, Kurt.
Sammy.
HP Black Mamba. You know that
Share
name?
alone.
Yes. Take a look. Screen share. There, that guy. You don't know who?
You know who you reminded me of? Has anyone ever watched what's that fucking show where there's clearly the bald people in it?
Yeah, Black Mamba's
Fringe.
nice. He's a nice
Fringe.
guy.
Has anyone watched Fringe?
Friends?
Fringe.
No.
Nobody here has watched Fringe.
No, not me.
You definitely need to watch Fringe. Fringe is one of the best sci-fi shows ever made.
Dark? Sounds dark, right?
It is. I wouldn't say it's completely dark. It's sort of like a modern time X-Files with a twist. There's things that happen, but there's a guy, and I'll just put the trailer up. The easiest way.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know that I have.
Another thing to put on the list, I won't wind
Man,
up watching.
I've watched this series a fuckload of times. It's really definitely worth a watch. Like,
No,
Fringe.
ain't watching it.
Most of what I'm about to show you has not been made public.
The audio.
Hmm?
The audio. Do you something with your settings or something? Because it's not. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just the volume.
Hold on, I'll just check it again, make sure it's shared audio.
Yeah, we could hear it, but it was weird. It's better.
Olivia Dunham, FBI.
Navy scrambles 2 F-18s for escort. They reported stains in the windows and no signs of life.
The idea of it is there's fringe events. That's what they refer to them as, fringe events. And it's, not paranormal, because what they do is they have a guy. Are they going to show him? Oh, there we go. Where is he? Walter Bishop. What if
You're prohibited from discussing this with anyone inside or out of this office.
I am coming to you with a solid lead.
You're wasting your breath and my time.
What is it that you're afraid of? I've been trained for a lot. Hostage crises, chemical attacks. What I've been seeing recently, I'm scared. I just want to go back to before.
I don't think you can.
Pacey. What do you call the guy who played Pacey in Dawson's Creek? He's one of the main characters in it. And his dad used to work for the CIA, but went insane and they locked him up. And then the fringe event, that woman, Dunham, she's an FBI agent. A fringe event happens in the first episode. She finds that guy because he's the only person that can get his dad out of the mental institution. And the three of them set up like a wee team, the fringe team, and they investigate fringe events. But the shit that his dad used to come up with for the CIA is like, you know, making people fucking move shit with their mind and stuff like that. You know, a lot of paranormal stuff is shown in the show, but the dad's like, yeah, we figured out how that happened in the 70s. You do this. You take a load of drugs. The guy who's mental comes out of the mental institution, they get him freed. He self-medicates the whole way through it. He makes his own LSD and sits in the back of the lab going, nah! He's having a great time. It's like, it's funny as fuck. And it's really
Joshua
good.
Jackson is the
Joshua
person you're thinking of.
Yeah.
And Sandy wants to know what year. Do you know what year it was released?
I could check.
2008. I was just looking up.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what the trailer was.
I posted it. I posted it in the side chat.
Oddly enough, it was the redhead who looked familiar to me, and I don't know where I know her from.
That black actor, Lance Reddick, he's in quite a few things. I remember him in Wire.
Yeah.
He was excellent. He's
he is brilliant in this. The older guy.
This stuff. He's always playing like that cop or military guy.
And if you're talking about the older guy or not, is it the colored guy or the white guy? I don't know either of their names.
Oh, yeah, the black guy, Lance Reddick.
He's really, really good in it. But the old guy, he just makes the show. Like there's an episode, I think it starts. Let me see.
Oh, he was in. Wow, I gotta see that.
I can't watch any. If it's not over in like 15 minutes, I can't watch it. I'm done.
15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe that much.
You don't watch the movie?
Right.
Yeah, I've probably seen it.
This is the startup scene to like, I don't know what fucking episode it is, but whatever episode it is, right? And this will give you a clue of how fucking cool it is.
Sounds like a bong hit.
Yeah, he's self-medicating on his own homegrown weed.
Nice.
And this is the song. This is the exact scene from the movie. His son just got him a label maker.
Oh, Roundabout. Yes. Yeah. Good song.
He gets so stoned sometimes he walks about just naked.
You go around fucking labeling everything. Must be some good sativa.
Walter.
I've decided that we need to get organized.
I've been smoking marijuana.
Kindly classify what I've just smoked as marijuana. It's a hybrid of chronic supernova and Afghani Kush.
Afghan.
And a little bit of brown Betty.
What do you say? Afghani super. What is the
Afghani Kush or some fucking thing. I don't know. Let me see. Fringe drug scenes. It loads them like. Oh yeah, they accidentally give him acid.
This may be a weird time to ask, but have you ever dreamt? Are you suggesting that? Of course, it's Olivia's mind we're entering. Presumably, it will be some maze-like iteration of a psychic memory system.
Yeah, they actually connect two people's minds and go in, and through psychedelics, it creates an actual world, and they have an episode out of it and all. And one part it goes cartoon and shit and all. It's pretty cool.
Conscious, you know better than anyone. If she is lost in her mind, mind, then we need you to guide us. Astrid! We need to mix up 2,000 milligrams of LSD, and we need some sugar cubes. Please.
Oh, this is great.
Looks like that guy who he reminds me of the
what?
Spider-Man.
You're bald. I think he's an observer.
Right, the observers. That's what Sammy looked like. They're white, they're bald, they have the ability to travel through time in this show. Yeah.
It's okay, Peter. Walter, we're ready.
Oh, good. Bring him over.
It's okay.
Connect your brain to someone else.
It's chopping the scenes like.
Copyright right
Why is it doing that?
What do you think?
Oh, there we go. This is what we're looking for. There we go. This is what we're looking for.
I never understood why Walter was so drawn to licorice. But look at it. The swirl.
He's tripping now.
But nobody knows he accidentally took it.
Bellini spiral altered St. Peter's. It doesn't end.
Did you clean that up?
Yeah. I thought it'd help you clear the table.
You touched it with the sugar cubes?
Sure. Why?
Have you ever taken LSD?
He's also like in charge of the FBI.
Hey. I know you said only water, but it might be good if you can eat something. But if you want, I can take it away. That's fine too. Whatever you like.
Thank you for this.
What you're feeling right now, it's just the effects of the LSD. But it's temporary.
No. It's infinite. It's all around us. And you don't see that.
It's kind of wild if they actually took fucking LSD and they just fucking filmed it and see what
It looks really good, doesn't it? He's a very good actor. In saying that, I'm showing you the funny drug scenes and stuff and things like that. Walter, the old guy, uses psychedelics and shit like that because him and his mate in the 70s got high off their balls and everything that they could find and anything that they could make. And through doing that, they come up with these wonderful science ideas and made shit, right? And like the stuff it gets such a good storyline as well, though. You get really into the characters and then you really like the characters. And there's 5 series. I'm a little iffy about the ending, but it rounds up really, really well. And it's a fantastic show. You really get into the characters, like really get into them.
But now I know. And I know it followed me.
What followed you?
Death. I saw death. All of it. And it was me.
And it's definitely worth a watch. Like a lot of paranormal stuff would happen, but like one of the things that they did do is they figured out how to break the barrier between universes, so they could go and see a parallel universe. And like series 2, series 3, the barrier starts to break down, and then a big storyline kicks in. You know, series 2, 3, 4, and 5. Series 5 sort of like an outset on its own, but yeah, it's really, really good. It's really, I can't recommend it enough.
Can you throw this up? I just
So,
came across it. I was looking up Reddick's some of the stuff he's been doing, and there's something called Faith Based. It's a comedy. I don't know. Have you guys seen it? But here's a trailer. I haven't even looked at it. Jason Alexander is in it apparently.
The only thing standing between you and your dreams is you.
Are we really gonna have issues here? Come on. All right, someone else look it up.
That
the only thing
already that first sentence was fucking hilarious, but
I know. That's why I wanted to hear the rest of it. So let's watch it together. There you go.
The only thing standing between you and your dreams is you and your dreams.
Lord Father God, we give thanks and praise for all these bountiful gifts. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. And Luke, his work in pool sanitation, Lord, it is really something else.
Tanner, it's time for us to do something with our lives.
Time to go to church. The attendance at the church has been slowly declining. Only 75 grand just to make Christie's work.
Okay, I got an idea. Faith-based. The entire genre is a goldmine. I want to make the best Christian movie Jesus has ever seen. It's time to show my dad what we can do. Dude, it seemed like a lot of work. Nikki Steele says.
You work hard, you play hard. You work harder, you play harder. You work hardest, you play rock hard.
I'm in.
For these movies to make money, you need some keywords in the title. Purpose, faith, prayer, heaven.
You know, Thoughts and Prayers, the movie. Prayer and Prejudice, Faith and Furious.
Faith and Furious.
Prayer, ever be prayed in space.
Gotta talk about God. Doesn't have to be God. You can talk about a higher power.
So then it's like, spaceship lands perfectly on Mars.
Action Space Monster!
What the easy double hockey sticks to do? Why do all these Christian movies have to be bad?
They don't have to be bad. They just don't have to be good.
Lord, save me from these space monsters!
Christian movies are a great way to impact the world. And they're also very lucrative.
What do you two even know about making
Have you seen that? Actually looks very good. I'm gonna.
I know that looks pretty funny.
God's favorite idiot. Yep.
Yeah. Is that supposed to be a new movie? Is that a new movie?
No, this is a Netflix show. I'm like 5-6 episodes in.
No, not the last one.
Oh, the last one? I don't know. I never checked the date.
Yeah. Okay.
This is on Netflix and you can watch it now.
I saw something crazy last night, and I do want to just be completely open and honest. Yes, I did cocaine twice last week, but I did zero cocaine.
Is that Suzanne? What's her name? Struthers?
What the? Heart was glowing. I also accidentally roofied myself last night too, but I don't know if that's really relevant.
Shirley, I see Shirley in that.
Jay Westcott, you were getting tons more views by the second. You're blowing up. This guy glows. He freaking glows. What the fuck? But I'm pretty
Get an echo.
Full explanation for this.
Pardon, BroJo?
Getting an echo.
That's probably my mic. Hold on, I'll move it away.
You little shit!
There could be a religious angle to this whole thing. God would probably choose someone simple, sweet.
Oh, that's not me. I mean, I'm not simple and sweet. I'm very edgy, actually. Do you like cats? This is Skittles, and as you can see, she's a real snack machine.
We don't even know that this is a religious thing. Maybe you're just gonna spontaneously combust.
Maybe?
What? Low percentage.
I have noticed that you guys have not been doing your actual
job for a couple of days now?
It's a lot more than a couple days, but something really important is going on with Clark.
You have been chosen by God to help the world.
No, really? I was afraid he was going to say something like this.
That's
I was
all right.
really nervous about exactly this.
She's here.
Who's here?
Satan.
If Clark is the beacon to God, the freaky possibilities of how this could all play out are literally endless.
What the hell are you?
We are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Horse people? Feel you, sister.
I can feel you flowing through.
Clark the Glowing is gorgeous. Tom, need the hands above the equator.
Oh my God, that's funny. That's what, Netflix? You're muted.
That's on Netflix right now. Yeah, it's on Netflix right now.
Like the new Dogma kind of thing?
It's something like Dogma. You know, he starts. It's really weird. He goes for saunas once a week with his dad, and they sit in towels in the sauna out the back, and it's real freaky. And his dad's a Christian, and his dad doesn't believe that he's, you know, glowing and doing this shit and all. So his dad goes to like the local like mass minister. Do you know these mass churches, the huge mega churches?
Yeah.
One of these comes on the TV and all the rest of it. And he turns up and he's all, yeah, and then there's like a thing, and that's where about where I am. Like, this guy's claiming him to be a Satan, you know, devil, and all this shit. It's like a complete American mega church leader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to go and make a call.
How long to your stream?
45 minutes.
All right. Well, I might wrap this up here then. Thanks everyone for coming.
Well, hold on. Don't wrap it up yet. Don't wrap it up just yet. You have to put the link in the chat for everybody.
Oh, of course.
And then even on the repeat, you know, when people watch it back, it'll be there. I really am trying to do a wee bit more on the channel and get the promotion out and try and do a wee bit better, because I've lost everything that I had.
All right, 5 minutes to 4:20 here in the East Coast, so maybe I'll go start a stream.
You
Thanks,
motherfucker. Go join Jimmy Rizzo's. Right, and I can just pull it here. I'll put it here in the private chat because I can't find the live chat right now.
Well, I can put it in the live chat.
Yeah, because I have to go to home screen now, find you. Where are you? You're there. Click that. Who's going to be quicker?
There we go. So head there, everybody.
Oh, neck and neck, nearly at the exact same time.
Right, later days for these shady people. Or hours, or minutes, or whatever.
And I'll also put it in the description of this video.
Thank you.
For you.
You're probably safer putting it as a pinned comment. People see pinned comments more than they read the description. Only 28 to 30% of people read the description. Up to 50 read the comments.
Pinned message. There you go.
Just a wee helpful hint. I see Gio doing this here. I think Gio's agreeing with me, but he's muted.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's
Yeah, because
true.
when you scroll down, you'll see comments straight away. Where unless you hit show more, you won't see the description. So more people actually read the comments.
Awesome.
There's some YouTube tips for you. Right. See us all in 45 minutes. Hi. Kiar.
Thanks for coming.
Kiar.
Biblical.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious. It's gonna be fucking hilarious. It really is. Come on over. Come on over. You're not gonna you'll not want to miss it. Right. See you later.
See you there.
Are you really not gonna go sleep?